first class. I do not want to introduce the C programming, but we will focus on what is the roadmap for our C programming, correct? And do not expect the first day to learn whole C programming. That would be the foolishness, correct? Go slowly and understand, and the day when the subject ends, it should be as quick as possible. This is what you should learn. While learning the subject, you should never be speed, like going with the 2x speed, going with the 1.5x speed, the lectures. The second, and not running, not writing the notes. Third, not revising practice. This thing should not happen to you. And if you want to learn any subject, for the GATE exam especially, you should have all of them in your schedule, in your planner, like watching the video carefully, writing the notes carefully, and revising, practicing regularly. If you can keep in your journey, at the end of the day, you will understand how will you get the best rank. Right? You will ask everyone, sir, how to prepare, how to prepare. You know when how to prepare, you not doing it. It's not the good idea, right? And do not waste your time. In case if it is not possible to prepare for the GATE, better not to prepare for GATE and do something else better, like prepare more coding the skills and then attempt the jobs. If you don't get after trying, then come for the GATE exam. Then you will understand what is the importance of the GATE exam. Okay. And today's 90% of the engineering students, they're trying for GATE exam because they know what difficulty they are facing with the jobs right now. Even a lot of working professionals also, they feel that the GATE exam will open the door for their career because they go to IIT and they know it, what is the importance of the job after IIT. So you do not know really what will happen in the GATE exam, but if everything goes smoothly and right way, then you will get the best rank. But that happens only for those people who prepare for GATE the better way. Like, you might be trying, but if you were trying is not the best, then you are just trying. That will not be enough, correct? All voices, everything fine. Okay. See, one day will not impact in your attendance, but in case it is not marked, then you can report. I'm not going to mark, I'm just an instructor, right? But I'll inform to the team that automatically does by the system, and if not, then we'll report to the operations team. So my responsibility is to deliver the C programming in the best possible way. Okay, any other issues that you can message me directly or in a group, or you can report to the team. Okay. Do not engage any other activity right now except this subject. Okay. What is the weightage of C programming? From the past 30 years, if you take an average, what is the expected C programming? Anybody? Go ahead. The first thing you should aware, yes, 7 to 9, 8 to 10, it is good. It is the, after compiler and digital, it is the very small subject and that has more weightage than compiler and digital. Are you aware that? Subject is small, but you can explore infinitely because of the programming nature, correct? You can see the marks, the 7 to 8 or 8 to 9, but always you can expect 7 to 10 marks. Only 1 or 2 times happens like 5-6 marks. But in 30 years, you can see that in 20 years, the weightage is 7, 10, 11, 12, sometimes even 14 marks. So, of course, that should not happen because of the distribution to happen. But the 7, 8, 9, 10 marks, somewhere always it lies. right? If we look at the important topics here, and remember me, these topics focus on loops, and loops very less question, but most of the programs depends on loops only. Arrays, pointers, function, recursion, and storage classes, sometimes structures, very rare, but sometimes. These are the important topics that you should aware. You should aware. And in this, the maximum effort that you should do on, any idea? Recursion, pointer, array, storage classes. 80 to 90% of the questions, they roam here only. Arrays and pointers, recursion, storage classes, like static variables especially. Which platform you are talking about, Richu? Please let me help you what I'm trying to do. I'm not started the subject, right? I'm helping your doubts only. And how this course going to help you? How do I teach C? Okay. Remember, the one thing is definitely the class, right? The weekend session. Second, after every concept, this is not a free class, remember. This is not other, platform paid batch. This is different. After completing the concept, you will be having practice either through DPP and also and will also have PYQs. Both will be there as a part of the class only, not outside, right? So after every topic, any questions which are related to that topic, then you will be having a DPP and then you will have a PYQs. Both will be there in the, and both discussion, not only quiz you will also have a discussion in the class itself. If in regular class, if it is not happening, I'll put an extra class for you to complete it. Is that clear? DPPs will be there, PYQs will be there. Then, once you complete the entire subject, there is a special revision class and there is a special marathon. Like all the PYQs we will try to complete on single session. Either I'll put here or on YouTube, but I'll give you at the end of the subject. That means you require a practice and participation in the class, not outside. Outside you do when you have a doubt. Okay. So do you require any special textbook for this? Not for this. Most of the subjects that you study for GATE, already you paid and you are attending the classes. When you are attending the best classes or classes that we teach, do you really require a textbook? It requires if you are preparing for semester. And it requires when you do not understand any particular concept. If you are understanding every concept and all are going very smoothly, 99.99%, please do not refer any other material, because it will waste your time. It will confuse you a lot, because everybody will not give you the same approach. Even the concept is same. It's just like every ranker suggests a different way to prepare for the GATE. Have you seen? The ranker, let's say, ranker 1 says, okay, this platform is the best. Ranker 2 says, that platform is the best. Ranker 3 says, oh, that platform is the best. Ranker 4 says no platform is the best. Ranker 5 says do your self preparation. You will never see anybody giving you the same suggestion. Do you agree with that? Because everybody will not experience the same thing in the world. Your brain is different, your way of approach is different, your thought process is different. Then you decide how do you want to live in this world. Nobody should control your preparation. Listen to your heart. The first thing is, do not blindly believe somebody's words. That's what my best suggestion in the world. And if you are in this world, if you have the brain, in this 20 years, your brain was trained much. Yes or no? This 20 years can help you to survive in this world. When you think properly, when you analyze properly, when you don't know anything, get awareness, but don't judge, don't decide. Awareness is different, judging is different. Judge, it should happen when you get complete awareness. Everybody? And after our brain do not aware of the knowledge or do not aware of the concepts in the world, it takes time to learn. Correct? So in this process, that's why to learn C programming, it will take many weekends. But if you keep continuously attending the classes, then you will get to know how to prepare. Okay. The first day only you came and C programming is not happening, that you will lose your time and everything, right? So any in general doubts that you have before starting C programming, let me know. This is only the day I can interact for the general questions. And tomorrow onwards, there is no general question except the concept. In the class, if you want to ask the doubt, ask through chat. The first is use chat. Really, you are not able to get the answer to the chat. Second, I'll give you time at the end of the session. Anybody want to discuss on audio, I will allow you. Is it clear? In the between, the class disturbs because of you, other person also discuss, then only your discussion happens, my teaching will not happen, right? No teaching in the world allows you to discuss in between except offline. Offline, nobody dares to discuss because I'll be in front of you. You will never ask except 1 out of 100 people. Most of the people sits idly. But online, you have freedom, so you will disturb the whole class unnecessarily. If you are not, somebody else. But I'll give you freedom at the end of the session. Okay, you have a Telegram group. There you can connect with me directly. Deva sir, Gate, CSD. Join this group. This is a Telegram group. You can see one of the admin is me, right? So you can directly message me if you have anything related. So you can connect with me directly. You can drop a WhatsApp message if you see my number there. WhatsApp group, you can add me or make an admin so that, you know, already you have a weekend batch, right? We are there already in group, I guess. Most of you are there. Join Telegram right now. Let me know if you need anything more support. Like we are there always, right? You can connect with me directly, right? Telegram group, and I will allow you to drop a message on WhatsApp, but do not call ever. I will not lift the phones. Remember, I will not lift the calls. If you want to drop me a WhatsApp message to discuss any doubts, yes, you can use my number to discuss. Only WhatsApp message, not call. If really required, I will call you in case if you are really need a discussion. Okay, done. Okay. As I said, you do not require any textbook. You require a lot of programming support that I will provide you questions. Promise, I'm promising you, like by the end of this subject, you will be having more than 500 programs with you and keep practicing them regularly. Is it clear? Or Shailendra sir will take the data structures, right? Fine. Okay, let's today only try to understand. Okay. If anybody learning the first time, remember, anybody learning the first time, what you have to do is attend every class. That's the first priority. Second, when I say something, learn all the keywords. Anyhow, I'll give you keywords. Learn all of them. Then after completing the class, you must, do some kind of rehearsal and revision. Then you will get to know all the keywords easily, all the operators easily. So I'll tell you what to do, when to do. So just follow my class and learn properly, and you will be better than other people who are already knowing C programming. Because if somebody knows already C programming, they don't listen to anyone. But if you do not know anything, you can listen and follow the properly. So remember that the knowing half of the knowledge is very danger than knowing nothing. When you know nothing, you will learn properly. But when you know something, very difficult to put in a systematic format if you don't listen to anyone. Remember these words. If you're already prepared for GATE, you will not listen to anyone because you think that you know GATE, right? And if you really not prepared for the GATE in the last year, then you will be very eager to learn because you wanted to complete whole syllabus. So these two things you keep in mind. If you already know it, always knowing never stops. You should keep learning as long as you get the result. Okay. So few things you should keep in mind, that never assume you know everything. Nobody knows everything. Everybody needs to learn something all the time in the world. Nobody, right? Even God keeps learning all the time if we are alive today. Because God also do not expect what is going to happen. Even though He created the universe, but universe is not running as per His what vision. You are aware, right? Starts in the next month. Test series is not for C language. Every subject will start from next month. We are only doing it, right? So it's end, and this week mostly will put into action. So next month it will be visible. So based on the C quizzes or live, you can go for the practice. Okay. We are most of the things we are creating now. There's a problem which is happening late. Okay, but only our request is wait for few more days, not for the months, just few more days. We are shaping that into final format. Okay, nice. So let's start with a few basics of C language so that you will get an awareness. Today we are not going to start C programming as it's the first day. Just know about how the C language is important to you, how it works. C language, who is invented? Anybody? Is that? Dennis Ritchie, right? Yeah. Any spelling mistake, that's just take care of it. And it was invented in 1972 to 1973 duration. 1972 you can assume. 1973 something added to it. That's okay. 1972. What purpose they have invented it? For Unix OS. They specially built to implement operating systems, right? Unix operating system, that too. Not for the writing a prime program, not for bank project, not for any general purpose applications. It's built for it was built for operating system, but later popularly known for various general purpose applications too. Great. And it was high level language, no doubt, but has support for various low level features. They have inbuilt library functions, like especially for device drivers implementation, and if you want to interact with the devices, there are a lot of library function supports. Are you aware of that? This was the initial days. Everybody, the Dennis Rich vision was to build a programming language to deal with operating systems, and he built it, but later in 1 year realized to also it helps the whole world to write the programs for general purpose applications. So later this was used for various general purpose, example, the, as I said, banking, railway, the various projects are built based on the C programming, later C++, Java. So people are changing their perspective. But this is one of the first popular language in the world. Good question. What is low level, high level? Anybody aware? Good question. So C language, I said high level programming language, correct? Languages are many types in the world. Are you aware? In the world, languages are like natural languages like English, Hindi, Telugu, Marathi, Bengali, right? What else we have? Gujarati. So many natural languages. But when it comes to programming languages, there are various types. When it comes to based on computer, the low level language, and another one, assembly level language. This low level, you can call it as the machine level, and then high level. When it comes to machine level, it is a binary language. Which language it is? Binary language. This assembly level works based on microprocessor. There is a microprocessor in every computer. So this microprocessor understands the assembly instructions, right? So here we will use assembly language. And high level, you will be using C, C++, Java, Python, and so on. Binary language, it looks like just binary, means 2 bits, 0 and 1. Here only 0 and 1 are used, nobody else. In assembly language, which is far better than machine, where you can write instructions by using registers, the instructions like the various operations supported by the microprocessor, like arithmetic operations, relational or comparison operations, the various add a comma b, something like that. When it comes to C, C plus I level, you will write very easily x is equal to 10, y is equal to x into 5. It looks like, very similar to mathematics and English. Assembly is not into your picture. Your picture is I level, yaar. Assembly ke liye, yaar. Are you going to write assembly program now? Should I teach microprocessor now? Why do you want assembly right now? Do you want it assembly? Should I teach? In computer organization, you will be learning all the instructions, addressing modes. This topic will be covered in where? Computer organization. In a gate, every concept is covered here and there. So this concept is not in C programming, but if you want it, I can. But do you have that much time to learn C programming? These instructions, these are called as assembly instructions, and you need assembler to convert this into machine language. When you write a high-level language, that is converted to assembly language by compiler or interpreter translators, compiler especially, and this language will convert to machine language with the help of assembler. Okay, please don't waste your time on everything. You should know what need to be learned. Okay, 8085, good. That's a good microprocessor to learn. What is low level feature? Means the machine is the low level, right? It can only understand 0 and 1. If you want to interact with the device, that's a keyboard. If you want to interact with the keyboard, then you need a program, right? Then C language was supporting the functions to deal with the keyboard. When you connect the keyboard, it should enable. Who will enable? Then there should be a program, right? You can write a C program easily, so it go for low level and it understands whether the keyboard is connected or not, mouse is connected or not, because you need to interact with the operating system to deal with that. Everybody, low level means you need to interact with the machine, hardware of the machine. Ready? So understand, low level means interacting with the machine. Because to interact with the machine, 0 1s required. Can you learn 0s and 1s? Right? It's a very difficult to understand and decode the 0 1s to our language. Our mind is very comfortable with the English or some other language. That's what we should know. Any other doubt? Understands 0s and 1s, but we can't understand. So we need the other languages like high level languages, so we can easily write, and there are translators to convert. Yes or no? Users or programmers understand what? High level. That is C language, something like that. Easy to learn. That's why we learn this. Now we don't learn machine language. We don't learn machine language. We don't know what is even 0 1, how it means. Okay. This high level language we want to convert into a binary language. There's a machine language basically. This computer understands in general. So we have a big difficulty in understanding what? The computer. So we created the high level language to deal with the computer, correct? But now somebody should be there to convert our understanding into computer understanding. Then what is there in between to translate the high level to low level? Who are going to support us? There are various translators. There are various translators are there. They translate high level to low level. Not one. There are a lot of translators. There are a lot of, like, compiler is there, one of the translator. Assembler is there. Maybe linker, loader, even preprocessor is there. Even you can use any editor like IDEs to take the support. Notepad, WordPad, anything. Everybody? translators, could be any kind of translator. It just need not be compiler here. It could be any other translator. Okay, compiler, interpreter, major translator. But apart from it, there are a lot of other translators which also helps us converting from high level to low level. The half of the knowledge is more dangerous. I always say that. Do not assume translator means only compiler and interpreter. Everybody understood? That's why there is a subject called as compiler design that helps C program how it converts to assembly program, not even machine program. It will convert half of the way only. Compiler converts high level C language to, let's say, assembly level. Today, I said, right, I do not want to begin the C language. Just understand why we are learning C language. If you can learn C language, any other syntax oriented programming language will become easy. C is one of the first popular language in the world, right, which help the users to interact with the computer without much restrictions. Before that, basic, algol, right? What else we have? Fortran. There are many languages which were not comfortable to interact with the computer because they were used to spend a lot of time in writing some logic. Now, the C language, once you understand the syntax, all these things, the people used to write comfortably. Then later on, because of this reason, some of the features added to the C, they built C++, some more features added and they built Java. And now you have various kinds of programming languages today. Tomorrow, the first topic is very, very important. We spend a lot of time to understand the basics. Remember, this is the first class where it covers all the important topics in detail, not like free classes, not like any other. We'll spend a lot of time, and sometimes our class might be 2 hours, can go 2.5 hours because of to cover all the concepts. Okay, but it's not much important. I'll wind up in time. That's okay. The basics, which cover a lot of things, I may list out like, we'll start with a character. Then we'll understand the token. And this is again a lot of types are there that we will see slowly. We'll understand the statement. We'll understand expression. Various basic concepts will be covered in the here. Token will cover identifier. We'll understand operator. We'll understand keyword. We'll understand constant. Likewise, many. Once we know all the basics, we'll have the practice on what basics you have learned. Okay. Then here itself, we'll learn a few other basics like data type, variable, right, operators, typecasting, many concepts are there. Okay, I cannot write all of them, but we will take care of it. Then we will move to control statements. In each topic, you will require a lot of practice. Okay, in each topic, there are a lot of control statements. What are they? If else, nested statements, switch, while, do while, for loop, go to statement, break, continue, return, exit function. Okay. Various statements are there, we'll cover in the control statements. After that, we'll go to arrays, pointers. Then we will go for functions along with the recursion. Then one of the important topic comes as storage classes. Then after completing them, we'll have the remaining topics, structures and unions. Then you'll have a dynamic memory. Then we'll have scope. Scope of static scope, dynamic scope, there are different. And if we need any more topics, we'll cover that. Like special topics. The first topic is basics. This is the main topic, and all the topics are there mentioned here. Only one thing which we are not mentioned here, files. Files is the extension topic to the C language that is not there in the syllabus, but still if you want, and I can take up one day for completing C files too. So we'll try to understand what is C language, right? What is a C language? Can someone tell me what is C language? Whatever you know about it. Before starting, what is about C language? What do you know about C language? There are a lot of features. There are a lot of the points that you can understand before learning too. The first thing is that it is high level language, correct? It is high level language. Yeah, go ahead. That's the first point everybody understands. Supportable and structured language. Yes, it is syntax oriented language, structured. Perfect. And it is portable. C language is portable. You can run on any machine because it's high level. Yeah. What else? It is context sensitive language. What is the reason? Because here context is very important. Uppercase, lowercase, the semantic is a matter. Yeah. Top to bottom approach. Perfect. Procedural oriented language. Excellent. It is procedure oriented language. Write modules, functions, procedures, right? Yeah. What else you said? Top to bottom approach. Yeah. Any other points that you have? Yeah, declarative, because you should inform to the compiler everything. Yeah, just do it. It is declaration based. Okay. Oh, fine. What else you have? Any other good points that you have in mind? Compiler based. Case sensitive is covered, right? It's a context sensitive language. And of course, case sensitive too. Both are correct. Case sensitive as well as context sensitive. Both are covered in context sensitive. It is compiler based language. Q. Why? because it requires a compiler to compile and translate the high level to low level. Yeah. Any other good points that you can tell me? Both context sensitive language CSL represents, but C language is also case sensitive. Okay, I can say it is a context sensitive, but another sense is even case sensitive also. You can also write another CSL, even case sensitive also. Both are there. Okay, also another CSL. This case is a matter, uppercase, lowercase, all these things. Both are different words, but in context sensitive, both are covered. Right, I was waiting. Nice. It's a modular based programming language because you can create a lot of modules because of this concept. Everybody, that's one of the important factor why C language was very popular, because you can make the modules in programming that creates a clarity and simple in the programming language. Okay, based on the features, it works very speed because the compiler converts whole program into the machine code. It works very fast on machine. Yeah, great. Yeah. So before beginning, let me help you. This is C programming language concept, right? Whatever I have discussed here, I want you to understand few points about, because some people are not having aware of, they know both, but they do not know the differences unless they mix up the concepts. You know C program, right? Or C language. And there is another one, compiler, C compiler. Do you agree both are different? Do you agree both are different? This C compiler is basically executable program, yes or no? So that you can run on a machine directly. This is executable code. And what is this? This high level, right? Not ready to execute at all, correct? Are you able to understand the difference? It runs on a computer and this should be translated to the machine code by the compiler. Please respond. Is it clear? The first point, the C language is high level, but C compiler is the low level, because executable code is a machine code, basically binary code. Second, this C programming language, it can run on any computer wherever the compiler is installed, right? You can compile it to translate. That's why we say it is a portable, because you can take a C program and you can run, I can compile on any machine and then later you run it. That's why we say portable. If you open your computer, if you want to run a C compiler, then it has to be installed, right? When the C compiler already installed on a machine, then the C compiler that is running on the machine, right? You can see in task manager if it is running. Everybody? But this C program you will see only in Word document. Word processor will run and it will be saved on the hard disk if you press Ctrl+S. Correct? This is a simple text code. The high level languages, it's simple text. And C compiler is not text, it's a binary code which is running on the computer. We install on the computer, right? Able to understand? Just like players, just like browsers. The C compiler is one of the application in a computer which runs like other applications. So can you say this is high level code? Nobody can say high level code because it's not written by you. Somebody written and you installed. If it is a Windows, maybe Turbo C, you will install on a computer, right? Just like a browser you will install. Got it? But C program is not ready to install. So you are writing now, just like a text code, high level, a simple English text code. Okay. And that's why this high level code you can copy. In your lab is running, there are 10 computers. You can copy one from one person and you can write on another machine. This is high level code. Right? You can copy from one person to other person, one machine to other machine. But this compiler depends on the machine. If this is 16-bit compiler and 16-bit machine only it works, and this is a 32-bit machine, maybe 32-bit compiler required, and Intel processor requires the different compiler, maybe Motorola processor may requires a different compiler because it has a different architecture. There is a reason this compiler depends on a machine, that's why it's not portable. The portable code in the sense, this language is a machine independent code, correct? Machine independent code. But this compiler is machine to machine compiler varies. So we say it is a machine dependent code or dependent application. Points to known, then please add here. But these are the very important points. If you look at the combination of these two, the compiler is one of the machine or program. You can see how it translates. I'm just talking about the C compiler. And this is basically executable machine code. So you can run on a machine whenever you want it. This runs on a machine, but this program takes the C program as an input and produces especially assembly program as an output. And if you say assembler also part of this, then it produces machine code. Okay. And in case if you see any errors, it will produce, it reports or produces compilation errors if any. If there are no compiler errors, then successfully converts to assembly code. Everyone knows this point. Now you can see this C program is what? This is high level program. This is what I was talking about. And this assembly program is low level. The reason is it's not even the 0-1, but it you can say it depends on the machine. It's not zeros and ones, but this code is the machine dependent. Even though it's not purely low level, middle level you may say, but not exactly. Assembly program is very special program. It is not high level. It is not purely low level. It is requires the support of machine to understand the machine. It needs registers, memory addresses, a lot of things. So it's very near to the machine. So machine dependent language. All are aware? When you are writing here, x is equal to y plus 20 is a high level, right? So when it comes here, you require some instruction like add, maybe this will be added like r1 comma 20. This is the assembly code. Later, assembler takes this input and converts to machine code. And the machine code will run if there are no problems with that code. But if there is anything to be linked and any address need to be changed, then it does it, then it will be ready to execute. So when we learn compiler, this process completely will discuss, because compiler also I'm going to take, right? So this part, how high level converts to low level, the complete details I'll discuss in compiler. That would be better than in C language. But in C language, understand every, the detail of the C language. Everybody, and don't worry about compiler much, but you should aware of what does it. Okay. many things to learn. See, first you should focus on the first point. You should focus on basics. What basics cover? Basics will cover like how many keywords, how many operators, what are the data types, how to declare a variable. Everyone? So anyhow, basics you should learn. Here you focus on understanding the tokens. Try to understand tokens. Main focus is on understanding tokens. There is no use of class at all. You can go for recorded. Second, focus on, that's in the basics only, but I'm writing separately, mainly data types, and then how to use the variables. And focus especially how to declare a variable and how to use that variable. What are the formats that we can use for the variables, right? So one of the important concepts in the C language to write a program. Right? If you want to write a program, you should declare variable and then you should use that. That makes a lot of confidence if you can declare variables a lot. Then third point, try to understand various statements that you use in C language. Like one of the statement is variable declaration. Here like how to declare a variable. Then other kinds of statements that you have like IO statements, printf, scanf. And then you have the control statements. That takes a lot of time to understand, as there are many control statements in the world, right, in the C programming, right? And also you have other statements like how to declare a structure, variables, okay? And also we have major thing like functions. Functions also we have a different kind of structure to declare and use it. Right, these are the few important points where you should focus on in the initially. But while studying this various types of statements, you will come across the two features, arrays and pointers. These two topics are very, very important in C language. That after doing arrays and pointers, then focus on the structures and unions concept. And there's one more concept that you will use, these storage classes. And in case if you get a time, also focus on the dynamic memory allocation. Okay, these are the various different topics that we should focus on. Are we ready to begin C basics?
Yes, sir.
There are some topics here we will learn. This is the sixth topic, but anyhow, just I'm writing some order. Don't worry about this order. Same order we will not study anyhow. The first thing is in basics, you should know some points. The first point, every symbol that you write, every symbol in C program is called as something. Anybody? Anyone? Every symbol we call something special in C program. What is it? No. Symbol we don't say token, yeah. You don't know what it means. Token means, token is different from what I'm talking about. Symbol I'm talking about. Every minor thing. You see, you have a name, right? You have a name. Name is a token. But to form a name, what do you require? Symbols required. That's Nipun correct, Vansh correct. Character. Everything that you write in a C program, every symbol that you write, it is called as character. That's why our C language is a character-based language. Is that clear? Everything that you write is a character, every minor thing. Okay? So you write only characters. To write a program, we'll start with characters only. Characters, characters, character. Even space is a character. Everybody knows that. Anything you write in a file, we call character. That's why C, characters will study first. Right? What characters you need to write. Okay. And how many of you know every character has something to know about? Every character in C language has some equivalent code. What is it? Every character in C language, there is something associated with. Okay. ASCII code. Right. This is American Standard International Code, but that's fine. Every character there is ASCII code. You can see it. What is the ASCII code correspond to each character? We can write a printf to see it later on. Okay. If you want, I'll get into this. PDF also. In a PDF also, I can attach it. So now, it is very important to know when you are writing the characters. What is the use of characters? We don't understand all characters. Yes or no? So we understand something. We write characters, but we understand something different. Anybody? Even though we write characters, can you understand every character? No. But what we understand? Anybody? The initially you were talking about. We understand in the program, what is it? Even though, okay, not all the time keyword, right? The characters are grouped into tokens. So we always look at the tokens, right? These characters of the program later we convert into tokens. This is what, like names of the people in the world, like names of things, like you have the clock, watch, the wall, fan. These are the names in the world, right? Similarly, our entire C program has the sequence of names only, but they are grouped of some of the characters to frame a token. So characters of the program convert into tokens to understand later, right? To understand syntax, semantic of the program. Like if I'm speaking in English, I'm actually speaking characters as words, and that words framing a sentence, and sentence gives a meaning, right? Look at this. If somebody is writing something, don't worry what is it, okay? Look at how many things I have written. Is that everybody character or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? If I enter any new line here, even that also comes. Assume that I have written up to semicolon. How many characters are there, including space? How many characters are there? Each character has a code inside the language. Space is also a character, right? You need to press backspace or space button, you have it. So backspace, space, everybody will have something, right? So anyhow, this space, normal space I'm talking about, not a backspace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Total 9 characters are there. And this 9 characters, even though you write it, the meaning comes when you group the characters. When you group the characters, see, Here the characters are what I said. Here white space and then x equal to 3 semicolon. These are the characters. These are the characters, right? And these characters are actually grouped into what? The tokens. Somebody knows what is int, somebody knows what is x, somebody knows equal, somebody knows 23, somebody knows semicolon. What are these called as? Here the tokens. These are the characters. These are called as tokens. What is token? We'll try to understand. Now, can somebody tell me what is a token? By looking at all these kinds, what is a token? Anybody? Ask me after 10 minutes. Repeat me the last slide. So, going in the between last slide, characters of the program converted into tokens, and that's what I'm trying to explain with an example. I did not leave that 3 points only I'm explaining. I know that English lines we never understand. That's why I'm giving an example to understand, right? Each character has an ASCII code, and this characters grouped into tokens. That third line only I'm speaking right now, correct? Now I have grouped these characters into tokens. Now that's what I'm asking. Third point, what is a token? These characters group forms a single word, right? Token is nothing but words only. In English we call words, in program we call tokens. Everybody, in English we call word, in program we call token. The what is a word definition? It's nothing but sequence of characters, group of characters. What is the token here we see? The token is nothing but a group of characters. The some group we collect and we write here. And this is one, sometimes one character also called as a token, that's okay. Unequal, one character only. And two characters together is a one number and semicolon. So we group characters into tokens, right? We need a group. We call group of characters. Group here sequence. And now it is very important to understand the syntax. These words will give a meaning, like people now may understand what is this int x is equal 23, because now we know this is a token and this is a token, this is a token, this is a token, this is a token. Then it is very easy to understand, okay, it is the variable declaration and has an assignment and also has a type, correct? The variable x is declared as an int and assigned with the 23 value. This is syntax as well as semantic, both are there here. Structure, everybody understanding. Now it has the meaning inside. Everybody? Now once we have a tokens, now we know, okay, this is a keyword, this is an identifier, this is an operator, this is a constant, that's a punctuation. Everybody able to understand? How you know it is a tokens only? Because characters converted in tokens. Now people understands, oh, this is a keyword, this is one of the token type. This is identifier, also variable. This is operator, to assign we use it, and this is a constant. It's also called as a data 23. And this is a punctuation, very special symbol, right? Special token. Now we can try to focus on syntax. Is the syntax correct or not? When you learn C language, you'll get to know the meaning. Will it come or not? X has a type. Yes, you got a meaning. The X is integer type. Is that clear? You cannot write even blindly one character, because what compiler understands you should write, not you understand. What you understand, you can't write it. What compiler understands, you should write, and so that your logic should be represented as a program. Okay, some people write whatever they like it, but compiler can't compile because it gives an error. Have you seen? If you write as you want it, but compiler can't understand, then it will produce what? Error. Because every space matters, every character matters what you write. Okay, that's why some people cannot be successful in writing programs because they are not learning C language, all the rules which are framed in C language. Like there are a lot of types of tokens. Fine. Now, what is important to begin with C programming? What is important now in the basics? Now you should know there is something important before learning or before writing a C program. What is it? No, before the syntax is not important here. Before syntax, something else. The first part of no, not a logic, no semantic, no data type, no algorithm. Keywords, just not a keywords, Kalpana. Tokens. That's why before you join in any school, first people keeps a name for you. Then only people know, to call and to interact with you. First, we keep the name to the body that came into this world. Yes or no? Everything that you see, we kept names. Understand? You need tokens first. TV, mobile, these are the tokens only now. Chair, printer. If you don't keep a name to that object, can you interact? Can you convert? Can you keep in conversation? If you want to write a program, you need what? Names, words. Here we call tokens. Are you understanding? Look at what I'm trying to say. You can write only tokens that compiler understands. Are you able to see? These are our tokens only. Now, if I'm speaking with you, I'm using the words. If the word is not there in dictionary or not there in this world, if I'm using it, can you understand? If I'm using the words which are not there in the world.
Yes, sir.
Right? जो भी माये चुपो, समझ में आया? Have you understood? जो भी माये पूछो. I'm speaking in English. What is Jobi? Is there any meaning to that? Right? If there is no meaning, you can't understand. The same way, when you are writing as a group, but it's not there as a meaning in the compiler, you can't use it. Okay? You should always write something which is meaningful. That is called as tokens. That means without knowing the tokens, you can't write even single program. Of course, you may copy paste, but not by understanding. What is the important in your C language? Every programming language has a different tokens list. Please know that if anybody able to speak a lot of languages, do you know what is their style of learning? They learn tokens lot so that they can frame sentence easily. Like if you are able to speak English, that means you learn a lot of the English words. If you are able to speak Hindi because you know a lot of words, that's why you are able to put in a sentence. Right? Any language you are able to learn, the reason could be you learn tokens. Without knowing the tokens, you can't frame even single sentence. Okay? So learn a lot of words so that you can speak well. Correct? Who said 32 tokens are there? Who said 32 tokens? That's what. When the mind and concept is not correlated, then you speak whatever you say in the world, right? 32 keywords are there, not tokens. There are few types of tokens you have. Identifiers. This is the one type of token. And second, keyword. This is another type of token. There are a lot of keywords are there. Lot of identifiers you can write. There are a lot of operators are there. Most of them are tokens. Some of them are having different many tokens. Okay, that's fine. Constants, there is a special tokens are also there. May be used for punctuations, many other purpose. Is it clear? If you can learn the C tokens, then you can start writing the program by learning the syntax. Is it clear? And anybody is not able to understand any one of these 5 tokens, you will definitely suffer in writing programs. What is it? The C tokens. Okay, can we begin one by one? And believe me or not, if you are going to master this 5, the tokens, if the first step of the programming language is over, then second step is what? After this, second step is the control statements. Okay, so then definitely we'll learn very smoothly once you are comfortable with this. Okay, first we'll start identifiers. What is identifier? Anybody? It happens mostly in name of a variable or a function or any other name that you use. Name of variable, function. You can use for many other purposes, okay? It is combination of or comprises letters, digits, and underscore. So you can use only 3 types of symbols. What are the letters? These letters basically use for alphabet letters, alphabet symbols. So you can use like A to Z or capital A to Z. Digits basically 0 to 9. And what is the underscore? You will have, and you know underscore, right? It just looks like hyphen, but you will use as subscript. But it is not just one rule. It has a lot of other rules too. Can we start with the digit? It never starts with the digit. It should not start with the digit. That means you cannot start with 0 to 9. It is a rule. That means you can start with a letter or underscore. You can keep a digit anywhere except in the first place. Okay. Example, I cannot write to AB, but I can write A to B. Even I can write A underscore to B. Even I can write underscore to A. Even I can write underscore A2. Even I can write many ways. And it has other rules like it should not be a keyword. There are 32 keywords. You cannot use any keyword as an identifier. Means identifier different, keyword is different. It should not be a keyword. Okay. And other than 3 symbols, you cannot use any special symbols like dollar, at the rate. So these 3 points you should remember. and length of the identifier in most of the compiler is 31 symbols. You can keep as long as possible, but some compilers can support even more than 31 length also. Okay. Any doubt in writing identifier? That is, if I say int, who is the valid identifier?
Small
First one
I.
or second one?
Second one.
Who is the valid identifier?
Second one.
I didn't ask valid token. I asked identifier. Who is the valid identifier? Yeah. Vanshika. First one is, both are valid tokens, but we are talking about identifier. This both are valid tokens only. Let me write here. Both are valid tokens, but who is the valid identifier? This is a keyword. This is keyword. So it cannot be identifier. Correct? This is identifier. Able to understand? Keyword should not be used for identifier. So this can't be identifier, but this, because of I is the capital and C language is the case sensitive. So int both are different. So it is valid identifier because it's not a keyword. Keyword, all the keywords are going to be lowercase letters. Okay. First one is identifier, second one is a keyword. Okay, even though both are valid tokens, but this is not a valid identifier. Okay. So understand the words carefully. Identifier, token, variable, all are somewhat different. Everybody, you should know exactly which word you are talking about. Okay. Next is keywords. Anybody knows what is a keyword? Why we should learn keyword before learning before writing a program? Okay. A reserved word, right? Or you can say predefined. Or you can say system. So you can't have different meaning assignment, already reserved meaning. Or you can say built-in language word. Okay. So somebody built in already in this language, so you can't give a meaning, a different meaning to these words. Right. It is essential, right? To understand the behavior of the program, the keywords will play crucial role, right? Entire C language is going to decided by these keywords only. If you want to write good program, then you should aware of all the keywords, the 32 keywords in this language. Okay. So how many keywords are there? A keyword is a special word in C language which is assigned with special meaning and it understands it's not required special meaning that can be understood by compiler. Every keyword that you write has a meaning. So that meaning is known to compiler already, because which was assigned at the time of the invention of the C language itself. Correct? So how many keywords are there, as I said? 32 keywords. Are they case sensitive? Yes. And all are lowercase only, right? Case sensitive, and all are in lowercase. Okay. Okay, let me check. Can you understand those 32 keywords, or can you tell me what are those 32 keywords?
Meaning,
The remaining will write here. Remember, the first thing is the type, and second, you remember control. And should I give something based on storage? Any special apart from this? Type we have done, we will do it. A lot of things are there. Control, and there is a special word constant based. And apart
based
from
on
this, I think most of them will be covered here, and very special is there. We will see that later. Okay. One special, we'll see that later. Okay. So all the 32 keywords we are going to keep in them. Everybody? Yeah. So in the type, are we ready? Type, control, storage, constant, special. And if you can remember these 5 words, the 32 keywords will come out. When you are talking about type, the first thing you will learn the character, keyword, lowercase, remember. Int, float, double, and then no type is decided by void. These are the basic keywords or basic data types or primitive data types, and you can add them with some qualifiers like modifiers. The modifiers which you use is just like short and long. These two modifiers you may use for like short int, long int, and based on the data, the signed, unsigned, like positive and negative, you have two keywords to understand: signed, unsigned. These two keywords, signed, unsigned. Anything apart from this? Anybody? And these are the basic primitive data, right? There you can use, it's a basic. And there is another user defined, I'll write here, like struct,
union,
union,
enum,
enum,
type
type def. These are basically user defined. Understood? Very, very easy to understand when you know the all words which are related to type. I have written here first primitive data and then have written user defined. Extract, union, enum, type def, the user has a choice to define. When it comes to control, don't speak randomly. Just by understanding, you try to define them. Control, there are a lot of controls we learn. If, then if else, then you have else keyword, and then switch. Inside the switch, you will use like case, default. They're all in the control statement, you will use them, right? And then also you will use a break within a switch. And there are loop statements, while, do is a different keyword. So do while, and then for loop, and then go to statement, and break already covered. There is a continue statement. And in the control, you also have a word called as return. Exit is a function, but not a keyword. Exit is also there as a control statement, but that's not a keyword. They're all keywords, but exit is also a control statement, but that is a function. So you don't write exit here, remember. So anything else that I have missed here? Can someone think about it? Okay. When it comes to storage, there are 4 keywords: auto, register. Register is not popular today because it's useless almost. Static, external. And when it comes to constant, there are 2 types: CONST, and other one is volatile. There is special keyword that is size of, and this keyword is also operator. So very special, the keyword which is also operator, size of, to find the sizes. And so far we have learned identifier, keyword, and there is another one, operators. But before operators, we learn constants better. Okay, then we'll go for operators. Operators are one of the biggest topic, right? In C language, there are various constants are there. Anybody aware? Integer constants. In integer, you will see decimal, octal, and hexa. You will see decimal constant, octal constant, and hexadecimal. Every integer constant or every decimal constant, you will have a digits 0 to 9, right? Here 0 to 7, hexadecimal 0 to 9, and A to F or A to F is your choice. Any octal will begin like starting with 0, followed by any octal digit like 0, 2, 7, 1. Like 0 represent octal, and your decimal number you will write any sequence except starting with these 2 rules. Your hexadecimal will start with 0x or will start with 0x, right? All the numbers looks like. Here is no restriction for the decimal except the 0x and 0. You start with anything, then it will be considered as decimal, but keep 0 to 9 only. So whenever you are using, no, binary concept is not there, Dipesh. You cannot represent it binary. If you want a binary number, you should write a function that should convert your number to binary. You have to write your own C program, but there is no special feature to represent directly binary. Okay, you can't write a binary constant directly in a program. That's a format specifier, not a constant. Format specifiers are different, constants are different. Everybody? If anybody writing x is equal to 23, what is this 23? Decimal constant. Yes or no? If I'm writing x is equal to 0, 2, 3, this is octal. If I'm writing x is equal to, okay, this will change the name better. Let's say a is equal to. If I write here 0, x 2, 3, then this is hexadecimal. Understand what do you mean by a constant. You should study in digital logic. There are various types of number systems in the world. You know that? Should I? That's another subject. I can't deal that, right? Number system, there are many types. Binary number system, ternary number systems. You know that? Very famous octal, decimal. Like you can create thousands of number systems. You are aware that? These are the very popular number systems, correct? In binary number systems, you can use only symbols. Here 0, 1. Here symbols 0, 1, 2. Here symbols 0, 1, 2, 3, up to 7 only, because 8 digits are there. In decimal, you can use up to 9 only. In hexadecimal, up to 9, as well as you can use A, B, C, D, E, F, either uppercase or lowercase. Okay. Anyone of them? If you are forming a numbers, here something like this only. Yes or no? Here 2, 1, 0, 2, 2, 2, 0, 1, whatever. So you have to use only 0, 1, 2. Even 20, sorry, 23 is wrong. 21. Right? Even I can write only zeros if I wanted. If I want only 2s, I can write. Only 1s, I can write. Only zeros, I can write. Here, after all, up to 7 digits only we can use 2, 3, 7, 1, 6, 7, 0, 0, 7, 0, 6, 0, 1, 6, 2, something like that. But you can't use 8, 9 here because there is no meaning in the octal. And decimal, as up to 9, you can use 0, 9, 2, 3, 7, 8, something like that. Here I can use even A to F also, A to E, F, 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 A, 0A, something like that. Able to understand the number systems? Here, number systems are decided based on even, you can write, this concept is based on a particular sequence. If you want to understand in a decimal, here the binary number is formed based on this sequence. So this one is in 2 power 0 plus, this one is in 2 power 1 plus, this 0 is in 2 power 2 plus. In ternary, we say it is a 3 power 0, 3 power 1, 3 power 2, and so on. This number system is formed based on these powers. Octal is based on 8 powers. Any number that you write, they are in positions of 8 power 0, 8 power 1, 8 power 2. If you want to understand this in decimal, just you have to do 7 into 8 power 0, 6 into 8 power 1, 1 into 8 power 2. The result that you can understand in decimal easily. Okay. This decimal is in 10 power 0, 10 power 1, 10 power 2, and so on. So if you want to know this equivalent decimal, 2 into 10 power 0, that's 2, 9 into 10 power 1, 90, 90 plus the 2, 92. So this 92 is actually in decimal, and also can understand by 10 powers. Here, the hexadecimal number system is based on 16 powers. Got it? And that constant we are talking about here, decimal, octal, hexadecimal, these three constants are supported in C program directly. Okay? 99 later. If your compiler supports C99 or later. That later versions of the compiler, that binary also supports, but not standard C. Only 0 and 1 are there. If you want to write a binary constant, 0 B dash dash here, 0 1 0, something like that. So binary constants are mentioned. this way. The many other types of constants are added, but that's different. Okay, everybody, do not focus on every minor detail of C language, which will waste your time unnecessarily. Even we are not aware of everything that is there in C language. We know major things to understand. We are not invented, right? We are the users of the C language. So as soon as you learn, you will write them. So basic things we are learning. And the second one, the real constants. Okay. Let me also check any new feature is added in real constant. One is the floating data, other one is double data. Here floating number and double number both are same. Both are same only to represent real data only. But the floating, the precision, the size is lesser than the double. Like floating values are only 4 byte size, but double values are 8 byte size. When the size is increased in the memory, obviously you can represent larger number, right? Here very small numbers we represent, like 20.34. There is a limit on this, how many, what could be the size of this. So mostly the constants we write here f. Everybody, even you don't write automatically, compiler could convert, that's okay. But if you write 20.34, what happens here? It automatically takes as a double. Are you able to understand? You should say f here to understand it is 4 bytes. So that is there 4 bytes or 8 bytes, the way you write a constant will decide. The float data always mention f to say that, okay, I am having only 4 bytes. And this one, when I'm not writing f, the by default it is considered as a double. Remember that there is huge difference in C language. This is called as a floating constant. This is called as double constant. Only the difference is the f is here, yet there is no f. Okay. And there are other ways to represent these numbers too. And if you want to represent, let's say 16 e minus 3. And what do you mean by this? This is same as 16 multiplied with 10 power minus 3, just like this. 16 multiplied with 10 power minus 3. And this also represent a floating data. And you can use the exponential notation or normal constant notation. Understand, there is the floating constant. There is another way to represent 16e minus 3. That means 16 multiplied with e power minus 3. Everybody understood? Both you can use, right? Floating and double. Both you can represent, right? Here also you can use 16e minus 3. But how do you differ? Just say here f so that it is 4 bytes. Don't say anything f here. Say it will be by default 8 bytes. Okay. So this represent 4 bytes. This represent 8 bytes. Okay. What are other constants that you have? Very famous is the character constant. Again, don't compare with the Python, all other, they are different. Character constant you always specify single quote A/N, right? This is also one character only, very special. Likewise, you have even 0 or 2. This is also considered as a character. There are a lot of character constants are there. They must be enclosed in a single quote. They must be enclosed in single quote. It's a very special character, and /n represent one character in C language. Likewise, if you have a carriage return /t/v to represent different spaces. And there is another special constant is string constant. What is a string constant? How it is special? You must specify in double quote, like 𝐂𝐸𝐴𝑇. Anything you can write here. gate. You can write $@2, but in a double quotes. Anything you write in the double quote is called as a string constant, and string constant especially requires one extra space to store the null character. So we'll deal specially the string constants or strings in a special topic. Signed also there, okay. If you want, you can write whenever you want it, but let me help you. This constants, what are the constants we learned so far? Anybody? When you are going to print, later on we use what? The print. Let me write here, constant, format specifier, and let me give you one small example. How do you deal that? Okay. Very difficult to understand right now, but it's okay if you are aware that how do you print. Okay. How do you print that value? I'm just explaining. Let's say you are declaring a variable int x is equal 23. Then what is the format specifier you will use? %d. How do you print? I'm just writing a first time, but later we'll discuss this thing. Printf, the value I wanted, the 23. How do I write? %d, comma, x. So this is how you specify the x value I want as integer. Everybody? Okay, that's very special. If you want to print, you will use the printf function. The printf function I'll explain later, but right now just this one I want, format specifier. How do I use for each data separately? Okay, and if I want the actual, how do I write? X is equal 0, 2, 3. Then here also you will use a %d only, but it prints in octal because already the data is in. Okay, even you can use even %i also, right? And you can check it int x is equal to, if you want hexadecimal, how do you write? 0, capital X or lower x is your choice. Even you can use a %x, d, and different compilers supports different format specifiers. Like here, %x you can use here, %i you can use. So look at various compilers. If they are supporting, you can use it. If not, just use the %d. D for decimal basically, and it will print. Okay. You can also use x, %x, and see the data what it prints. And integer is over. Now, if you want, forget about the binary. Binary also you can use a %d. And now let's talk about float. Float y is equal to 2.5f. Then which format specifier you will use? %f. In case if you want to print the data, printf %f, comma y. The way you can use that format specifier. And if you want a double, 2.5. It supports the larger range. And even here you will use %lf, just like a long float. Right? There is a special unsigned. If anybody do not want signed, like by default this is signed. Unsigned x is equal 23, then you have to use like %u. Here in the data, instead of d, you just say it is u. That will give you unsigned data. Okay. And the character constant, how do you write? Char c is equal, see any name you can give, I am just keeping c. C is equal, let's say a, or let me write d. Here you should write %c for character, and printf percentile C, comma, let's say this is C. Okay, let me write something else here. Why C? X will write, because both are matching X. So X is a character name and that stores a D. And if you want to see that output in a character format, you should mention to the computer percentile C. So that computer, whatever brings the data outside, it will bring in a character format. So in a memory, everything stores zeros and ones, right? This format specifier will help to bring the data outside from the computer. In a computer, everything 0, 1, and how do you want to see the data? That you should decide, right? In place of C, if I said D, it will bring as an integer format. Remember, don't mention D here, because even though it is character, if you want data in decimal format, you can also bring it. Then you will see a number rather than character. Everybody? So it has ASCII value, right? For D, if you write percentile D, then that ASCII value of uppercase D will be printed on the screen. Okay? The way you want to see the data, then format specifier will help you to deal with that. The L represent long, and long basically has 8 bytes, and float is having 4 bytes. If the compiler doesn't support that typecasting, it will throw error. This typecasting I can't allow you, right? So ask the compiler. If it does automatically by doing typecasting, there are 2 types of typecasting: automatic, explicit. The compiler doesn't support, it will throw error directly. Okay. Otherwise, simply gives a warning, you are dealing with the wrong type. Okay. You can ask the compiler, it will give you what it is doing, right? It is capable of doing, because everybody, what is his doubt is float. Suppose y is equal to 2.5 L. The L represent long. Basically, this is 8. Right? Long means it's basically what? The 8 bytes. But this is not integer type. This L is used for basically integer. L is used basically for integer. You are using for float. If it is not going to understand the compiler, it will throw error directly. L is used for basically integer. You are using for float. So it's going to make a long float that creates a bigger size. And this is just smaller size. Then definitely it's going to make very confusion. Okay. Do not use as you want. Third type of the case. What is the third? Hexadecimal, right? Yeah, I already explained. No? 0x. Where is it? Hexadecimal, right? Any hexa constant, how it starts? It starts with 0x. The hexadecimal, you can use 0 to 9 A to F. Learn hexadecimal number system and digital logic. You'll get to know what is this 0x represent. When I say 0x, I can use 0 to 9 or A to F and A to F. So this many options. 16 digits have an option. Okay. 16 letters I can use after 0x. Different types of letters. Okay. Don't worry how do I use a string, but string you may use like percentile S. Okay. If you want to print that string, I'm printing directly. Printf percentile S, I can mention here gate. The gate is a string, directly I'm giving, it will take as a gate. Okay. And here you don't have a normal basic data type here. You have a bigger pointers, arrays you have to use. That we don't deal right now. Okay. Rather than that, directly I have used this string constant here. You send here, directly it will go here. Okay. The argument you can give a data also. What is signed constant? What do you mean by signed? By default, this is signed. If when you don't say signed, the signed int text only happens. Is also called as signed int only by default. I did not write it signed, but it is by default signed int only. The ranges, all these things we will learn in data types, a special topic. Remember, this is not over it. It's just a beginning, right? And all of them will learn with the sizes too. Right now, I'm introducing how many varieties of constant are. Now we are going more deeper without knowing it. It will cost you, it will waste your time. Everybody, my intention is to understand only constants, but your intention goes to data types, then it will waste your time. Everybody, unfortunately, without data type, I was not able to explain them, so I used it. Correct? The data types is a special topic after this tokens. Right? Data types do not, of course, it comes under keywords, but that we will learn specially. To send using keyboard, or I want to specify. Okay, you want a variable. It's already a string here. Even you print get, that is a string type. But format specifier, somebody want to send here, then how do you do? Suppose they are giving P, and I did not mention exactly, a P can hold the data like star P is equal to get. Now that P can print from P, there is a memory. How do you understand it? Of course, this represents format string only. I am not talking about that. I am talking about format specifier. My focus is on here, not on printf. Even I didn't teach what is printf. There are two things you are not completely aware right now. What is data type? What is printf? When the day I explain this two, then you ask me the doubt. Everybody, I am focusing on format specifier because there are a lot of constants that you may deal, and if that is there in the memory, how do you bring from the memory? The P is a memory. From there, I want to bring the string. Then you have to mention %s. Are you getting everybody? My focus is on how do you bring the data from the computer memory, right? Aditya, F is not compulsory. Most of the compilers are able to consider, but the old compilers, the F was compulsory. Is that clear? And today modern compilers, they automatically converts to float because you already mentioned float. There are many things that you don't understand how the compiler works. Believe me or not, it's just like human being. You're not, I didn't build you, right? Even you can't understand me wholly. Compiler also same problem. Compiler has a lot of features, lakhs of lines of code, and each feature is built in variety of ways. And we never open the document of the compiler to understand how the compiler built. And even those people who build the compiler, they are not freely available on every website. Only few places that whole document is available. If you have the patience, go and read every feature. It will take 1 year at least to understand every feature of the C program. Minimum 1 year. Okay, just to understand the printf, it takes days to understand what is the printf. Okay, DPP will be started from the next weekend. This weekend is only basics, right? Do you want DPP for the basics? I'll provide you this week. Okay. We have not started any programming now. That's why I'm not interested to share the DPP. If you want, I'll provide 1 or 2 DPPs based on the basics. Like which of the following is a keyword, which of the following is identifier. So those questions will come out. Done? Okay, before starting the operators, let me mention in floating also, there are, what are the constants we learned? Yeah. So here, you can use, there are various ways, right? Percentile D you can use, it is octal, so percentile O can help you. It is hexadecimal, so you can also write percentile X, or you can write capital X. And this F also you can write another way, percentile E, because you have exponential notation also, right? Like as I said, 10E minus 3. It means 10 into 10 power minus 3. Otherwise 2E minus 3. 2 into 10 power minus 3. So to understand, to print in this notation, you can also write percentile E. The various other notations that you can use. All clear? And when you keep practicing, you will get a lot. Okay. So let's focus on operators. Okay. Can someone tell me what types of operators are there? It can be three types in C language. What are they? Unary, binary, ternary. Unary means one operand is there along with the operator. One operand. Here binary means two operands. Along with operators, there are two operands. Ternary means you have three operands. Everybody understood? So based on how many operands you have, there are three types. Unary, binary, ternary. Unary means one array. Another name is one array, means one operand. Binary means two array, means two operands. Three array. So in C language, we only have three types of the operators. Okay. So these are the three types of operators we have, and this is based on number of operands. Now based on the meaning, we have many. Correct? Based on number of operands. I'm sorry. And based on the meaning, we have various types of operators. One, as somebody already started writing, arithmetic, very famous operators, right? Arithmetic operators. What else we have? Relational operators, logical operators, bitwise operators, assignment operators, conditional operators, increment or decrement operators, and many other operators, unary, etc. We cannot try all of them in a different list, but up to 7 we have very important. Then remaining all we can do at last. Right? There are membership operators. That's what I said, right? Other operators will cover like comma, parenthesis, anything that we size of, anything that we miss in 7 till 7 will cover in the last. Got it? Other operators, there are many unary operators are there. So in arithmetic operators, what do you know? Anybody? Can you list out? In arithmetic operators, we have plus, minus, multiplication, division, modulus. Relational operators we have less than or equal, greater than or equal, not equal. Correct? And logical operators we have logical and, logical or, logical not. Bitwise operators, bitwise and, bitwise or, bitwise exclusive or, bitwise not as a one's complement operator, and bitwise left shift, bitwise right shift. And in the assignment operators, there are a lot. Equal, like plus equal, minus equal, that everybody will have a equal, like multiplication equal, division equal, and modulus equal. That's arithmetic. And logical, bitwise operator, everybody you can read almost. Like bitwise and, bitwise or, bitwise exclusive or, and bitwise left shift equal, Bitwise right shift equal to. So arithmetic and bitwise operators, we have the assignment operators, okay? And the conditional operator is only one. Like this one is used for 3 operands. Here you can add one operand, in between and last. So you can use for the conditional operator to check the condition is true or false. Increment decrement operator, there are 2 types. Pre you have, and you also have a post. And for decrement also you have a decrement pre and decrement post. We'll learn these 4 operators later. What is the pre-increment, post-increment, pre-decrement, post-decrement? Okay. And then other operators we have lot, like you have the unary plus. This is the binary plus, so addition. This is unary plus and unary minus, and you have a dereference star, ampersand, size of, and type, comma also there specially, and parenthesis, slice, structure, member operators, membership operators in the structure, union you can use. Okay, any other operators that are not covered here we can learn slowly. Okay, so majority of the operators that we have covered here without missing them. If any 1 or 2 missing, that will understood, we can understand slowly. Right. So can you remember all of them? Is it possible? It is possible when you know about them. Again, I'm saying it is not possible just by looking at this slide. You can remember when you understand every operator. Okay. So learn every operator, then we will remember. I'll come to this list again. We'll stop here. So there are 2 things we should learn in operators. Okay. In operators, we will focus on, of course, next class we'll learn this. In operators, what we have to learn? First, we'll learn each type of operator. Okay. Each type of operators list. Okay. And second, we will use the precedence table to understand it. Right. If you can do this, that entire operators list you will easily understand. Okay. We should learn each type of operator, that's the first target. And at the same time, we should use the precedence table to understand when more than 1 operator comes, how to deal with that, right? So we will learn in the next class operators and expressions. And once we complete that, then basics will be over. Correct? This is the main topic to complete the basics. So we know first one, based on number of operands, we have studied already. Right? Based on number of operands, we have 3 types, correct? They are unary, binary, and ternary. Based on meaning, purpose, we have lot of types. We have studied like arithmetic operators, what else we studied? Relational, logical, bitwise, even including shift operators. What else we have? Increment or decrement operators. Of course, no need to be the same order. You can do any order. A lot of unary operators are there, including unary, right? Anything else? Assignment operator. Special operators, whatever you have it. Special means are there any operators that we have not studied here? Correct? Yeah, order doesn't matter, just for understanding. No need to be the same name, just you can change here and there. Okay. Almost all are covered, correct? Conditional operator is missing. Right. So unary operators, if you keep here special operators, then I'll write here conditional operator. That's okay. Okay, it's a big list, so no need to be write all, but write few important operators like arithmetic, relation, logical, bitwise. These four you can write. Remaining is your choice. Special you can write. Okay, so this is about what based on meaning. Now, when you have an operator, right? When you have an operator, of course, it has the meaning, right? Definitely. What purpose you use? Is it for addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, or what? Shift purpose, or comparison, whatever you have. And also you have the number of operands. That's why just now I told, right? Number of operands. That's unary, binary, ternary, what you have. Apart from this, the operator also has one more thing. Anyone here? Apart from this too, yes, comma is a special. You can assume that. It's fine. We'll list out now. Apart from meaning, excellent. Precedence, priority, bilkul sahi. Correct. What is it? There is an important association with this called as the precedence. Also called as the what priority you are giving it when you are comparing with itself or somebody else. So every operator associated with a meaning and a number of operands, unary, binary, ternary, and also has the precedence. How do you consider when it comes along with operators, other or same operator? When you have more than one operator, how do you consider that operator? What priority you can give to that operator? Everyone? Like exactly, when you are alone, no issue. But when you are in a group of people, how you have treated, definitely it's different, right? If you are having high priority than everyone, then you will be considered the most valuable person in that group, correct? But if you are not recognized because you are not known to anybody and your cadre not known and your identity is not known, then you will be ignored all the time mostly. Having association with the precedence or priority, why do you need the precedence? Because you should know when, how it should be evaluated, right? You should know if there are 10 operators, you should know is it evaluated first or last or second or third or fourth or fifth or sixth or seventh or eighth or ninth, correct? So you should know when will it be evaluated and how it is considered. That is based on the precedence. If you wanted to understand the precedence, anybody aware? The precedence, you have three types. You have three types. Higher precedence or lower precedence or equal precedence. Right. Example I'm trying to say, if you have, let's say 2 multiply with 3 plus 5, then it is very easy to understand this is highest when you compare with the plus, and this is lowest. So you can understand highest will be evaluated first and lowest will be evaluated later. Have you understood highest lowest meaning? If really it is highest, then it's easy to understand. Lowest also easy to understand. The problem is equal. When you have, let's say, 2 plus 3 plus 5, and these two are in general equal, even minus you can take. These two are considered as equal in C language. Even we say 2 minus 3 plus 5, these two are considered as equal. Are you getting? Because in C language, plus and minus are considered as equal precedence. Then when they are equal precedence, please try to discuss, like say respond. Why should I look at the comment? Otherwise I teach the board, right? So please interact. If you don't interact, then I'll ignore a lot of things. Definitely. When they are equal, there is called as associativity matter. It is going to use associativity concept. Associativity, again, two types. One is left associative, other is right associative. Left means left right, right means right left. Okay. So now this plus and minus are equal. So it follows left right wherever it is. Left right means 2 plus 3 minus 5 is considered as 2 plus 3 minus 5 because left is evaluated first. This one is considered as 2 minus 3 plus 5. Whoever comes first, that is evaluated first because it follows plus and minus follows left right in C language. Everybody got clarity why we use the precedence? When it is highest, lowest, it's easy to understand. But when you say they are equal precedence, there is called as either left to right or right to left associativity. So equal precedence, you should be very careful that they evaluate left to right or right to left. Any doubt what is precedence? What priority you are giving to the operators, that is called as precedence. Right. Is it highest priority or lowest priority? Depends on the type of operator we assign the priority, highest or lowest, or order of the priority we are going to assign. Parenthesis is similar to the order only, but we are not going to assign parenthesis. Compiler will do it. Right. You are considering the priority. Of course, you might be practicing with the parenthesis, but the parentheses are not there actually. We assign it to understand only. Okay. Of course, if theoretically, if you want to say yes, okay. Normally we don't write parentheses, but to understand the importance, okay, this is first. Actually, you should write like this is the first, and this is the second. We are creating order of the execution or order of the evaluation. So precedence will give you the priority order. So now let's start to understand this precedence. We have one table. Okay, precedence table. Which table we have in C language? Operator precedence table. So when the C language built, they have implemented this table and compiler built based on this table only. Okay. this goes cross. Can we move further a little bit up? What happened to this? It is much important to understand the expressions. And many people ignore this table. That is the reason they don't understand the evaluation of the expressions. It is also one of the important topic in C language, correct? Yeah, let's see what are they. Here we write the serial number. Here we'll write operators which are going to come in that. So the serial number will give you the priority. Here you will have highest priority in the top list. Here you have a lowest. So order is decided based on this table, and we'll have associativity. A small example to understand what is it for any of the few list of operators. Okay. Total, how many operators are there? Anybody here? Total, how many operators are there? 45 operators around. Few more can be added in later versions of C language, but initially 45 operators are introduced in C language. Okay, so that table we are building today in this session. Okay, yeah, Nandal. Later, other operators, if they are added, then that's fine. But 45 literally we are using as an operators at 45. In the first list, whenever you use the expression of parenthesis, right? Or this kind of operator, like in arrays we use for the slice, and the structure, better to not to use that comma. Comma is also considered as an, okay, and arrow, dot. These four operators, do you know what are the names for these operators? Anybody? Will do. This is mainly used for for closing the sub expressions, mainly for the giving highest precedence. We do this, right? We call parenthesis, right? Only plus is not highest. In case if you want to give plus more precedence, then you can use the parenthesis. Correct? Able to understand? When you want to give more priority, then you just enclose in parenthesis because you are creating your own rules. This parenthesis can help you to give your own understanding. Yeah. So this is called as now name is called as parenthesis. Second, slice operator. Where do you use? When you are studying arrays, then you will use something like a of, 2 of, 3, something like this. You can have more, no doubt. When you have more, what happens? You can see here. This associativity follows from left to right. That means whoever first comes, they will evaluate first. As I said, like if you have a of, 2 of, 3, how this is evaluated, which is same as a of 2 is evaluated first, then of 3. I will do. First left to right means first slice will be taken first, second slice will be taken second. You can write in any order. I can write slice first, I can write parenthesis next, I can write dot, I can write arrow. Doesn't matter because these 4 operators considered as equal, how do they come doesn't matter. Which order they come doesn't matter. They always evaluate left to right. Everybody got what I'm saying? They're all equal. And when they are equal, you should look at this associativity because see, slice and slice, equal or not? Slice, these 2 slices are equal or not? No need to be slice. You may get a parenthesis also. You may get parenthesis also. Somebody written something like this. Which place I can write? Just thinking what to write. Suppose somebody written a plus 2 of 3. Then who is considered first, parenthesis or slice? Forget about the meaning. We are not worried about the meaning right now because we learn a lot about C language. Which one is considered first? Parenthesis, because they follow left right. They follow left right. Here is considered as a of 2 first, then 3 next. Correct? Here a plus 2 first, and then 3 next. This is the first and second. Operator called as member operator. Mostly we use in structures, unions, even dot also same. We use for to access the members of structures, unions. Everybody knows that arrow and dot. In the last topic like structures and unions, when we discuss them, we will use these 2 operators, arrow and dot. To deal with the members of the structure and union, we may use arrow or dot, depends on the type of variable. Okay, please respond. Everybody clear the top row? Of course, even post increment, post decrement is there. Whether you keep in the first row or second row, it will not change. That's why some tables you will see post prefix, post increment and post decrement. You will see here because this row is specially designed for the postfix operators. They're all actually postfix operators. So I'm not worried about that because whether you keep in the first row or second row, the meaning will be same. That's why we can put this is post and pre. I'm writing now here minus minus plus minus. Anybody knows what else we have? Address of star type casting purpose we use type and size of. These are basically unary operators. What are they? This row is specially designed for unary operators. There is one more, I forgot. Logical. Okay, I need space now. Plus plus minus minus logical not and bitwise not. All are unary operators. What is the row for? Mostly unary operators. Because of like you people don't look at the operators, that's why I'm keeping in a separate slide also. If you can't understand what I have written here, this 4 I've explained clearly, this 4. Yes or no? I don't know why people ask again. Nandal, what are you doing? Doesn't matter where do you watch. It's already clearly the whole first row is explained here or not. What do you want more? Tell me. This is the first row. First one slide dedicated for the first row. Should I remove this table? You don't want it? If you don't want it, I am okay with that. Don't disturb the class unnecessarily. What are you asking? You should understand. Okay, Nandal. For you like people, this each operator I'm writing again. Now I'll take the second here. This is the second row. Each operator I'm discussing here. Okay, before that. What is this? All these operators will follow from right to left. And example, we'll see that later. And now, still you want a clarity. I don't know what clear you wanted, but still I'll try for you. Plus plus minus minus logical not, bitwise not. I forgot what I was writing. Unary plus, unary minus. Okay, whatever. Did I miss anything? Just check it. Now we have a plus plus. I'll write just meaning, not entire what the example. We'll study separate topic here, right? This can be used for two purposes, either pre-increment or post-increment. And minus minus, it can be used as pre-decrement or post-decrement. Correct? This operator name is logical not. Unary operator, and this is bitwise not, also called as ones complement. It will make zeros to ones, ones to zeros. And what else we have? Plus, this is unary plus, not an addition. Remember, unary plus, only one operand you can use. This is unary minus. What else we have? This is address of. To understand address of variables, address of functions, address of anybody. And star is not a multiplication. This is something different. Dereference. For pointers, we use this dereference operator. It also looks like multiplication, but not multiplication. Right? It is unary operator. There is another one, type, used for typecasting. Typecasting operator or type conversion. And size of, to find size of any type of variable or data type. Calculates the size or memory size. Size of storage allotted. Everyone, have you understood what I have written in this row? At least know right now what is the name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 operators I have written here, and each one has a name basically. In the first one, we use it is a postfix. That's why double plus also, double minus also. Sometimes people write here. Understand? Double plus, double minus, they can write here, because whether you write here or there, this plus plus minus minus considered as a pre-increment, pre-decrement. Understand? So these two operators, especially, they are post-increment, post-decrement. You can also write in the top list. Still, the meaning is the same. Only post you should write, not a pre. Pre-increment, pre-decrement you should write here. So this, especially the second row, is used for unary. All the unary operators comes here. Correct? They're all unary operators or not? The list that I made right now, you always use as unary only. For them, just you will write one operand. They're all unary operators, including them. So these 10 operators are unary operators. Okay, easy to remember. That's what that row made for, especially unary operators. Then the third row for arithmetic operations like multiplication, division, avoid comma, division, modulus. See, this row is following right to left. Suppose you want to know the example for the second. Let me give you an example for this. Have you heard star star p in a C language? For double pointer you can use it. This gets, you understood this one, right? This gets the meaning right to left. So first, last star is evaluated first and the first star is evaluated last. So right to left, this star has given more precedence because they follow right to left. Right? If you want to understand an example here, and they follow right to left. So right associativity. So this star is evaluated first and then this star is evaluated last. Any doubt so far? Do not ask, sir, what is this double star star? That's a special topic. As we are dealing with the table, so you should know each operator where it fits. And especially this row is left to right. And not only this, there is other row which is also arithmetic operators. They follow left to right. And these two, they are specially designed for arithmetic. Okay. The 3 and 4 are row 3 and 4. We have multiplication, division, modulo, plus minus. Correct? This is the table we have. And what is the meaning of this? The star is for multiplication, not for dereference. Remember, it is arithmetic operator here in this row. This is for division. This is for modulus to find the remainder. It's for addition, not for unary plus. It's a binary addition. And minus is the subtraction. And if I give you an example, 3 plus 5 multiply with the 2 minus 3 division 6. Just thinking how to explain. Yeah. And first time I might be explaining something many people may not know about it. Narasimhan. Don't worry about the meaning right now, Narasimhan. Right? Why are you worried about meaning plus and minus for unary? That takes time to, that we study separately. If you want it, ask immediately when I write first time. Okay, don't see minus of, you have written something, minus plus 2. What is the meaning? It follows right to left, no? So plus 2 is done first. Then minus, you will get minus 2, minus of plus is minus, right? This is how it evaluates right to left. Everybody understood? Plus 2, somebody writing x is equal plus 2. This plus 2 is what? Unary plus. Somebody writing x is equal minus 2. What is this? Unary minus. Yeah, you studied in integers, positive numbers, negative numbers. When you attach plus to any number, that is a unary. When you attach minus to any number, that is negative number. When you are attaching, you are not doing 2 plus 3. 2 plus 3 is the addition. But when you write only plus 3, that is the unary plus. Are you able to understand? They are unary. For that you want a meaning? I don't know. Easy things you are asking out, not difficult things. That everybody understands in the world. Ask which one is really important here. Simon. Okay, now tell me, we know multiplication, division, modulus, highest precedence. Now we have the multiplication here and division is here. Which one is evaluated first? This one or this one? Okay, I'm waiting for your answer. Not easy question what I'm asking right now. I'm saying not easy question. People go wrong. I'll give you 3 options. Okay. In this expression, option E, multiplication first. B, division first. C, depends on system or compiler who is first, either A or B. This 3 options multiplication is wrong. The reason is, I'll tell you again. The reason is, look at this. 5 multiply with the 2 divided by, let's say 2. Now, are they connected at this time, or you are not able to decide which one to do it? Now this time, this follows, both are equal, correct? Both are equal. Now when it is equal, it follows as per this rules, left, right. So this is same as 5 into 2 first, then division with 2. Are you able to understand? At this time, you are not able to understand which one is first. And tell me, if I do the division first or if I do the multiplication first, will the answer change? If I do this first, answer is different. If I do this first, answer is different. Can you see any difference in the answer? They are very far. They don't have any relation. They are not related. They are not connected by the same operand. And they are independent. Are you understand? They are equal but independent. And are they independent? No. they are connected by the same operand 2. Now, if you do this first, answer is different. 2 by 2 is 1, 5 into 1 is 1. If I do this first, 5 into 2, 10 by 2. Of course, answer is getting same, but for this, but if you change the values, I'm very sorry for that. I should take some other meaning. Let me take that. 2 by 1 is 2, 10. Can somebody give me the values so that the answer should be different? Unfortunately, I'm getting the okay. 5 is coming. That is also 5. Can you change the values? Not instead of 5 to 2. Give me something else. Doing this one should change the values. Anybody? One by 2 is 0. 0. Yeah. Let me take one example. So here I will take 4 into 1 by 2. And this should be evaluated like 4 into 1 by 2. What is the result? It should be 4 by 2 is a 2. By mistake, if anybody does 1 by 2 first, then 1 by 2 is nothing but 0 point something, which will be 0. This stands as 0. But this should not be done. Everybody, left to right. So there is an order for multiplication and division. Now you tell me, this one is first or this one is first. Will the answer change? The order of these two, because when they are connected, you should follow associativity. But they are not connected. They are very free. They are very far. And doesn't matter which order you evaluate. This is one of the most important concept in expressions. And many people do not know. That's why everybody answering is left, 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 left. Nobody knows exactly how the compiler understands. These two have no connection, then associativity doesn't matter. Is that clear? You do this first or this first, answer is same. So they are independent. Anybody you can evaluate first, and basically you can try as you want it. Getting my point? What we know, 3 plus, that's all. Multiplication should be done before plus minus, and division should be done before minus. That's all we know when you look at first time. Now you see any connection between multiplication and division? No connection. Correct? Everybody got? So answer for this expression should be depends on a system which one is going to be first. But here it's not depends on system. It's already decided star first, division second. But here the same concept. Don't say even though star comes first, division comes later. But doesn't matter which one you evaluate first, because their order of execution will never change the answer of expression. Everybody got the concept? This is one of the important concept. So many people do not aware how to use the precedence table, right? So they will just blindly follow the precedence table, but actually there is another subject called as a compiler. In compiler, the code optimization is there. So code optimization takes any order to do it. Okay. Now you know this answer will be 3 plus. You can do it both simultaneously if you wanted. 5 into 10. 3 by 6 is 0. Now plus minus, which one is done first? This is done first and this is done after that second. So 3 plus 10 is 13. 13 minus 0 is 13. Everybody got the answer? And one important concept that I have explained here, the order of the sub-expressions depends on how the operators are connected. If the operators are connected with the same sub-expression, then see that order is important. But when they are very far and their order will not impact expression for any kind of operand, doesn't matter, right? This 3, 5, 2, 3, 6, you can change to any numbers, still the answer is going to give you the same answer even though you evaluate any order. Okay, I hope you understood arithmetic operators. They're very easy to understand, as you know, they are multiplication, division, modulus, and we practice a lot on these operators too. But I want to fill the table. Now you got the idea, everybody. Now I'm not going to explain each and every operator, that we will deal later. Okay, I'm going to write the list of operators one by one. What is the name of this operator? Only name I will write. What is the name of this operator? It is called as left shift. Is called as right shift. Shift operators you can call. Correct? We'll see that later. This also follows left to right, and they are called as shift operators. Okay, instead of writing here, I am writing here because anyhow this row is empty completely. Anybody knows what are they? These two are also follows left to right. These two are relational operators. What are they? Relational. They also follow left to right, bitwise. Shift operator also bitwise. They are also bitwise, and your logical, your bitwise not also there, that is also bitwise. Right. Along with these 3, 2 and 3, total 6 bitwise operators are there. But name we are giving here. What else we have apart from this? These are the logical operators. Logical operators. So for this, should I give the name? Not required. No? Less than or equal, greater than or equal to, equal, not equal. This is bitwise and bitwise exclusive OR, right? What is the name? Bitwise XR, exclusive OR. This one bitwise AND. This is a bitwise OR. This is a logical AND. This is a logical OR. We'll study what is the meaning. And then we have conditional operator. Do you know conditional operator? Question mark and colon. This is called as, this follows right to left. Surprisingly, this order follows right to left, not left to right. Name is conditional operator. Ternary operator. Because it requires 3 operands. How many of you know assignment operators? Assignment, plus, equal, minus, equal, all arithmetic operators. Multiplication equal, division equal, modulus equal, and then bitwise operators. All bitwise, binary operators. Bitwise AND, bitwise OR, bitwise exclusive OR, bitwise left shift equal, right shift equal. So they also follow right to left. Remember, they also follow right to left. All these operators together called as assignment operators. The last very special one is comma. Right. This follows left right. Operator, the purpose that is used. What names I use? Postfix, unary, arithmetic, shift, relational, bitwise, logical, conditional, assignment. You may remember as a comma. Using the names, you can easily remember that 15 rows. Now you can count how many operators did we get. 45. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of course, these two are coming twice, is your choice. 47 or 45. If you keep these two separately, it comes 47, I guess. Okay, I'm just leaving this two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. If you keep two together separately, 47. Okay, that's why people call it around 45 operators. All the operators are there in row 2, is in row 3. Those people who don't have the brain, they don't understand you and me, what is the difference. You also have the eyes, I also have the eyes. You also have the air, I also have the air. Understand the meaning, how they are used, they are going to change. Good question, but see, star is here also there, here also there, but are they looking like same? Star here also there, here also there. Are they looking like the same? This is how they are different. Are you understanding, Nandlal? Your question is good, but star is also coming row 2, star is also coming row 3. This is the multiplication, this is the dereference. This star is called as dereference. It is coming as, I have clearly mentioned everything. This is a unary. Unary means you will have only one operand. They never look like the same. This is a binary, this is a multiplication. This is how they are different. Never say they are coming in row 2, row 3. How do I differentiate? This is how you differentiate. Plus x, x plus y. Do they look like different or not? This is a unary plus. This is a binary addition. Can you see the plus? This comes in row 2, this comes in row 3. They are different. They are different. Able to understand? That comes slowly. Only the trick is understand each operator. Right now, did I explain any operator? No. I'm trying to show that our operators topic will have the precedence table and we have 45 operators. When you understand them, then you can use them. Yes or no? Just by looking at them, you can't write it. Today is not the topic. Today is not the day to utilize all of them. Today is the day, okay, I have a 45 operators. I will understand them first, then I look at this table. Everybody, when you come into this world, you can't utilize this world. It takes time to understand this world. The same way, you are only looking at right now, I have 45. Okay, every operator has the precedence order, and based on the associativity, you should evaluate if you are looking at equal precedence operators. Correct? At least what you can do, okay, I have a lot of operators like postfix, unary, arithmetic, shift, relational, bitwise, logical, conditional, assignment, comma. First, I have not. I actually I was trying to take the whole table from the Google search. I was about to take. Normally I do that. When you go to the YouTube class, I did not write them. I took the table directly. So I told them how to use it. But in this class, all the 15 rows I have written. I told you exactly what I was doing, what is the importance, but the meaning will come slowly. Because at least you should know what I have done here. See, I've done first the postfix. Like when I say postfix, you should know this 4 and along with this 2. These are unary operators. In this is a pre-increment, pre-decrement, all are names also I've given. and multiplication, division, modulus, addition, subtraction, arithmetic, relational, this is shift, relational, bitwise operators, logical operators, conditional, assignment, comma. If you want me to write, I'll map myself what I have done. Postfix, that's the first priority I have given, correct? Then unary, then arithmetic. This is the order I remembered in my brain. After arithmetic, immediately shift, then immediately relational, then bitwise, that's AND as well as OR. Logical, exclusive OR also there, XOR. Logical operators, that's AND OR, not is not there, only AND OR. Okay, this you can write later. After logical, conditional, after conditional, assignment, then comma. That's it. If you can remember this, all the 15 rows comes automatically. This will give you 2 rows. Shift is only 1 row. Relational will give you 2 rows. Bitwise will give you 3 rows. Logical will give 2 rows. That's it. Are you able to understand what I have done in that whole table? Remembering will be easy if you practice it. Later you will try to understand why they are postfix, why they are unary, why they are arithmetic, why they are shift. We'll start slowly. Are we ready to start now? So far the topic is not started. I'm just showing we have the operators. We'll get the meaning one by one, but this is a whole C language, right? If you want to understand that 15 rows, you should complete your C language, because some operators comes in arrays and pointers, some operators comes in structures and unions, some operators comes in expression, some operators comes in functions. Each and every different topic will give you a different list of operators. Okay. But whenever you learn, keep that table with you, so you will get to know. First table we are learning, first list of operators is easiest one, which is, again I am keeping the heading operators. We are studying some of the important operators list. 1. First we learn arithmetic operators, how to use them properly. Now we are studying expressions. Second, relational. We learn how to each operator meaning. Logical, bitwise, all of them. Conditional, assignment, increment or decrement, other operators, whichever we can understand. Okay, we are not trying everyone, but whichever you can understand right now, we can go ahead. First, we'll start with arithmetic operators. How easy they are. Now you can start asking the doubts if you have anything. See, only the problem with us, without introducing you may ask the doubt, so we should stop them. Because you do not know, they will come again. So I was saying it, we will discuss again. Then you should stop asking the doubt unnecessarily. We have how many arithmetic operators? Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus. Right? 5 arithmetic operators are divided into 2 rows, correct? Addition, modulus. this all of them divided into 2 rows in a table to give the priority: multiplication, division, and then modulus, and plus minus. This is highest, this is lowest when you compare only these two lists, and both will follow left to right only. This also follows left to right only. Correct? Now we can try x is equal, or evaluate simply. First question: 2 plus 3 minus 1, 2 minus 3 plus 1. Can you evaluate both of them? Remember that using C, plus and minus both are equal precedence. So how do they evaluate? They evaluate left to right. Left to right. Means who is left, who is right. That is important. So here plus is left. So plus is done first. Then minus. So that gives you 4. And here who is 2 minus is left. So minus first, then plus, which will give you 2 minus 3 minus 1 plus 1 is 0. Understood? So never decide like plus is highest, minus is lowest, because some people does it who doesn't know about the precedence. Correct? And it is very important, no assumption made by yourself. Follow the rules designed by the language. Okay. So typecasting will deal separately, like integer by integer, integer by float. So once we complete expressions, we will slowly discuss about the typecasting in one special topic. Right now, even we did not declare variables too. Okay, can we attach the parentheses? First, focus on star division. Star division, star division, star. They are highest. So you can attach them to star 3 because left to right here only. This is 1 and 2 star 3 is very far. So you can take it separately. Plus, minus 1, minus 2. Then what you can do after this? Then independent, anyhow you can do it. After this, you have a plus here, minus here, minus here. So they will also follow left, right. First evaluate. 2 into 3, 6 by 1 is 6. Plus 2 into 3, 6. Minus 1, minus 2. Then you can attach the parentheses like this. You do first. That is 12. Minus 1, minus 2. Then you will do this next. 11 minus 2. Then you will do last is 9. Everybody got the same answer? Check it. Yeah. So now you understand how to use these precedence rules, correct? Along with the highest lowest precedence. Can we go for the next one, relational? Everybody knows this arithmetic operator, so no need to discuss much about them. We'll go for relational. How many relational operators we have? How many relational operators that you saw? less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, not equal to. Right, this is less than and this is not equal. And you have lot less than or equal, greater than or equal, double equal to. Comparison purpose only. All these are relational operators. They are divided into two rows. In the first row, you will see less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. Second row, you will see equal, not equal to. And this is highest and this is lowest. And all of them will follow left to right only, correct? They also follow left, right, they also follow left, right. Okay. Some examples to practice. If you see 2 less than 3 greater than 5, 2 equal to 3 not equal to 4, 2 less than 3 equal to 4 greater than 1. Two not equal to 3 less than 5 greater than equal to 2. Okay, before this, you should know about all the operators. How do they evaluate? Like if you write 2 less than 3, 2 greater than 3, 2 equal to 3, 2 not equal to 3, 2 less than or equal to 3, 2 greater than or equal to 3. So what is the written value of this expression? 2 less than 3. Is it true or false? True. True means 1 always. 2 greater than 3 is the false. False means 0. And 2 equal to 3, is it equal to? No. When it is false, it is 0. 2 not equal to 3, is it true or false? True. True means returns 1. 2 less than or equal to 3, is that true? True means 1. 2 greater than or equal to 3, false. False means 0. Have you understood all? So I could have given some other way because there is a confusion equal to this side or this side, right? So I'm just giving you clarity. Greater than, just take the space. When you take the space, no confusion at all. The compiler equal to 2. Now you have no problem, right? If you keep greater than without a space, then you get a confusion, is could be greater than or equal to. So take a space here, then double equal to comes with a clarity. Yeah, good doubt. What is the answer you got? Now let's try one by one. Are they equal? When they are equal, left, right, left, right or right, left? Left, right. So this will be evaluated as 2 less than 3 first, then greater than 5. 2 less than 3, is it true or false? True. True means 1. 1 greater than 5. True or false? False. False means 0. Everybody understood? Now here, how the equal, not equal, both are same. When they are same, they follow left, right. That is 2 equal to 3 first, then not equal to 4 next. 2 equal to 3 is a false, so this will give you 0. Not equal to 4, that is a true, so it returns 1. Correct? So true, false will decide the answer. This is false, that's why 0. This is true, that's why it is 1. Here this is 2 less than 3, true, true, that's why you got a 1 here. Let's go to here. So many operators. When there are so many operators, take the highest ones. Who are highest here? Less than is highest, greater than is highest. This equal is lowest, you know that. And evaluate these two independent, so evaluate parallelly. 2 less than 3, true. 4 greater than 1, true. So 1 equal to 1. True or false? True. True means returns 1. Everybody got the same answer? Yeah. Now again, so many operators. Take the highest one. Who are highest? Except equal, not equal, all are highest. So this one. And they should evaluate. Look at now, the problem is 5 greater than double equal to 2. How do I do? I got a confusion. It should be could be very difficult. Is there any such things? There is something is missing here, right? I'm very sorry. There is a mistake here. Anybody observed? 5 greater than equal to what is missing here? Some operand is missing because it's an invalid expression. No? Everybody understood? Even though it was operators correct, but here operand is missing in between. So I'm just keeping for, it's a wrong expression anyhow. So I'm just keeping 1. Then this expression is valid. Previously the expression was having a syntax error because there is an operand missing in between. Okay. Now you can evaluate. Now this follows left to right. 3 less than 5 evaluate first. Then whatever the result greater than 1. So tell me 3 less than 5 true or false? That is true. And true means it returns 1. So we'll do here 2 not equal to 1 greater than 1 equal to 2. And 1 greater than 1 is a false. False means 0. 2 not equal to 0 equal to 2. Now these two are having same presence, they follow left right. So you will evaluate this. 2 not equal to 0 is a true. True means 1. 1 equal to 2. False. False means it will return 0. Yeah. The last one has a mistake in the expression. But who was asking? He was asking about operator but not operand. Okay. I've given the space right. Sindhuja. You'll get a syntax error. Even though you have a greater than or equal, but greater than or equal symbol is not there. Greater than space double equal I have given. Yeah, understand what I have made changes for you. And if you do that, some people trying to change the question, you can change it. If you say 5 greater than or equal to equal, this equal will not get a meaning. This is not a variable. If you do like this, even though you assume it together, but this equal means assignment operator. Here it should not be a constant. There also you'll get a compilation error. So many problems with that expression. Okay. So anyhow, I made changes. That was my mistake, right? I was writing my own question. Sometimes, brain things here and there. Any doubt in the relational operators? Got a clarity how to use this relational operators without any doubt? You can mix both arithmetic relational operators if you are interested. Tell me the value written by this expression. Okay. Everybody got the answer one, so that's definitely correct. Who is highest? Multiplication. Correct. What is the answer? 5. Then who is the next highest? Plus. 2 plus 3, that is 5. Who is the next highest? We have a greater, we have less than or equal. They are independent, so you can evaluate. 5 greater than 5 is a false. False means 0. 3 less than or equal to 2 is a false again. So 0. And 0 equal to 0. What happens? True. So definitely returns 1. Great. Understood? You can mix up all the operators, but right now we learn only arithmetic relational. That is the reason we have mixed these two. So I hope you can do it now. So we'll make a sequence. This is the fourth one. So this is the fifth one. Okay, let's go for other list of operators. We have completed arithmetic and relational. Who is the next? Logical operators. After that, we can mix even these three. But first, learn what is logical. What are the logical operators we have? Logical not, logical and, logical or, tacit. And this is there in the second row. This are there in other rows below, correct? If you could have remembered, logical not, logical and, logical or. Logical not is here and logical and are here, 11, 12, correct? So what is the meaning of this logical operators? This is logical not. This is logical or, and this is logical and. Just like your digital logic and or not operators. If you have studied digital logic, digital electronics, then you have studied and or not, right? Did you remember that? A dot B, A plus B, A bar, A bar. So they are different operators, but here in C programming, which are similar to that digital logic operators. If you look at a table, in the table, not comes highest and logical and comes next, logical or here. This is highest out of this three and this is the lowest out of this three. And look at this follows right to left, but this too follows left to right only, because all the inner operators follows right to left. So we are trying to recall that precedence table only. Somebody asked it, so how to remember? Don't try to remember. Learn each operator with a confidence, with an effort, then you will get to know entire table easily. Okay. So you got to know logical not should be in the second row. So how will you do the mistake? You can't, right? Okay. Not to. If you write this in your C language, what it does? Not to 0. Not of 2. Three and 2 or 0 and not 2. So let's say x is equal to. So what this expression does? What is the x value and whether it prints or not? Both of them we should talk about. Okay. Here also, will it print or not? And what is the x value? Both we should talk about. Anyway, there are no printfs. Just find the return value here. in first 4 problems, we have to just find what is the return value. But in 5 to 8, we have to do 2 jobs, whether printf prints or not, and then what is the x value. Okay. Here you have to find 2 things. Find printf executed or not, and also what is x value. Both you have to do. Okay, first here we'll see what is the return value. This will treat as not of true. Not of true means false. If it is false, false always represents 0 here. Can you see whether it is 0 or non-zero? Right, this is non-zero. If it is non-zero, it is considered as a true. If it is 0, it is considered as a false. So this 0 is considered as a false. Other than 0, everybody is considered as a true. So 2, 3, 4, 5 all are equal to logical and logical or logical not. Remember, in logical and logical or operators, only 2 things will happen. 0 means false, non-zero means true. That is the reason not of 2, not of 3, there is no difference. Not of true is a false, not of true is also false. Are you able to understand? Because logical operators, non-zero considers a true. Not of true will become a false, false become a 0. So logical and logical or logical not, these 3 operators, okay, treats 0 as a false, non-zero as a true. Now here not of 0 should be true, true means 1, and not of true, true means you can say false, not of false means true, true means 1. Now here logical and logical or logical and logical not is highest precedence, so this is considered, right? And you have logical and logical or logical and. First logical and evaluated. Logical and means what? This one. True and true is true, true is 1. And 0 and anything is 0. Okay, this I'll talk about that later, but there is much importance here. 1 or anything is what? 1. So this will give you 1. Okay. Now this 5 to 8, observe carefully. Logical or operator, look at this. In a C programming is designed such a way that, and it's not in general logical operator. Remember, if anybody misunderstood logical operator definition, you bring from this logic, don't put here. Here in C language, there are 2 operators, logical or and logical and, evaluated in different way. Example, see, here there is equal as well as or. Of course, equal is last precedence, but or is highest precedence. So when or evaluates, the C language built or operator such a way that left operand decides the right operand is evaluated or not. Remember, in C language, logical or, this is left operand and this is the right operand. It is designed if left operand returns 0, then only a right operand evaluated, otherwise never. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Left operand, if it returns 0, 0 or you can't decide the answer. But if left operand is non-zero, if the left operand is non-zero, then the right operand is ignored. Understand? The here meaning, see, this is 0, so this will definitely execute because this can't decide the answer. it will execute, and this job is printing ABC on the screen. So output you will see here like this, ABC. Correct? So the printf will execute, and what is the value of X? And when the printf executes this, remember ABC will be printed on the screen. So I'm writing here effect printf will execute, no doubt. That's the first question. Printf will execute or not? Will execute. Second, when printf executes ABC printed on the screen, how many characters printed on the screen? 3. So it will return 3 here. In this place 3 comes. 0 or 3. 0 or 3. 3, how did it come? Because 3 characters printed on the screen. We'll talk about this printf later on. I took only to explain this logical OR. And 0 or non-zero. Non-zero means true. 0 or true. False or true means true. X will get that true means 1. So here X will become 1. Printf will execute, no doubt, and X will get the value 1. Understood? Okay, I'm not asking the output, I'm asking the effect of this statement. Everybody? Please don't put an output. I'm not asking output. I'm asking what happens with this expression. In C language, you will assign this one to somebody, or you will write inside if, or you will write inside while. You will use this expression somewhere in C language, right? And there is no output comes from here. We are understanding what is the value returned by them. And this one. Here non-zero. Non-zero are anything. And this will never execute. Not executed. Are you getting this point? Because already left operand is non-zero, that decides this whole expression. True or anything is true, then this returns true. The X will get here is 1, but understand printf not executed. That means ABC will not print on the screen. And what is the X value? X is true or anything is true, so X is 1. Able to understand? Which could be easy expression, but go with a clarity. See now, this 0, now this is a logical AND operator, right? For the logical AND, this is called a short circuit. This is the false. In digital logic, false and anything is false, right? Then in C language, it is built that if this is 0 for logical AND, then this will never execute. For OR, if this is non-zero, this will not execute. So logical OR and logical AND slightly opposite. In logical OR, the left operand is non-zero, the right operand will not execute. But logical AND, if the left operand is 0, if left is 0, then right operand will never execute. Evaluate and also execute. Okay. That's called a short circuit. This is called a short circuit. For logical OR, for logical AND, this is short circuit. Now look at 0 or anything. Here printf will not execute. But what is the value of X? 0 and anything is 0, so X gets a 0. Here X is 0. And in this, yes, non-zero and we don't know what is it, right? Definitely printf will execute here. To find out the value, printf will execute, and when the printf executes, it will print ABC and it will return the value 3 because 3 characters printed. Non-zero and non-zero will be definitely non-zero, so x gets a 1. Okay. Everybody? Yeah, there is something will be there, it will not execute, but you are trying to execute. Then you got a different answer, right? Here, please don't execute. Even the printf is there, it's not printing because this will not execute because of this effect. That's the problem with the logical and logical OR. So remember, note logical and logical OR, they have also built to have a short circuit. Short circuit happens with AND as well as OR. Okay, so you should know what is short circuit. Like the short circuit effect is 0 and any, like non-zero or any. So this right operand will not execute for both of them. This will not execute. Here this will not execute because left operand already decides the answer. 0 and anything is 0, and non-zero or anything will be, that's true, or anything will be true, so returns 1. When somebody asks output, see, it is already executed, right? When it executes, ABC will be printed. I am not talking about output, I am talking about whether printf executed or not. Executed means ABC printed. Executed means ABC printed on the screen. On the screen, ABC is there, right? When I say printed, when I say executed, will not execute here. Will execute means ABC there on the screen. Okay? Yeah, already the same thing. Why are you wasting the time? Any doubt so far? We wanted to understand the meaning. That's why we are trying to relate with operators. Now we'll go for bitwise operators. Did I number properly? I'm just confused with the numbering. Oh, here, I'm very sorry for that numbering. 3 are numbered twice. Okay, next we'll go for bitwise operators. The bitwise operators, correct? So what are the bitwise operators we have? That you have already listed, right? We have AND, OR, exclusive OR, NOT, left shift and right shift. So what is the name we call here? Bitwise AND. This is bitwise OR. This is a bitwise exclusive OR. Bitwise NOT, one's complement. It's a bitwise left shift. It's a bitwise right shift. So if you look at the precedence table, what is the order that you have? That you have the NOT is the highest, correct? Then you will see left shift and right shift. Then you will see bitwise and bitwise exclusive OR and bitwise OR. Is it the same? Check it. Right, these three are in this order, and left shift, right shift, and bitwise NOT. Correct? This is the lowest, this is highest. And if you look at associative, this follows left right. Sorry, this is unary, right? Unary always right to left only. And all of them are from left to right only. Correct? And once we complete all operators, that we can expect achieve. All right. We have not completed the topic. We are expecting the gate questions is not easy. After every topic, we'll bring some questions for practice as well as the PYQs. Right now, we don't know exactly. Even I have not introduced even printf, scanf, right? You know that I'm going in a sequence where everybody should aware what we are covering. So we are in basics still. Like tokens only we are learning. In the tokens, there is an operators, we are learning that. Once we complete operators, then we will be confident like how to use the operators. Then you can start writing printf, scanf, all these things. Okay, at the time we can start writing, practicing the gate PYQs. Okay. So what is this bitwise and we will look at each operator, then we will understand how to apply it. First, we'll start with bitwise AND. Now, if somebody asks you, let's say 2 and 3, what it evaluates in a C program? Okay. So here each number converted into the binary and then it applies the bitwise. You know, bitwise in digital logic you might be studied 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. If you are applying the bitwise and what is the result? 0, 0 is 0, 0, 1 is 0, 1, 0 is 0, 1, 1 is 1. This is a bitwise and operation meaning, correct? Yes. So whenever you are applying at a bit level, but these are not bits, these are values, right? Numbers, integers. Now this 2 and 3 will be converted to equivalent binary. So you know binary could be 16-bit, 32-bit. In integer, this 2 represents could be 8-bit, 16-bit, mostly 16 or 32-bit. If it is 2-byte integer, that will be 16-bit. If it is 4-byte integer, it will be 32-bit. Okay, I'm just assuming that 4 zeros, 4 zeros, 4 zeros, then 0, 0, 1, 0. That's equal to 2. If I'm taking 2 bytes for every integer. And here 0, 0, 1, 1. Correct? So last 4 bits enough to understand the concept. Okay, now look at 0, 1. What will be the result? 0, 1, 1, 1. Remaining all are 0 only. Okay. So what will you get? This is nothing but 2. If you convert back to integer, what is it equal to? So 2 and 3, the return value is going to be 2. Or evaluates to 2. Everybody understood how to apply the bitwise and very easy. Just you should know bitwise how to use it. If you have studied digital logic, it could be so easy. Let's try some of the questions here. 0 and 5, 5 and 7, 1 and 5. Just go ahead. The second application is you do 0 and with any number, right? The result is always 0. And 1 and with any number, it will test the last bit is 0 or not. It could result 0 or 1. 0 if the last bit is 0 in x. Okay, understand? This returns equal to 0 if last bit of x is 0. And returns 1 if last bit of x is 1. It's a very famous operation to know particular number last bit is 0 or 1. I think you don't need explanation for 0 because everybody is 0 in this every bit. All are zeros and here it is 5, then you will do 0, this is 0 only. 5 and 7, 5, just take last 4 bits only. What is the 5? 1, 0, 1. 4 plus 1, right? 4 bits I am taking. 7 means 4, 2, 1. So now you do the AND 1, 0, 1, 0, which is equal to back to 5 only. Correct? The result is 5. Here, see that 1 and 5. The mainly focus on 5. The last bit is 1. So the 1 you will have the one other one, right? Let's say you have a 1 and your last bit is 1 because 1, 0, 1. Because of this one result is 1, remaining any of zeros only because all are 0. So this bit, is it 1 or 0? It will be very fine. So in the 5, last bit is 1, that's why result is 1. If the last bit is 0, then whole result is 0. Are you getting? The result is 1 because last bit of 5 is 1. So 1 and 1 will become 1. Correct? It's a very famous one to check their given number has the last bit is 1 or 0. So you can use this. Now bitwise OR. What is bitwise OR? Okay, you can just write a line, but in a computer it shows like a single line which is broken, right? What it returns. When you apply bitwise OR 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, what is the result? 0, 0 is 0. Any one of them is 1, 1. If both are 0, then only 0. So can you try using this bit level operations? Convert 2 into binary, 3 into binary, and look at bitwise operation. 2 or 3, which is convert to last 4 bits enough to understand. 0 or 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, correct? So it's equal to 2. 0 or 5, definitely 5. Okay, whatever the 5 says, that should be the result. 1 or 5. 1 or 5. So 1, 1 is 1, remaining anyhow depends on the other number only. So it's a 5 only. So there is a purpose. Anybody? There is a purpose to use 1 or 5. Anybody? What it makes in general? If I do 1 or let's say x, let's say x or 1. What happens when you do this? You are following one with other. Suppose I will give you, let's say 4 or 1. Will it give you 4? No. It gives you, anybody? 5 it gives. Anybody? 0, 0, it's a 0, 1, 0, 0. If you do with 1, 0, 1 is 1. Remaining depends on your 4 only. So it makes 5, not a 4. So what happens? If I do 5 or 1, it will make 5 only. If I make 6 R1, it will make a 7. If I ask 7 R1, it will make a 7. So what's happening here? Anybody? One, in the meaning of this, it will just try to do last bit of x will set to 1. Remaining will keep same. It makes, if already set to 1, no issue. Last bit of x will set to 1. These are the very famous interview questions, remember. I want to set the last bit to 1. You have to do this operation. Are you getting? If I want second last bit is 1, I want to set second last is 1. Then you have to do, anybody? If I do XR2, what happens? It's a 2 power 1, right? So second bit is going to be 1. Second last from LSB, second bit. Second last bit of X will set to 1. If I do R with 3, last 2 bits will set to 1. If I R with 4, the third bit from last is 1. Everybody knows the binary number now? If anybody knows, let me know. That is, your binary number is designed based on this concept, right? This is your binary number concept. 2 power 0 means in decimal, what is it? 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, right? If I keep this is 1, that is equal to 1. If I keep this is 1, that's equal to 2. If I keep this is 1, that's equal to 4. If I keep this is 1, remaining 0 will be 8. If I keep this to 1, that's equal to 3. Are you able to understand? If I keep 1, 0, 1, 4 plus 1 is 5. So if I'm doing OR with 3, that means I'm setting these 2 bits to 1. If I'm doing OR with 1, then last bit I'm trying to make a 1. And if I'm doing OR with 2, the second last bit I'm trying to make a 1. Remaining I'll keep same. 4 or 7. 4 or 7, what would be the answer? You said something? 4, 7 is, it's 7 only, no? So AND are a little bit easy compared to the NOT, bitwise NOT. Okay. So let's go to the bitwise NOT. First one. If you do 0, 1, 2, what happens? If you ask directly this one, you write percentile D, you may check it. If you want it, you may check it in your computer. Printf, percentile D, you can check what is the value of this. Then you will get to know what is happening. Okay. You know, the bitwise operator is what? The ones complement, correct? But you know, in a computer, the ones complement is going to represent either positive or negative number. So understand, if it is a positive, no issue at all. But if it is negative number, it is again converts to 2's complement. It's a very complicated one. Very less people understands it. If you are dealing with unsigned numbers, no issue. But normally, these numbers are integers by default signed. Like they have the last bit associated with what? Is sign. Like if you are saying int x, what happens is the first bit is represented for the sign. Remaining all the bits represents your number. Are you getting? 0 or 1 will be there. Total 16 bits are there. Assume that the 1 bit is for the sign, remaining 15 bits for your data. Do you know that? If you are dealing with 16-bit number, integer, the 1 bit represents sign, remaining all represent your actual data. Got it? So now what happens? When you represent 0 and you are trying to do the ones complement, right? What is the ones complement of 0? Actual 0 is, this is your 0. It's a 16 bit. Now if we do ones complement, what happens? All ones, but this will not store in a computer as it is. It will not give you the same answer. Because of this is a 1, it's a negative number, everybody knows. And all the negative numbers are stored in 2's complement, right? So what happens now? This number you have to convert into 2's complement to understand what is actual number. So now this one, do the 2's complement. You know 2's complement? You have, definitely that will be the negative number. Again, I'm saying the result, whatever comes, is a negative number. So do the 2's complement of this. 2's complement, 1's complement plus 1. Again, you do all zeros, 1's complement plus 1 plus 1. What happens? It is 1. Correct? Remaining is 0 anyhow. This number is positive or negative? So this is equal to minus 1. Are you able to understand? It's a 1, but negative number because you have given here, you got a 1 there last week. So if you do, everybody, understood what's happening? It does a 1's complement, but your number is signed. If it is unsigned, there was no problem, but it was assigned. It was assigned by default. If you are dealing with the numbers, signed integers, then this number cannot be stored as it is. This has to be a negative number, but this should be stored in 2's complement form. So this will give you what? Minus 1. So what it gives anyone? Here there is a 1. You get a 0, but you got a 1. Because of that, you will do 1's complement plus 1 to understand. So 1, already you have a 1, 1 plus 1, 2 you will get, but that is a minus 2. Correct? And this one will give you, everyone, 2 plus 1, 3. Right? Somebody written minus of x plus 1. Okay, that will work. इसको रहने दो, माइनस 1 को एक्सपेंड करने के लिए मदद होगा यार. माइनस 1 को, ये 1 को क्या दिक्कत है यार? 1 है, 1 है मतलब क्या है? Let's take 1. Assume that only 8 bits. Now somebody want to do 1's complement. That's negation of 1. What happens? All ones, 1 1 1 0. Assume that the last bit definitely it is a 1, even it is 16 bit also. So this number will not be given as it is. It does 2's complement to show you. So what is the 2's complement? Because a negative number, so it shows you 1's complement plus 1. 1's complement plus 1 it does. 1's complement of this same as 1, right? Plus 1. What will happen? 2, 0, 1, because carry will come, remaining all are same. But this is a 2, so it's a negative 2, minus 2. Already it's written, right? It's exactly same process, but when you do the 1's complement, you got a 1, so that the result is the minus 1. Minus 1, if you want to do the minus 1 bitwise operation, what happens? The minus 1, the actual number is this. And if you do the bitwise not, you will get this. Now you don't do the 2's complement. If you want a minus 1 number, actual number, binary number, this one is a minus 1, right? Are you getting? And you want to see, this is how you see that minus 1. It would be difficult to understand what is this, but if you want a minus 1, this is the actual number. And do the bitwise not for this, you will get back to 0. Correct or not? If you do the bitwise not, you will get a 0. Now you don't do the 2's complement because last bit is 0. So now, if you are going to do the fourth one, bitwise not of, let's say, minus 1. How the -1 represents? -1 represent, like first you should take a 1 and then do the 2's complement, then only you will get this -1 number, right? First take the -1. What is the equivalent binary number? 0 0 0 0. This is a 1 only, correct? The +1, and you want to know what is the -1, then do the 2's complement, because all the negative numbers are represented in 2's complement only. -1 we are representing first, right? So do the 1's complement. 1 1 1 0 +1. This is called as -1. Are you getting? This is a 1 only, but if you want to know the -1 number, binary number, this is a -1. Correct? Everybody? This is a -1. If you do bitwise not of -1, what happens? All are zeros. Very simple to understand. Now, will you do the 2's complement? No, because the last bit is 0. You will say 0 only. You do, remember that when you do positive number bitwise not, you will get a negative number, right? When you do negative number bitwise not, you will get a positive number, because the last bit is important. Last bit 0 is there, that's a positive number. If you do bitwise not, you will get a negative number. But if the last bit is 1, if you do that bitwise not, you will get a 0. That's what happening, right? Can you see that? This is a positive representation. You don't do the 2's complement. All the positive numbers, they will be represented directly, correct? This is equal to 1 only, sorry, 0 only. This is bitwise not of -1. If this bit is 1, then you will represent in 2's complement to understand the number. If you do -3 bitwise not, you will get a 2. So this side is increasing and this side is decreasing. Can you see that? Because 0, when you do bitwise not, you got a 1. That's why you need a 2's complement to represent this number. It's a minus, but what is the actual number? To understand this number, you need to do 2's complement. Are you getting my point? This is already a number. So this is there in the negative representation. Correct? Then to understand the actual number, do the 2's complement. Right? 1's complement plus 1 will get a number that is the negative of. Correct? Everybody got the concept? And that's what the people do not understand this bitwise not, because they do not know what is negative and positive number. Everybody got a clarity what is the bitwise not operation? And mostly if you take a positive number, you will get a negative number. And if you take a negative number, you will get a positive number, because the last bit will be 0 become 1, 1 become 0. That creates the difference. Unsigned ones, no issue. Like if anybody writes unsigned int, do you have any signed representation here? In this X, only the positive numbers are there, right? The signed representation, last bit is allotted for the sign, but remaining last bit is not for the sign. If you take unsigned int, the last bit is not for the sign. Okay. There is no sign bit. Who is that? 2's complement of 0, there will be overflow. Who said in the world? Do you know 2's complement? Madhav? Do you know 2's complement range? Already, see, you will not do, there is no 2's complement. Say, are you doing 2's complement of 0 or 1's complement of 0? Again, I am saying, are you doing 2's complement of 0, 1's complement of 0? Where is the concept of 2's complement of 0 here? This 0, you are doing 1's complement only. But when you do the bitwise not, you got all 1's. This first bit represent a 1. This is specially allotted for the sign. So this number cannot be understood directly. So to understand the negative number, you need to do 2's complement, because all the negative numbers are stored in 2's complement form. Understand the meaning of the bitwise not. Bitwise not is 1's complement only. Everybody, if the name is 1's complement, did I say that? This name is bitwise not. What did I say? 1's complement only. But when we do 1's complement, the last bit sometimes it gets 1. If it gets 1, then you should understand these numbers are stored in 2's complement form. Everybody, be careful. It's not easy because you should know the -1, the equivalent binary number is this. Everybody knows that -1. If anybody want to find, so this is there in 2's complement form. So to understand, you want actual number, you should convert this way to get the negative. What is the number? Correct. So in a computer, the numbers are stored in this form only. And to retrieve, again, it does 2's complement to understand, but it is, how do you understand it? Is negative number, but understand that number, you do 2's complement to get that number. Already you know it is a negative number. Okay. Now just practice it. Clearly mention, right, how to do this. Even negative number also explain clearly. So negative numbers have no issue. This number, when you do bitwise not, that's 1's complement, you got a positive number, so you say 0 directly. Okay, you take any negative number, do the 1's complement, you get zeros only. But not easy to find what is the binary number for -1. Take the 1, do the 2's complement, then you get a -1. If you want a -8, take the 8 and do the 2's complement, you get a -8. Everybody? So finding the negative number, equivalent binary number is a challenging here. Understood? Any doubt? Of course, some people are making shortcuts to understand the values here, that you can try yourself. Okay. Now, what is this? Bitwise exclusive OR. What is exclusive OR? Definition. In digital logic, we use this symbol, right? The same one. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. If the 2 bits are same, you will get a 0. But 2 bits are different, you will get a 1. Correct? If you do exclusive OR, only for I am talking 2 bits. 3 bits it acts differently. Okay. Everybody knows exclusive OR definition. If you are doing for 2 bits, only for 2 bits I am giving. 3 bits you can't apply the same definition. Okay. 0, 1 it will give you 1. 1, 0 it will give you 1. It is a 1. 0, 1 is 1. 1, 0 is 1. And if the 2 bits are same, the result is 0. Now, if you are applying this exclusive OR for 2 different numbers, please go ahead. Apply this one, I'll explain. 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. This is 2, this is 3. When you apply it, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0. You got a 1 right? And this is basically 0 exclusive OR X, always you get a X. You know this point? 0 exclusive OR X, you will always get X, because X will decide what is the result. 3 exclusive OR 5, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0. So 0, 1, 1, 0 will be 6. Everybody got same answer? 1, 3, 6. Perfect. So with this, we have completed a few bitwise operators. Then we'll go for left shift, right shift. Shift operators. This is a left shift because you have less than. You can remember that way. This side when you write, that's a right shift. If anybody says x, oh not x, sorry, 3 left shift by 1. Second, 3 left shift by 4. If anybody says x left shift by y, what is the meaning? Similarly, you try here also. 1. Take a bigger number to understand. 32 right shift by 1. 2. 32 right shift by 3 bits. And if anybody does x right shift by y, what is the meaning? If you write this expression in any statement, what will be the value? Okay, everyone knows what is the left shift? Yeah, great. Ankit is right. What is the left shift concept? You take the binary number, take the binary number. The binary number always this way, right? 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, 2 power 4, 2 power 5, and so on. You take any binary number, let's take some number here. Doing right shift means this one goes away, this 0 comes here, correct? This comes here, this comes here, this comes here, this comes here. So here extra bit comes 0, this 0, right? You understood, right? 0, 0, and 1, 0, 0, and the new bit comes here. Everybody understood the point? So simply what we are trying to do, this 0 comes here, this 0 comes here, this one comes here, and this 0 comes here, this 0 comes here, extra bit added. Now what happened? This number is actually what? 1, 2, this is what? 8 plus 1, 9, and 9 by 2 is going to be 4 point something, so you will get a 4. If you do the same number, left shift by 1 is a right shift, right? So this is called as, this is also called as the 9 right shift by 1 bit. Are you understanding? 1 bit you are doing right shift, so you got a 4. And if the same 9, if you do left shift by 1 bit, what happens? Left shift you have to do, this 0 comes here, this 1, 0, 0, 1, extra 0 appended here. Now, when you do 9, what happens? This is a 2, 4, 8, 16. What is it? 16. 16 plus 2 is what? This is going to be 18. Right? 9 when you do left shift with 1, 1. So 9 multiply with 2. So can you see the difference? What's happening? If you do x left shift by 1, this is, so it's right shift now, right? Right shift by 1, which is same as x, you are trying to divide with the 2 power 1. If you are doing x left shift with 1, you are doing x multiply with the 2 power 1. So in general, if you do x right shift with k, then it does x by 2 power k. If you do left shift by k bits, then x multiply with 2 power k. Because you can see, one time when you left shift, the 2 power is increased. If you do 2 times, then you are indirectly increased power 2 times. So multiplying with 4, it's same as. So everybody understood the concept? In a binary number, doing left shift will multiply with 2, doing right shift will divide by 2. Because 1 power will be decreased for every bit. Everyone understood the concept? The left shift by 1 bit means multiply with 2. Right shift by 1 bit means divide by 2. So if you understood this concept, then come here and try. 3 left shift means multiply by 2 is 6 directly. 3 left shift how many times? 4 times. That is 2 power 4. 2 power 4 means 16. 16 3s are 48. And this is same as x multiply with y or 2 power y. The meaning. This one 32 right shift with 1. What happens? Divide by 2, right? That's 16. 32 divided by 2 power 3, 8. Right? 32 by 8 is 4. And this is nothing but x divided with 2 power y. Of course, in mathematics, I'm writing just to understand. Any doubt? With this, we have completed bitwise operators. Now we'll move to other kinds of expressions. So we'll now go for main operator increment decrement. Okay. Okay. So there are total 4 operators, right? Pre-increment, post-increment, pre-decrement, post-decrement. So how do you use? Here we use a plus plus, here also we use plus plus, here we use minus minus, minus minus. But not easy to use. Pre-increment means you will write like plus plus x. Here post-increment means you will write x plus plus. Here pre-decrement, so we will write minus minus, let's say x. Here x minus minus. If you write the double plus before the variable, we say pre. If you write that operator after the variable, then we'll say post. Either it will be pre-increment or decrement, post-increment or decrement. Have you understood how to use the operators? Many people wonders how these two tables can give the same answer. Okay, the plus plus, the post one, and minus minus post one, we normally write the first row, and plus plus pre one and minus minus pre will write in the second row. You can use this table, or you can use all of them are in the same. Plus plus, pre or post. Pre, plus plus, post, minus minus, pre, minus minus, post. All of them you can keep in the same row, but they do. And here it is left right anyhow, but this is right left, right? Right left. And can someone explain me why these two precedence tables can give the same answer? I'll wait. In the first row, you can also keep post here. Did I say that? Can you see this? Whether you keep it or not doesn't matter here, because here also you can assume pre-post, pre-post. You'll get the same answer. Have you remembered this concept? When did I say? But right now the time came to discuss. That's why I'm trying to discuss this plus plus and minus minus, you can give more precedence than this, or you can give equal precedence than that. You will get the same meaning. You will get the same output. Right? Anyone here? Nobody? Okay. You got my question? Now, if I take any expression, whether I apply this table or this table, you will get the same answer, because this is introduced in C language, this is introduced in C++ language. Are you getting my point? This was introduced in C language, but later it is introduced in C++, because why do you keep in the first row? Still you are in the second row, you'll get the same answer. To get this, first you should know what is this post increment decrement. You will understand why it doesn't matter. Okay, suppose you have x is equal, let's say 10. Somebody written here x plus plus, and somebody trying to print the value of x. Okay, assume that it is integer value, like int. What value it prints? Okay, same, int x is equal 10, and somebody written here plus plus x. And printf I am using for simple purpose, so later I'll discuss clearly the printf. Percentile d means it will take the value of x and it will print. Assume that x value prints here. If you don't know printf also, x is equal 10, x minus minus go ahead, what it does. Pre-decrement. Okay, what will be the output of all these four different codes? And remember this point, when somebody dealing with x plus plus is exactly same as x is equal to x plus 1 only, correct? If you are dealing with x plus plus, is definitely same as, correct? Here plus plus x and no difference, it also impacts same. Then why they are different, we will see it soon in the next slide. Okay, x minus minus is exactly same as x is equal to x minus 1. That is the reason the output comes as here 11, here also 11, here you are decrementing, so output is 9, here also 9. Everyone, no doubt? Come on, who is that? So you are overthinking the concept, right? Now I'm just differentiating clearly one by one. Then how this is different from the pre-increment. So for that, I'll explain when the post-increment itself is different than plus plus x. You can see int x equal to 10 and comma y. So I'm declaring y and x. I'm keeping 10. So when you have y is equal plus plus x, let's say first I'll write plus plus x. Okay, this is a one program. Okay, here you already know printf percentile dx. no change, output is definitely 11, but now you see it in x is equal to 10 comma y. If you write y is equal to plus x, and remember x value at any cost it will increment, x value will never be different, both of them x value is same. Here 10 will become 11, here also 10 will become 11, but here the y you have not taken, here you have taken. Now when did you take? That is going to be the difference. If anybody asks here y, then y value is going to be different. If I say here int x is equal to 10 y, and if I say y is equal to x plus plus, then x value again same, no problem with the x value, correct? The problem is y value is different. Are you able to understand? When I am using here y, then this two acts different. Anyhow, plus plus x plus plus, there will be no problem to this at all. Now, if they are deferred, they will be deferred now when you have y here. Now, what y value? X anyhow will increment. X will be definitely 11, no doubt. But what is the meaning of this two? Anyone? If anybody writing y is equal to plus x, what is the meaning of this? It is the pre-increment, right? What is this? A pre-increment. What is the definition of pre-increment? That means first increment, that is x is equal to x plus 1, then use the value of x. This is the increment first, then use x. Increment x first, then use that x. So these two statements are going to be happening for this. So first x will increment, so x become 11, that 11 will send to y. So here the output comes as 11 here, because y is taken after increment. Are you able to understand? First increment x, then use that x value to the y. Now look at this, the meaning of this one, y is equal to x plus plus. What is it? This is the post. This is the post increment. Post increment means first use it, that is y is equal to x. So we are using it. Then increment x is equal to x plus 1. Then increment. This is a meaning. So first x value will be used, that is 10 will be stored in y, and x increments to the 11. So y value is here 10, because you got the previous value of x. Able to understand? If you write just x plus x, both will be incrementing x only. But if you are using somewhere, then they will have a different effect. Pre-increment means increment first, then use it. Post increment means first use it, then increment. Everybody? Pre-increment, pre-decrement, you have to use left, right? But post-increment, decrement, anyhow, they don't affect in the same, right? Anyhow, they will be incremented later. Use left, right, or right, left, they will not affect. Kalpana. Main target is how you are using the pre-increment, pre-decrement, because they are going to be incremented, decremented before using. That's what, Kalpana. The two tables are to understand. Okay. We'll get to know slowly, but let's understand first. When decrement also you can easily do it. Don't ask x. X anyhow decrements, right? Think about y. Will it be before decrement or after decrement? What is the value of y? Decrement first, then use it. So y is equal to minus minus x. So it's same as first decrement, then use it. If I write y is equal to x minus minus, then don't decrement first, use it. Y is equal to x first, then decrement. Decrement first, then use it. Here use it first, then decrement. What is the output? First decrement, so 9 will go to the y. Oh, first it uses, so 10 will go to the y. Anyhow, x value in both of them, it will become 9 only. We are not asking x value. Remember? Because x anyhow decrements. We know that whether it's a post or pre-decrement, always decrements. I want you to take two tables and understand the meaning. Suppose you have two variables, int x, let's take 3, and y is equal, let's say 5. Okay. And let's take some z. Somebody writing z is equal to plus x multiply with y minus minus. Okay. Otherwise, you can also use something like this. Parents is not required now. Okay. So now you are asking what is the value of z. What I will show you here, you can use the table as I said, like you can use the table post increment or post decrement or pre-increment or pre-decrement. You can keep in two separate rows, and this follows left to right and this follows right to left. This is one table, correct? And other table is same program, plus x y minus minus, and you wanted to know what is the value of z. And use a different table now. Keep all of them pre-increment, post-increment, and even pre-decrement, post-decrement, all of them keep in the same row. So all are having same precedence. But they follow from right to left. Associativity. Here this is lowest and this is highest. Okay. This is what discussing, right? Here anyhow star has less precedence. So how it is evaluated? Z is equal to plus x star y minus minus. Here how this is evaluated? See, as per the table, the post decrement should be highest precedence, right? Correct? Go ahead. Because this should be highest, right? And this should be second. And this should be third, because multiplication is the next. And this equal should be the last. Correct? Understood? We have the four operators. Minus, minus. This is a post. Plus, we have a pre. And multiplication and equal. Are you able to understand what I'm saying? As per this table, highest and lowest comes here. Now, what is this post increment? Sorry, post decrement. Now, should I decrement first or should I use first? Okay, I'm asking everyone. Y minus minus, will the Y decrement now or will Y decrement in the next statement? Are you getting? I'll keep first precedence or second precedence. Any difference? Because decrement will happen later after this statement. Decrement anyhow, you are not doing. You give first or second, doesn't matter, it will not happen now, right? This makes sense. Okay, you understood this, right? It happens like this. This will be first, Y will be used, and here pre-increment. What is the meaning? Oh, first increment before using. So first we will increment and then we will use it. Then we'll assign to Z. After this statement, Y will be decremented. Have you understood what is the meaning? Even though we are doing it, it says that use it now, decrement later. This says that increment first, then use it. Now you got the point. What is the answer? X first it was a 3. X initially it is 3. First it is increment to 4. Then here 4 comes. Y was a 5. So Y will not increment now. It will use it. 4 into 5, it will be 20. And later on, anyhow, Y will be decremented. Decrement will happen, but not now, after using it. So Z value is 20 and XY anyhow, as you said, increment, decrement, that will happen. X will increment and Y will decrement. So you got the answer. What is why the output is 20? With a clear understanding, the post decrement will never change the answer whether you do the first or second. Okay, second also we do it. As per this table, we'll try to evaluate this. Z is equal to plus X multiply with Y minus minus. Do you know this? Are these two independent or not? Are these two independent or not? They are not connected by the same operand. When they are very far, it doesn't matter which one you do first. Is it clear? We know they are all equal. They follow right to left, but they are very far. It will not impact the evaluation. So let's, even you want to do right to left or left to right, because these are independent expressions, no? They are not connected. When they are not connected, you can evaluate as per your requirement. Did I say that? Even multiplication also, did I say that X multiply with Y plus A into B? These two you can evaluate in any order. They will not impact the answer, right? Even you do this first or you do this first, the answer is same only. Okay. Even you follow right to left, Y minus minus means decrement later only, and you do this increment now. So this means again same, right? Now these two are independent. Now you do any order, the answer is still same, and then multiply, then assign. So now you decide. There are two ways. What I will do, even I do this first and this second, or this first and this second, answer is same. So the remaining is same, right? X is equal X plus 1, and you will use it after increment of X and before decrement of Y, and Y will be decremented. The meaning will not change again. You get the same meaning or not? The output is again same, no effect in the output. So remember, some people gets confused when they look at this two different tables, but believe me, these two tables will give you the same answer wherever you go. That's why in C they invented this later on, okay, even I keep in the second row, still the answer is same, so they kept it. Okay. Done? Okay. I want you to see the difference. What is happening here? Everybody? Are these two same programs or different programs? Here, what is the value of X after execution? After execution here? Here y is not there, so y I am not comparing. Okay. X is definitely 11. Okay. Now I'm asking the same question here. What is the value of X? Okay. Okay. So I'll do something for you. Okay. Everybody can see this, right? So I'm keeping for you X is equal to 10. Okay. As our statement says, X, not capital, X is equal to X. Okay. Now here you want to print percentile D comma X. What did you say? 11, right? Okay. Everybody can see the code. Any problem with this code? Everybody able to see the code without any issue? Okay. Well, let's just focus on these three statements. That's it. Focus on only that three statement. Okay. Only these three statements I want you to focus. Okay, I'm running the code. It's 11, right? Right, x is equal to x plus 1, 11. Now what I will do, x plus plus. Now everybody can see, right? X is equal to x plus plus. Okay, now I'm running the code again. Now what is the output you see? Is it 11 or 10? 10. So what happened? What happened? We were expecting 11 now. Everybody? Everybody was saying 11. Okay, again I'll code it. Instead of storing, look at again, I'll keep here y, and I will not store in x. What I will store? I'll store in y. Look at again. Now what changes I made? I have created another variable. This x plus plus I stored in y. Now I'm just printing now x only. Previously x was 10. Now you see x is 11. Can you see that? Now what is the difference? What is the difference? Now I'm again showing here the same code I have written. The extra y variable I have taken here, and I am storing the value here in y. But now tell me, when you write this statement, x is equal to x plus plus, do you know that you are storing x in x only? Correct? You are storing x in x only, but you will increment later. Correct? And how many of you know? Very less people know about it. When somebody writes x is equal to y, is it one statement or two different statements, or is it one instruction or two instructions? One. It is not a one. Here the y is executed separately, x is executed separately if it is a bigger expression, and then once you get the values, the y assigned to x, it is actually equal to three statements. And we never think that way. That is the reason we just assume it is a one. Are you getting? In internally, there are three instructions will happen, which could be more further. Everybody, it's not just one. You're wrong if you're assuming it is one. In operating systems, if you study operating system, the interrupt may happen after completing this. Here also interrupt can happen before assigning also. Do you know that? If you are writing x is equal to y, after y execution only interrupt can happen before assigning itself. That's why the semaphore is for many people, deadlock solvation is very difficult for them, because they don't know where do they interrupt. They should know atomic instructions first. Come on, quick. Are you getting what I'm saying? X is equal to y is not a 1. Only high level it looks like a 1, but during execution, y is different, x is different, and then y is assigned to x, that is a different. Why this is happening? Because you look at, if I write a bigger expression like this in a what? In whatever. See, this is a very bigger expression, right? Now, the compiler can't understand everything in one single line. First, it understands both separately. These two are independent. This could be any order. This could be first, or this could be second, or this could be first, or this could be, and this could be second. It's anything. You can LHS and RHS, it could be any order. But RHS value will be assigned to LHS. That is the ultimate answer. Are you getting? And this is R value. This is L value. And compiler understands separately, just like this. Okay, T1 is equal to A of 2, T2 is equal to x plus x star y, and finally it will do T2 will assign to T1, something like that. Are you getting my point? This is what sometimes we don't understand the programming, because you are assuming everything like high level. Kalpana, I did not explain. I'm about to explain the concept first. You know, people always looks at answer. I don't like it at all. First, look at the concept. I'm explaining the concept before explaining the answer. Everybody, I'm not expecting an answer first. I'm expecting you to understand the concept first. Who do you want an answer? I'll give the answer. Do you understand? Do you understand? If I give an answer already known, compiler already printing 10, you are not able to understand. The reason is you don't know the concept at all first. Everybody, you got my point? The problem is the R value evaluated, L value evaluated independently. Then finally, this answer goes here, correct? Now come back to your explanation. Now somebody written like this x plus plus is different, R value. This is L value. Now should I execute R value first? Of course, L value is a very simple, that has no impact at all, right? X is X only. If it is a bigger expression, then you will see difference. Now when you evaluate R value, what is R value? X plus plus. What it says, okay, I will use X, like, T1 is equal to X, then X is equal to X plus 1. This is when R value does, correct? And L value is just T2 is equal to X, correct? And this is L value. And you want to assign T1 to T2, T1 to T2. Tell me, what is this? This is the final answer, right? The T1 you will evaluate in T2. And tell me what is the output now. Look at what's happening. X is initially what? Let's say 10. And T1, T2. X is 10, 10 stored in T1. Yes, it's done. And 10 plus 1, that's 11. And X value is stored in T2. What is X value? 11. 11 stored in T2. And T1, you're storing back to T2. 10 stored to 11. What is the T2 now? This represents your X. That's a 10. Everybody? So this T2 actually represents this location, and this T2 replicates the X value, because this is only the X value at the end. Because T2 was denoted for the X. Everybody getting? So internally this is what happening. Here T2 and X both are same. Everybody? Otherwise you can avoid. Otherwise you can avoid T2. Directly you can write what? X is your choice. Is your choice, right? If you don't want T2 here separately, what you can do, the L value don't evaluate, T1 directly assigned to X. That's what, right? The T1 value you put in X. What happens? T1 is 10, you will go back to this 10. It's the same again, even you don't have a T2. Are you getting my point? If you don't want to keep in T2, keep it in X only. But what is happening? The T1, you're updating to the X. In between, X was incremented. But the same order, if this X is equal to X plus 1 is happens after, then it will increment. The problem with this post increment, if this R value should be evaluated first, you will evaluate, and in between X was updated, again you are updating X. 2 times X was updating. And before updating to this X was incremented, but you are taking the old value of X and you are updating to the same X. Have you seen the difficulty here? Anybody? You never understand what I'm trying to say. You are evaluating on your own. When will you understand? This is assigned to T1. This is assigned to T2. What is T1 plus plus, T2 plus plus? T1, T2 are temporary calculations. The entire thing, whatever you get, let's say this is T1 and this is T2, doesn't matter order. Okay, they're already free, right? And there is no T1 plus plus. The whatever you get, you put in T1. Whatever you get, you put in T2. And then finally T1 to T2, it should be done. Are you getting? This should be done last. You are saying T1 plus plus, T2 plus plus. Did I say that? Please never do something whichever. This is T1 I said, this is T2 I said. Then what are you doing T1 plus plus? T1 is X plus plus. Understand. T1 is X plus plus. How do you do in lower level? First T1 is equal to X comes, then X is equal to X plus 1 comes. Are you understanding what I am saying? If you want to understand what is T1, you have to do this way. And these two are independent statements. Already compiler is giving the answer is 10. You are not able to understand. You are doing something else. This is what, to understand this, there is a much connection between computer organization, compiler, and programming language implementation and operating system. The 4 subjects you have to understand to get to know what is it exactly. Everybody, but I'm explaining, still you are analyzing something else. What did I explain? When you have the RHS, R value, L value have bigger expressions, first R value is evaluated separately and L value is evaluated separately, then whatever the value gets, you will see. If I use a Y, you will not see this much impact. You see it. If I say Y is equal to X plus plus, I am assuming this is a T1 and you can assume this is T2, doesn't matter. T2 is Y only, so no need to worry about it. Okay. Now you just do T1 is equal to X plus plus. T1 is equal to X, then X is equal to X plus 1. This is right. Post increment means this is same as T1 is equal to X plus plus. Then the result T1 should be stored in Y. Now you have no issue, right? You have no issue. Because this T1 value you are not storing in X, you are storing in some other location. So Y gets proper, X gets proper, because this X is not updating again. Now you see exactly if X is 10 here, you will see X is 11 only, because X is 11, later X is not modified. But the same observation you keep here, X is equal to 10, X is equal to X plus plus, what is happening? Focus, otherwise leave this concept if you don't like it. T1 is equal to X, X is equal to X plus 1, and this is same as T1 is equal to X plus plus. And finally, this T1 has to be stored in X only. So T1 you will store in X. Then what happened? The updated value which was 11, again you are copied 10 to that, overrided with 10. You got my point? This Y was a different location, that's why Y was able to see properly the 10 separately. But this X locations are same. That is the reason. Previously it was you made 11, again you are making 10. So this makes complexity with these statements. The reason is you are using the same placeholders. This is called as same placeholders. So the compiler has these side effects. Some compilers will produce 11, some compilers will produce 10. I've shown already side effect on online compiler, and some compilers may do 11, but that they have mechanism. This X is equal to X plus 1 they will send to the last, so then they will do correctly. Okay, but how the compilers are built, that decides the answer, not you and me, right? Because you should not use the same placeholders. Not only this, okay, understood what I'm saying? And this has side effects, means you will not see the same answer all the time. Some compilers even produces 11, but I have shown here some 10 I have shown, right? Your output actually the X value is either 10 or 11, depends on how the compilers are built. Okay, there are many examples like this. You should not write such things. Example, like you should not write X is equal to X plus plus. Correct? But can I write X is equal to plus plus X? This will not give you side effect because you are incrementing before assigning. Then T1 is equal to X. Before doing it, X is equal to X plus 1 already happened, because together is T1 is equal to X plus plus X. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Oh, X is equal to X plus 1 happened. X you assign to T1. Again this T1 you assign to X. You have no problem. You have no problem because incremented value only you update T1. So T1 will get same to the X. And this will not have a side effect because after incrementing you are doing it. Got this? This has no issue. Here no side effects. But here you have a side effect. And there are many you will see the side effects, like Y is equal to plus plus X multiply with, let's say, X plus plus. Some compilers does differently, some compilers does other way. And if I say X is 10 initially, then tell me what happens here. Anybody? And compilers will decide how do they evaluate. There are many ways the answers may come. Again, this will have a side effects. Remember that side effect is there. Side effect means it depends on the compiler, and this is not a simple expression to evaluate, right? So this is going to depend on how the compiler converts into 3 address code, and compiler may treat as this Y is equal to plus plus x multiply with x plus plus many ways. If it treats like x is equal to x plus 1, y is equal to x into x, then x is equal to x plus 1, answer comes differently. Are you getting? If you observe the value of y mainly, the x plus 1, what is the x value? 10, right? Here 10 become 11, and this will be 11 into 11. And one way the y value is what? Of course, x finally gets 12, no doubt. With this 12 comes, but y is 11, 11s are. Is it 121? The one time it can come as 121. If the compiler treats this way, but compiler also can treat another way. Right? What is another way? It does first x is equal to x plus 1. But if it is assumes the temporary variables, like this is a t1, that is a t2, like I'm just assigning here, this is t1, this is t2. t1 is gets the value of x, right? So I'm just taking t2 will get the old value of x. It could be possible because two different operands, and t1 is equal to new value of x. And if y is equal, if you do t1 multiply with t2, and anyhow x should be incremented later, that's okay. Now what happens here? Old value of x is what? The 10. So here 10, t2 10 comes, and here the t1, the new value 11 into 10. This y is here 110. Are you understanding what I am saying? Are you understanding what I am saying? And it is even possible some other ways, but I'm just giving you two ways. And how they are going to copy, nobody knows in a compiler, because they are big expressions. They should be converted into the 3 address code to understand by the machine. And here this copies t1 and t2 copies. The t1 copy should get incremented value t2. And how many of you know, if I say y is equal to a into b, which one is fetched first, a or b? Again, who is first, a or b? Anybody? So many problems with the understanding of the basic instruction. Already I have kept one slide. There is another way to get an output, like people does. I'll tell you how that happens. Look at that, how that happens. Here I did the b first, right? This is just like the right operand. Assume this is the b, right? t2 first and t1 second, right? And do the t1 what first. Even here also, see, this x is equal to x plus 1. Now here itself I do that. t2 first I do. There is another way to do. t2 is equal to x, and you say t2 first, but x is equal to x plus 1 may happen now only. Who knows that? This is a t2 first. You say t2 first, but you didn't say that plus 1 should be incremented after this whole statement. So compiler can do this way when they divide into smaller steps, and then x is equal to x plus 1. Should I do it? There is another way. t1 is equal to x. Oh, this could be different. What is the answer? X plus 1, x plus 1, t1. So this place you may get what? The 12. This place is 10. That is a 120 answer. So now in your case, this is one behavior. In your case, 132, how did you get? I'll tell you. Y is equal to plus plus x multiply with x plus plus. And it is happened, x is equal to x plus 1 happened twice before execution only. The reason is 12 into 12 it happens. 144. Now, if it is 10 here, and you said increment should happen after this, but you didn't tell after this statement or before this statement. So here 10 will take, and when it goes here, the 11 happened, and before using it only 12 uses. So 12 into 10 is what? 120 is one another way. 12 into 11, another one is 12 into 11. So 12 into 11 it happened, it's 11 here, 12 here. Right? There are many possibilities. Please don't try to work as per the compilers are doing. Already side effect means as a human being, we don't understand because we didn't build a compiler. There are many problems with this. That's what side effect, right? Already side effect. Why are you using your brain to understand? Then first problem is in a computer, who is first, A or B? And depends on architecture. This is decided, not you and me. Depends on system. Anybody can be first. You do not know that. That's the problem. A may fetch first, or B may fetch first, and that is also we don't know. That means we have not studied computer organization properly. If this fetch first, answer evaluates different way. This fetch first, answer is evaluated different way. Correct? But compile itself, it converts into different instructions. That itself is having side effects. My observation, I'll just switch. I'll write here x plus plus multiply with plus plus x. It's okay, fine, right? I can switch the operands also, right? Plus plus x. Now what do you assume? Okay, one time plus plus x, one time x plus plus. So you are assuming that it should happen like 11 to 12 or something like that, right? Correct, no? Oh, sorry. X anyway, it's 12 only. Why we want it? What is the answer you got? Can you see it now? Yourself? How the side effect is going on? Situation, that's the problem. Getting? Okay, you understood my point? And this has a side effect. Please don't try to answer is it 120 or 110, 121. What is the problem? Definitely something will happen, no doubt. One of them definitely increments, but both will increment, or really very difficult to answer this question of increment decrement operators over. When you deal with operators, if you are using the same variable multiple times in the expression and increment decrement, it will have the side effect. Everybody? Very simple concept. That was invented only to write once, like x plus plus, or you can write different variables, like I can do plus plus x multiply with y plus plus, then there will be no side effects because two different locations. But when this is the same location, now it creates a problem. Okay, the purpose was different, but people started using different purpose. Okay, now how many operators are completed? How many operators are left? Anybody? Almost most of the operators are over. Conditional, assignment, comma, and some of the operators here. Correct? So let's deal with the conditional. Conditional we can do in even the control statements also. Let's go for assignment. If you want, I'll deal with that too. Assignment operators. And people study blindly, they will create a lot of problems. That's what happens in general. Okay. If I just look at only compiler output, it could be easy for me even giving wrong explanation. Correct or not? That's why when you go to YouTube, they'll directly explain. You never understand how this happens. They say something like this, and they look at one compiler, they will show you output exactly why it has given 120 or 132. But really, they can't explain it. Why 132, why 120? Are you getting? You are so confused because for them it is 132, for you it could be something else. Right? They should not give an answer. First thing is, they should provide valid reason how 132 happens, how 120 happens, what is the reason behind it. And for that, C programming is not enough. You should have the knowledge of compiler That's why those people who know the C programming, they may not teach compiler, so that they will create a problem in explanation. They'll get a problem in explaining that questions, right? Everybody? Here in GATE, do you know who is teaching compiler for you? Do you know who is teaching compiler for you? That is the reason I was having a little bit of valid reason why it depends on compiler, right? Compiler design, that compiler implementation decides the way that evaluates, right? Every C program that converts into 3 address code, while converting into 3 address code, compiler has own mechanisms. So that expression will not be easy to convert into 3 address code. So every compiler will have a different strategy to convert. So that decides the output. Right. Everyone? Anyhow, what are the assignment operators we have? Equal, plus equal, minus equal, multiplication equal, division equal, mod equal, bitwise and equal, exclusive or equal, or equal, what else? Left shift equal, right shift equal. This many assignment operators are there. Correct? All are assignment operators. This simple assignment remaining assignment with arithmetic operation, assignment with a bitwise operation. Correct? And all of them are going to follow right to left. Everybody? Okay, if somebody writes x is equal to y is equal to z, tell me which equality is considered first. Is same as this is first, then this is second. Why is that? Because it follows right to left. So y is equal to z happens. Once you get the z value to the y, that y value is assigned to x. Is it clear the meaning? The statement is equivalent to these two statements. It should work from right to left. Z assigned to y, y assigned to x. Everybody got the meaning of this one? Even you do x plus equal to y minus equal to z. What happens now? First, it evaluates this one. Y is equal to y minus z, right? What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of y minus equal to z? Y is equal to y minus z. So first happens y is equal to y minus z. That's the first. And second, whatever the y it is assigned here, that is next happens x plus equal to y. What is the meaning of that? X is equal to x plus y. That happens second. Right. For this, you should write x is equal to x plus y. Have you understood how these operators work from right to left? Any doubt in this? Find x is equal to y is equal to z is equal to. Okay. Try to understand this one. What is the meaning? Let me write here separately. Z is equal to x multiply equal to y division equal to x. So first you have to do this. That means it happens y division equal to x. That's the first one. And second we should do this. That is x multiply equal to y only comes because here y only result. And then third, this one z is equal. That is what you get here is x. Everybody understood here? And what is y is equal y divided x? So you can find out the values. Z we have not assigned anything. So y is equal to y by x. So 20 by 10 is going to be 2. Done. And x is equal to x multiply with y. And 10 into 2, 20 you will write here. And the same 20 you will copy here. That is a z is equal to x. After this you will do this. 20 will copy here. So you got 22, 20. Everybody got the same answer? Perfect. Then next one, the same way if you do it, directly I'll do it now. Okay. First I will do this. What is it? Y is equal to y left shift with 2. Once we do this, that y we will use here. X is equal to x and y. Once we complete it, z will get the x value. And first we will do that. Y left shift with 2 means 2 times you multiply with 2. 3 into 2 into 2, 3 into 4. That's 12, right? So y initially 3, x is initially 2, and z we don't have anything. And this 3 become 3 multiply with 4 is going to be 12. And x and y, bitwise and you should do 12 and 2. 12 means 8, 4. This is 8 plus 4, right? And then 2 means here 1. And if you do bitwise and what you will get? Zeros. This is 0 only. So x and y will be stored in x only. So it is 0. And 0 will be stored here. So total you will get 0, 12, 0. 0, 12, 0. Got it? Yeah. Many people did it. That's fine. Yeah. So you should know just how order of evaluation, how you should do it. That's it. There's a confusion. Operator, there are two operators which gives two meanings. One, you should do operation, then you should assign. Okay. The special operator called as comma. Everybody aware, right? First example, let's take x is equal to 1, y is equal to 2, z is equal to 3. What happens? Second, x is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3. What happens? 3. X is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3. What happens? All the places comma was there. Right. Here look at equal and comma, both are there. Who is highest precedence? Equal, right? So equal is highest and comma is the lowest. We look at the table, the comma was the last row. And what happens is this is going to be first, and this is equal, right? All are independent. Don't say first. These all are independent. You can do separately. We know they are highest, right? So it is evaluated like x is equal 1, comma, y is equal to, you can do any equal first because all are free. Now we know x gets a 1, y gets 2, z equal to 3, and comma evaluates from left to right. If you see that last row, this follows left to right, comma. The comma follows left to right. Correct? And equal to, now all are independent, there is no left to right, right to left concept. When do you have a left to right, x is equal, y is equal, z, then right to left. But when you have x is equal 1, comma, y is equal 2, comma, z is equal 3, there is no left to right, right to left. All are free. The system decides which one to take first. You and me, no. Right? The compiler, when it converts to 3 address code, it can do anything because compiler understands reordering a lot of things. But we don't understand. That's what the problem with us users. Okay. Got my point? Now comma is there, so left, right. So first this one. Now you understood. This is the first, second, third. Now x gets 1, y gets 2, z is 3. So after this, x is going to get 1, y is going to get 2, z is going to get 3. That's okay. Now here you look at equal is highest, right? And this is going to be first. So x is equal to 1, comma, 2, comma, 3. And how many of you know this statement? This is same as x is equal to 1 executed, 2 executed separately, 3 executed. And these two are dummy statements, so you will not see any output. Simply you will see x is 1 after this. Correct? And here this statement is same as 1 semicolon, 2 semicolon, and the 3 will be assigned to x, not 1, 2. So understand, it follows kind of a stack order. Comma is there, so left to right it is trying to evaluate. As highest precedence. So 1, 2, 3, it follows left to right. The last value it will put into x. Then it's going to get x is 3 only. That 1 and 2 are just dummy statements. If you get some meaning there, it will do it. No, there is no meaning to 1. I'll show you. People blindly, you have never written. That's a problem with you, right? You have never written the code. That's your problem, right? See here. What do you want right there? X is equal to 1. Where is that comma gone? Yeah. Comma, 2, comma, 3. We have not written ever, so that's what we are confusing. Now you have written this first time, let's say. Now we know equal has highest precedence, correct? So 1 will go to x, then 2 and 3 are dummy statements. Right? You got a 1 right, x is 1. The 2, 3 in a program you can write. If you are not aware, let me show you what you can do in a program. I can write, I can write only 4 if I like it. I can write only 5 if I like it. That has no problem at all. A dummy statement you can always write, you can execute it. Let's see. See, it's producing. You have never written such statements, so that's why you are confused. Got my point? Did I write int x is equal to 1, 2, 3? That's different. Did I say int x is equal to 1, 2, 3? No. I have shown you an expression. Never use the declaration of variables, right? That was completely different. I have not started even declaration of variables. That's why I'm confused sometimes. How do I declare the variables? Because I did not start even declaring a variable slot, correct? Now, why are you doing that? Did I explain declaration of variables? Okay. Did I declare anywhere? No, that's a completely different concept. Everybody, the topic is here only expressions we are talking, not a declaration. Declaration of variables is a different statement in our C language. Expressions are different, right? So understand, these expressions and declaration of variables don't mix up. If you want it, we will see that later. That we will see int x comma y comma z, what is the int x is equal y is equal z, what is the meaning? All the statements we'll do later. Okay, I'm only explaining expression what it returns. You should write as it is in C language, then you will understand, or write in printf, at least you'll get to know what is it.
Today's we will start with the C statements. The first time we are going to learn the statements.
So if you want to write the program, what is a program definition? Anybody? If you take a program, right,
Any C program or any other program, what is the program? Is nothing but collection of statements, right? Executed in some sequential form using any control flow.
of course you can control, but programs, in a program, the statements will be executed one after other. Correct? Set of instruction. Yeah, could be possible implementation of an algorithm, but basic program definition is what? It has set of statements. If you do not know what statement, what instructions that you can write, can you write a program? If you do not aware, you know keywords, you know operators, but you don't know how to write a statement, then is it possible to write a program? No. So first learn the basics like tokens, that we did one thing like English. If you want to learn English language, you need English words. So we learn words. Then what do you require? You require grammar to frame the sentence using collection of words. Correct? The same way, now we are in the second step. First step, we learned a lot of tokens. Yes or no? Then second step, we are learning these statements. There are various statements that you have. So initially, we focus on IO statements, input and output statements, basically printf and scanf. Then we'll see variable declaration, because we see we have not discussed much about variable declaration. Okay. Then expressions, anyhow we have studied, but not in the form of C statement. We just understood how to use the operator, right? Expressions are also types of statements. And apart from this, anybody else here who knows the about statements? I hope I'm audible. Functions. Go ahead. I want more. Functions, good. There are two types of functions, inbuilt, user defined, that we'll see later. Control statements, excellent. Loops, conditions, all comes under control statements. What else we have? Macros, pre-processed statements, that's not a C, but you can learn. Pre-processed statements, good. Yeah. Control statements. What else we have? Somebody told functions. In the control statements, there are a lot like if else, for loop, while loop, do while, go to, there are many. Functions, good. This is, this IO statements also one of the functions type. But functions, there are two types you can write, like already built-in type, predefined. User defined type. You can write your own function. And somebody has told macros like a pre-processor statements, but they are not a C statements, but C pre-processor statements. Only preprocessor can understand, not a compiler. Yeah. Any other that you have, if you have studied already? Jump, there is no jump. Only go to is there, that comes under control. Jump happens in assembly instructions, not in C programming. Okay. So most of the statements are covered here. If any other statements that we wanted to cover, then we will do it later, like structures, unions, right? That we cover in separately. Now these are the major important statements. Expressions we have almost done, but we can use it wherever you want. You know already how to use the operators. Now we'll focus on first to this two things, then we'll jump to control statements directly. This will be covered later. Okay. Let's start with input and output statements. All right. What is the input statement that we have, or input function that we are going to study here is scanf. What is output function? If you have any groups, you can add me there and remind me, like you want to practice questions, I'll provide, you can practice a lot. So if you want to use these two functions, what is the directive that we use? We have a special directive called as, if you are aware, the C programming structure, C program structure, how do you write a program? First, you will write some comment section. Then you can have pre-processor directives if you have any, and if you have any global declaration you can use, and then you can use the main function and other functions if you have user defined functions here. If you understood this, mostly you write comments, right? You can use multi-line comments for documentation purpose. Okay. There's a multi-line, you can continue that, and at the end you can close with this. Or double slash also you can use for single line comment. If you use double slash, that is for single line comment. Only in one line it works till the end. If you want multi-line, if you want start here and you want to stop somewhere, then you can use start slash. It's a multi-line comment. And here you can write some pre-processor directives like ash. You have some commands. This is basically pre-processor statement or pre-processor commands. Any statement begins with an ash. Mostly we write here, but you can write anywhere in the program. Remember, no need to write here, but most of the people, they want to be having globally. So ash include stdio.h, right? Ash define. There are a lot of types of macros are there in pre-processor. We'll study that too later. But here we are going to use specially one directive, which is ash include stdio.h. Everybody knows ash include stdio.h. Most of the programs we use in C language. The main purpose is to use the printf and scanf, because printf, scanf are available in ash stdio.h header file. There you can see prototype or declaration of printf, scanf. Okay. They're not available even in stdio.h, but only headers are available. And here any global declarations, like you want to make it available for all the functions, then you can have a global declarations here, like variables or even some prototypes that you can have. This is the main function. People can write here. It is also user defined function, but it should be compulsory if you want to execute. And this is not a compulsory if you just want to link, you don't want to execute as a main program. Right? This main function is only important if you want to execute this program. Right? If you want to execute other program and this program you want to link there, then you can keep that main function, this main function in other program. Understood? The main function is not compulsory in every C program. Only the program that you want to start execution, you should keep main. Everybody aware that? They'll ask like, do you need main function every C program? Then you should aware that, okay, I can write 10 programs, but I may start executing one program so that all our 9 programs I can link to this somehow. Then only that program which you want to execute, you should keep the main function. Remaining, don't keep it. And any other functions, other user-defined functions. They may ask, main is built-in or user-defined. Oh, main is user-defined. You are going to write this function. It's not there already, correct? Who is there already? Printf, scanf. They are built-in functions because they are already in some other library file. Correct? And there are comments also kind of statements, but compiler understands, they eliminate it, right? They are not actual logical instructions. They are not logical instructions. They are dummy instructions, only helps user programmer to read the program and understand it. Okay, so got it? Now the first time we are writing the IO functions, what header file is required for them? We require stdio.h header file. In this header file, this is called as header file. It is another C program where all the headings are available, like printf heading, scanf heading. If any other IO functions are there, then they are also available. So we need to inform to the preprocessor, like we are using the functions of stdio.h, so you should include it. Okay. Now, what is the scanf? The scanf is a function which is input function where you have arguments, any number of arguments you can write. Remember, any number of arguments you can write. The first argument that you write mostly here, the format string. Here you write something like %d, and here you can write any number of one argument, second argument, like you can write some argument here. This is called as a format string. What is it? Format string. How do you want to give your input? We are going to practice it. And these are arguments, argument 1, argument 2, that you can pass to this format. These are also arguments, obviously. And in scanf, everything is an address here. This is also address, even this also gives an address here somehow. Internally happens, that you don't worry. And this is scanf syntax, and it returns, this function returns integer value. Remember, if you want to store somewhere, it returns integer value that you can catch or you can ignore it, is your choice. What is this integer value? How many arguments that you are passing here? So here you have written one argument, so we'll send one argument here. So it returns the number of arguments that you want to give. Everybody understood the syntax? Now, what is the printf? We'll use together one after another. First, we'll see the syntax. Here also we require same header file, like printf we use here. Printf. And again, if you don't have an argument, you can only give format string. If you have an argument, you can also give arguments here. But don't give the ampersand here. For example, I want to print value. Value equal %d, comma x. If you don't have arguments, you can ignore it. Again here, this is the format of output. How do you want? Right. It exactly prints like value equal to the, here it takes from x. And here don't write ampersand. If you write ampersand, address will print, not a value. So we use here x, here we will use ampersand x for normal variables. When, right, this variable declaration, so we'll study soon. And what is the return value of this printf? Returns number of, it also returns integer value that represent number of characters printed on the screen here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What will it print here? If it is 23, then 2 is 1, 3 is 1. It happens like number of characters it is printed on the screen. Okay. So every function, it may or may not return value, but scanf, printf, both will return integer values. Okay, let's practice this input and output functions. Let's start with the first example. Okay, this is how the scanf works basically. When the scanf executes, you will give an input, right? Using keyboard maybe. You'll use keyboard to send an input, right? And where it goes to a memory mostly. It stores, let's say if x is a variable, then if you want to type 10 here, let's say 10, it goes here. This scanf requirement, what it does, it takes an input from keyboard and sends the data to the memory. Everybody understood? The memory already decided where you want to send, because you have passed the argument, right? Scanf function, you might be written something like this: %d $x. It knows where it should go, correct? You have given the address of x, so it knows the location. The value that you send, it will go there. It's a 10 you are sending. And printf, what it does, it takes the value and it will display on the screen. Let's say this is screen monitor, and you will use the printf to take the data from memory, or you can give your own data if you want, right? Like you said, printf value is equal to %d comma, let's say x. What happens? It exactly prints what you have written here: value equal, and %d, let's say you have already x has a 10, so it takes a 10. So this is your output format and this is your input format. The way you give, that goes inside. But no doubt, right? Why we call input and output functions? Input because we are reading from input device. We call output function because we are sending to the output device. But in between, both are connecting with the memory. Right? If you don't have a memory, you cannot read and write. This memory is a common to both if you are using scanf and printf with the variables. First example. Assume that stdio.h is there and all are lowercase letters. Printf is a function, not a keyword. Remember that. Go ahead. Right. A, B, C. That's it.
Here, what is an output? This prints ABC, but this printf, it gives here the value 3 because 3 characters printed, right? So this printf prints the 3 after ABC 3, right? And first printf prints ABC, and this printf sends the value here 3. So this printf prints 3, this printf, and this printf is going to return because 3 is printed on the screen, so only one character printed because of this percentage. So it returns 1, and because of this percentage it prints 1. ABC 31. Everybody got the same? Check it. Without any space because we have not given comma all this. So ABC 31. What is the printf? See here. Printf %d. Here the value coming 3. Correct? From here the value coming here 3, right? So 3 printed. Already 3 printed. Now here we have a printf 3. Already 3 printed. It's a 3 printed. Now tell me, this printf prints how many characters on the screen? 3. So this printf should return what? It should return 1 only because 1 character, no? If it is here, let's say 30, 30, then it will print 2 here. It will return 2, so that it will print 2. So 3 is a single character. 3 is a single character. So this printf returns only 1. Got it? This printf returns 3. This printf returns 1. And this printf also returns 1 if anybody catches. Because the 1 is going to be a single character. 1 is also. Understood? Not only this printf also returns 1. But we are not catching anywhere, so we don't need that. You got it now? Why it is 1? That 3 is nothing but a 1 character. For scanf, we need some declarations. Assume that I am declaring some variable. Okay. This is how we declare. We'll learn that too later. Suppose you have a printf here. And assume here you are entering the values, let's say 10, 20. Okay. And let's try to understand what happens. On the screen, will it print anything initially? I want a behavior of the screen. What happens on the screen? So that next time we don't worry about scanf. So on the screen, you see nothing, just like this. There might be a cursor, it is waiting for you, correct? It is waiting for you because before scanf, there was no printf. If you write a printf, then everybody understands what you want to do. Like enter the 2 values, but you have not written like enter 2 values, it will not ask anything. It will wait for you. And it is going to wait. Let's say first you have entered 10. If you press enter, will it complete? Suppose you press enter, will it complete? No. It will wait again because how many inputs it requires? It is waiting for how many inputs? 2 inputs. So you can give 2 ways. Either you can take a space or you can go for new line. Most of the people in a single line, they want to give 10 space 20. The space is going to separate 2 inputs. Remember that for the scanf, the space is a very important key point. If anybody gives a space or new line, it will go to the next argument. Remember that for scanf, space separates 2 inputs by default. Of course, you can also decide another way. I'll tell you that. By default, the space or new line is also a space, no doubt. And if you give a space and write a 20 and press enter, then now automatically what happens? In a main memory, RAM, there are two locations. One location might be decided for X, other for Y. Then automatically this 10 comes here and 20 comes here. You just press enter, automatically this value goes here and this value goes here because you have two arguments. So I'm going to ask you how to give an input every time. Okay, now you understood, right? Either you can give a space or you can give new line, right? Space or new line. New line means just press enter. Space bar or press enter to get that space. There is no doubt, right? In this scanf, we don't have any doubt. So the output automatically prints R10, 20 that you have asked, right? And then immediately 20 without any comma space. The output comes like the 10, 20. The reason is because you have not given even space anything. So directly prints 10, 20. Correct? This was an input, this is an output. Now the second example. I need your understanding on scanf, okay? Percentile D, somebody given a space, percentile D, ampersand X, ampersand Y. Now how to give an input on the screen? How to give an input? Anyhow, by default, it is space only, no? But now you have given space. Anyhow, that is the definition of scanf, right? Even you give a space, you will definitely give in the same manner 10 space 20 or new line or space. Is it matching with your format or not? This is your format. And is it matching? Both are matching or not formats? So we should enter with a space. Obviously scanf, we always do that. So this space may not be a problem for you, whether you give a space or not. Okay? Yeah. So now let's try another one. I want the next program, how you give an input. Have you seen some people write a comma here sometimes? Will it give an error? What it gives? Anyone? And we know we should never give a comma, correct? But what happens if we do? Learn it properly. This is how you give an input, right? This is called as input format. Then give what you have mentioned. Like if I give a 10, comma 20, press enter, then X gets a 10, Y gets 20. Are you able to understand? Because you already mentioned you want an input 10, comma 20 way. Here comma is the indication. This is how you should understand a scanf. Not just like this. You learn 7. Like assume int X comma Y every time I'm writing it, but you can also assume that. Scanf, somebody asked me like, sir, I'll give a space, one space, remember, percentile D and ash, percentile D, and one more space, comma, ampersand X. Of course, spaces that computer can understand. If you want, you can also ignore the spaces. That's your choice. Then the way you expect, the same way you give. See, double quote. From here to here, this is your input format. Correct? To easily understand what is your way, this is on a screen. How do you give an input? You already decided how do you want. You want a space 10 hash 20 space enter. Over. Is it matching or not exactly the way you wanted? The 10 is a percentage hash, exactly percentage is 20. This is how you should understand a scanf. Scanf tells you how you should give an input on the screen. Understood? Of course, screen is not required, but screen is just to check what you are giving. Everybody got? No, just today you check, write whatever percentage along with that, but understand what you are writing in a scanf. The same way you should write here. Then 10 goes automatically to X because you told that before hash the percentage represent for X and 20 for Y. And this 10 goes here and 20 goes here. But if you just write a percentage, space is a by default separator. Non-space character to proceed exactly. So that's what, anyhow that is not having any purpose. Okay. But don't worry, it is working properly. After that, it was expecting one more any character to work out. This space is creating an issue, but this space, because of this space, the compiler is expecting some other input. Okay, so maybe you can avoid. We may avoid the space at the end, but it is okay. If you want it, just press anything, any character, because it's expecting some more character here. You type anything, give a space, or write anything like any comma or any character here, any character. That's okay. That's the behavior of the compiler. But we never do that, right? Just to, this format I'm explaining, the only reason is like when you write a scanf, you should be very careful how you want to write. Like example, scanf input equal percentage D ampersand X. Then work out how the compiler is taking an input. Anybody? If I want to print an X, percentage D X, then how should I give an input? Now you already mentioned how to give an input in the scanf. You can see how to give an input exactly the same way that you have mentioned in the scanf. Input is equal to 10. Press enter, then automatically that X in the memory gets this 10 here. Correct? And the printf is going to print 10 here. This is an output. No space, directly always write. By default, it takes a space. Okay. What will be an output? What is the nature of this program? Input. Provide two values. Provide two integers. So these two values, when it takes, successfully returns the value here 2. Because number of arguments it returns now. 2 returns because 2 arguments it has taken. Correct? Provide 2 values and that 2 will be returned here. If there are 3 values, that 3 will return here. So scanf behavior is it returns how many arguments it takes. There are 2 arguments it is taking. So it will return 2 here. So the output on the screen, you can using keyboard, you can provide any 2 values, let's say 10 space 20, press enter. What is the output will be printed here? The 2 is an output, correct? So this is the output you will see. How many characters printed on the screen? I'll write some examples if you want here. Int x is equal to printf. Assume that no space you have given, okay? Go ahead. Okay, go ahead and execute all of them, even if you have online compiler, and check it properly how what it prints. So this, there is no space here. Assume that double quote, that means without any space also. On screen, the first printf will print nothing, right? Because there is no space. So what it returns here to the x, it is printing nothing. So return 0. 0 characters printed, right? So x gets 0. Now the value is printed here is 0. Everybody, but within this double quote, there is no space also, right? Double quote started, double quote ended immediately. And the next one, x is 100 given, right? So 100 is definitely goes to x. You're right. X will get 100. And how many arguments that you have taken? Only one. And return value also goes to 1. So be careful. So this 100 immediately modifies to 1. Everybody got this concept? Scanf says you send 100, but the return value is 1 also stored in x. So 100 is going to overwrite. X may 100 gaya. You have x is 100, right? Immediately x is 100. This scanf, what it returns? Because it has taken only one argument now. So it will send 1 to the x only. First you have given 100, again 1 also given to x only. Right? Scanf, should I write something here? On the screen, what happens? You give 100 because that's the assumption, right? When you press enter, the x is going to get this 100 and at the same time modify to 1 because scanf returns 1 to the x only. There are two things happening. No, there is no garbage random. This scanf is going to, here, of course, garbage. When it assumes garbage, that will not be an address, right? It will create a segmentation fault. Which fault it provides? As you have not given argument, so it may assume garbage. So that's not going to be an address. So invalid address indirectly. So you are missing an argument will create a segmentation fault.
whenever you deal with memory addresses, if you don't deal properly, the one error which you always see is segmentation fault. Everybody? Already mentioned, na? Nitish, you missed it. Scanf returns number of arguments. That we already studied. Returns number of arguments. That arguments is 1 only. Equal to 1. And that's already given definition. You forgot it. What should I do? So whenever you deal with a scanf, 99% you will see segmentation fault if you mishandle this scanf. There is another, the same kind of this segmentation fault, the same kind of program I'm writing here. Look at, and please do it. Int x and write this and let me know what you are going to see. %LD, if you forgot ampersand, what happens? Anybody? Just check it, what happens? If you don't provide ampersand, what happens? Here it is expecting address, right? Scanf expecting address. What you have given? Anybody? And X is a memory, correct? By default, when you declare, what is the value that you have here? Garbage value. And that value is taken, that value never be an address. Remember, the address is not going to be here because that could be a assigned value and definitely that address will not be here. And the range of that data could be bigger than the address range. So now this is considered as a garbage. So this garbage you will not find here. Could be, sometimes could be an address of the memory, but that you don't have an access. There are many problems with this garbage one. So now it is expecting address of X, but you have given the what X has, but what is the address of X? That address, let's say 1000. This address should be given. Let's say 1000 is an address. And this is the data, correct? What X has. Now instead of providing address, you have provided the data. How the data can be treated as an address? Could be danger, correct? So this is going to be invalid address. That is the reason it creates a segmentation fault. Just like the previous one. If sometimes not providing, that could be the reason, the behavior of the system. But garbage means unknown value. Yes or no? What is the garbage means? It has something you don't know that because you are using some portion of the memory. And every memory location, there is a data already. Either compiler forces to 0 or it uses the previous data. This is a local variable. Local variables by default not assigns anything. When you don't assign anything, there is some value already, you don't know that. It is a garbage. Garbage means unknown value, random value. It is there, but you don't know. And this value, when you treat an address, then you are in danger because you cannot use the whole memory because it is not given to you. Even this is representing an address, can use this address, operating system should give a permission to you. Yes or no? You don't have an access. First thing is the whole RAM. You can't use the memories wherever you like it. Only operating system should support, okay, this memory is yours. Then only that portion is user memory. Remaining all system is using it. You can't access that address. Everybody, suppose somebody writes here address of what? I can't write address. Let's write 2000. When you mention 2000, at 2000 you don't have a permission. It will provide a segmentation fault. Right? You don't know what that 2000 has in the memory. The operating system has already created the whole memory structures. Got it? Ankit, please discuss with others, then the others will help you better. Okay? Maybe you are doing some mistake or maybe your compiler issue. Sometimes you don't understand compilers. Maybe they don't behave when you ask because compilers, all the compilers are not built the same way. Everybody getting problem? That's why like, plus. Some compilers produce some answer, other compilers will produce other answer because they didn't build the same way. First thing is, same way, scanf printf also may be behaving differently because they are using buffers to deal with them. Okay, It's very dangerous. Spaces will create a lot of problem most of the time. Yeah, maybe you are using modern compiler, so the behaviors could be changed. What do you mean by stream now, Aditya? They are functions. They use a buffer. Stream is different. In C++, you have a C in, C out. They work differently. Everybody, we are working with the functions. When you are using the functions, they use the buffers. Why the buffer concept comes? Because this format is stored in a buffer, basically in the memory. This is not, argument. This is a format, and this has to be, let me help you how some programs works. Printf, actual behavior of printf, I'm writing here. Value is equal to 23. Okay, or let me write percentile d. Can you tell me the output of this one? And I'm going to help you how this printf works. It knows, right? I don't need to ask what is an output. You know it. I want you to understand how it works. Is it clear? I don't want output. Output is clear. What is output? Value is equal to 23. That everybody knows. But how it works, I'm going to give you a story of this. A printf is a function, right? And actually how it happens in a computer is RAM, right? It uses a portion of the buffer. Remember that? Buffer. Like this B, A, L, U, E and equal percentile D. And this is the buffer. Let's say it is stored at 1000. Okay. And somewhere else, that 23 is stored. Let's say this is at 2000. Now what computer does, this is assumed as, okay, internally I'm talking about how it works. Okay, even it may change its behavior, not exactly same all the time. Okay, printf, it actually takes 1000, it takes 23 data only, but 23 also deals with the 2000 only. Remember that. And what happens here is at 1000, the actual your format is there, it is going to print on the screen. It starts at 1000 and there is one special character always there, end of what? Your string, that is a /0. Forward, backward, /0. Now you can see this string will end, this is string called as double quote you have mentioned, right? So it will end with a null character. This is called a special null character. It's basically represent end of the string. As it is mentioned in double quote, so this is a string now. And how the C language compiler understands, this is stored in the buffer and this starting address mentioned here. So now at 1000, whatever the data is there, it starts printing like V, A, L, U, E equal. When the percentile D comes, then it looks at the argument, this 23 is going to put here, like this 23 is taken here. So that is 23. Can you see how it works now? Actually, you're dealing with format strings, but the system deals with the buffers. 23 is an argument. Everybody got it? Great. So you can just understand internally how this printf works. Okay, you might be assuming the string is actually not, is a string only, but stored in somewhere and it takes starting address. And how it knows the whole string should be, it will put end of the string as a /0 null character. So till that time, it's keep on working. And whenever percentile D comes, it's going to look at the arguments. And order of the arguments and order of the percentile D should match. Correct? And let's look at the last example here. If you have a lot of percentile Ds, how it works? Value 1 equal to percentile D, comma, value 2 equal to percentile D. It's a very big, right? Better to write some other way. Percentile D plus percentile D equal to percentile D. And it's just like 10, comma, 20, comma, 30. How it works now? The order of the percentile D should match. This will match with this 10. This percentile D will try with the 20. So order of formats. This is called as format specifiers. What is this called as? Format specifiers. With the arguments. If you miss any of them, then that compiler decides what it should take, correct? We don't understand. When you are not writing properly, then every compiler may work differently. Believe me that if you miss one of the percentile D, then how it is going to take, that really you should work on a compiler. Every compiler may not behave the same way when you don't write a proper program. But sometimes it works because this 30, let's say you have given 2 percentile Ds, this is not mentioned, but you are giving an argument. So one of the argument will not take. That is arguments, most of the compilers they do left right. When they do left right, 10 goes here, 20 goes here, and I want you to check the behavior. Let me know what it does. Okay. Of course, output is what here? What is the output? Previous one. What is the output? 10 plus 20 equal to 30. This is what printed. But now I want you to check, everybody, is that every compiler is doing same way or not? I want you to check. You mentioned percentile D plus percentile D, that's it. But you have given argument 10, 20, 30. Check. Let me know what is an output. Is it 10 plus 20 or 20 plus 30? The compiler now you can assume the order is taking from left to right, correct? And that you don't expect with all the compilers in the world. Some compilers even they can scan from right to left if they build a compiler that way. So most of the compilers, your compilers are going left to right. That's why 10 taken here and 20 taken here. But if the compiler works from right to left, then 30 comes here and 20 comes here. It works differently. Everybody? Yeah. So easy to understand this kind of behavior why the compilers are producing. Now that's why 10 plus 20. In printf scanf, any issue with the printf scanf that you can work on randomly on your own, like which formats they are working, which formats they don't work. Okay. And generally some of the format specifiers we use in a printf scanf. Why we use these format specifiers? Anybody? There are two types of format specifiers, input and output. What is this mean? What is input format specifier and output format specifier? Input format means the system should understand what data you are giving. Are you giving integer data or character data? So from keyboard, when you are sending the data, how that data is considered? Is it integer or character or float? Everybody is different. Yes or no? Input format can be mentioned percentile D, like both are same. There's no difference between, both are mentioned as like percentile C character. We understood right initially data types, their char uses percentile C, and percentile D or mostly percentile I we use for decimal or integers. And percentile what F for float.
percentile. Anyone? LF, mostly for double because long it is. Likewise, percentile U for unsigned data. To understand, you should know binary representations. And you remaining like percentile O, percentile X, right? For hexadecimals, there are a lot of format specifiers here. Everybody aware this type of data? So remember, all entire game goes on memory only. This is a RAM, right? From input, you are sending something, right? This is an input device. You're sending something. How the computer understands? Because of what you mentioned here in your program. If you mention in percentile C, it takes 1 byte of the space what you are sending. If it is a percentile C, when you mention it in your program, oh, your data is 1 byte size. It understands not a character. It understands, oh, so that means 1 byte size. What it means? It means 1 byte. Okay, then it allots 1 byte. It knows that it is taking 1 byte data. So your conversion, if you give A, that A converts to 1 byte, it stores here data, correct? When you mention percentile D, it takes either 2 or 4 bytes and the data converts into 2 or 4 bytes and sends, because you also give an address along with the scanf, right? Ampersand X, ampersand Y, knows where to go, but how much size it has to convert. You are giving some data, how much size it has to convert. That is depends on this format specifier, correct? It's not depends on int X. Remember, int X is different. Let me help you. Wow. Yeah, before that I'll help you, but before that, again, this data you should display on the screen and I can display as a percentile D. Then you stored character, but you are printing percentile D. What happens, you know? The data is converts into 2 or 4 bytes because you mentioned percentile D. It takes 1 byte. If it allows to typecast, that it converts into 2 or 4 bytes. This is 2 or 4 bytes and displaying data in the form of integer even though you have taken character. A simple example for this. Look at this. Scanf percentile C, let me write a CH, ampersand CH. You have taken character, but you are printing integer. Is your choice how do you want to deal, but deal it properly if you understood. And can somebody enter the value on the screen? Let's say A, press enter. Can you tell me what is the value printed? Quick. ASCII value. What is the ASCII value of A? Capital A. $65. If it is 65, then it prints. Have you seen? You can deal a data as you. If it is 65, it will print 65. So this 65 is considered as integer here. Even though you know A is a character, but see, that's what you need to understand. Do you want to print a character or integer? It may have a meaning sometimes, it may not have a meaning sometimes. Even you can print percentile F. Print percentile F, look at what it happens. Write a printf. You just ask the computer, I want to print a float, but send a ch. If the compiler converts, it will do it. Otherwise, it will give an error. I'm not able to. Mostly provides random nature, random behavior. If the compiler is trying to convert, but not able to do it, then this is the reason is the percentile F is the format is different. It's a floating format, correct? It has to convert the whole number into, if you study computer organization or digital logic, that is called as IEEE floating format. So it's trying to convert into that format 65 and behavior could be random
And if the compiler has the capability to convert automatically, that's okay. But now, the first time I'm writing the printf, now can you try this on your own right now? Float ch. Now please check the behavior of. Now here some people see random behavior, and maybe error or 0.00 whatever. And can someone tell me what it produces? Go ahead. I want an output. Now can you see it? Everybody? Now it was able to understand. Now it's able to understand the output, that is 65.00. Correct? Yes, because you mentioned properly to the compiler. This is called as, have you remember the operator in the operator list, second row, unary operators? This is called as typecasting. You can typecast any data to any data, but you should be careful while dealing data. You can convert integer to character, character to integer, but you should know why are you doing it. Otherwise, you don't understand the typecasting, right? So to understand it, so you can do the typecasting and inform the compiler how you want to print the data. I want in a float format, I want an integer format, I want in character format, A will only print if you want it, correct? You can use a typecasting like you can use int, you can use a float, you can use char, you can use int star if it is integer, pointer that later on we'll see that, address if you want it, float star, something like that. You have a lot of types here. Even you can use structure, union, right? The types are many in the C programming. And can someone work? How many examples are over before this? 15. Let me move it. Right? 6, 17, 18. Please check and let me know what is happening there. I want to see the behavior of these two programs. When you say 5, it takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And by default, this is right alignment. You know, right alignment, adjustment justified with the right alignment. So this is the right alignment. So 5 characters will be printed with the right alignment. So now 23 is printed here. That's why here spaces you are able to see. Correct? The behavior of the %5 is right alignment, right justified. And this one is left alignment. So it's trying to take the 5 spaces, but already that is not a maximum 5, the maximum 5, that is the meaning. So it is left alignment, so that's why you are able to see 23. Of course, the spaces will be taken or not, you can't see it because you're not printing anything here. Okay? Able to understand? Left aligned, right aligned. 5 is called as 5 minus 5. They are width specifiers. But is a left aligned. This is also width specifier but right aligned. Similarly, you can play with the even float formats lot you have. And let me take today one special topic, the variable declarations, because most of the people worry, they confuse us. Sometimes compiler produces an error, right? Then you should aware of variable declarations. is the most important topic for beginners, because by practicing you can understand, but in the beginning you do a lot of mistakes. I want you to understand which variables are proper to declare, like int only I'm taking just to understand, remaining you can convert to char, float, double, all is your choice. Which one is proper, which is not a proper, just I want you to know, okay, which is the right way to declare, and you find out which are correct way to write declarations. Okay, go ahead. Out of these 6 declarations, which are proper, which are not proper, which one gives error? Reason is, like, if you want to declare more than one variable, already int type is there, so just mention the comma to separate the variables. No need to write again keyword. So this gives a compilation error, right? This is not a proper way to declare. But you know, in a C language, 2 statements you can separate with a comma, but not declarations. Remember this. I can write 2 statements, comma separation, but variable declarations you can't do that way. Everybody? Variable declarations are very special. You cannot do that way. No doubt. But if you really want it, you can separate, like printf. I have 2 printfs. Can you write it? Let me know what it does. I have 2 printfs. Can I do this way? Go ahead and check it. Is this okay? And I'm just producing a similar statement like this. These are the declarations, but these are not declarations. These are other statements other than the declarations. This is okay in C language. No error. Your output is what? AB. It executes properly. 2 statements you can always separate with a comma. Variable declarations also statements, but they are not logics. They are only declarations to the compiler. They are very special in programming language. That's why you don't know. These declarations are only there during compilation. After that, they are all deleted. This information gives to the compiler, oh, how much size I need to specify for A? 2 bytes. How much size for the B? 2 bytes. If it is integer, it's 2 bytes. Just to understand the sizes only we need this. Otherwise, we don't need programming in the programming languages. Because at runtime, there is no int A, int B. Only A, how much memory, B, how much memory. Are you understanding? How much memory should be given to A? Operating system should understand. Correct? These are all only for the compilers. They are very special in programming language. Never assume they are like other statements. No, never. They are not like printf. They are not like scanf. That's why this is C language is called as what? Statically typed programming language. Every variable type should be informed before using, because I want a size in a computer. I want to know how much size you are dealing with A. Correct? Not like a Python. Based on the value that you assign, automatically allots the memory. Correct? Python does automatic, but here C language, compiler converts this code into zeros and ones, then only you will execute it. Correct? How this compiler behaves. You just assume like C statements can be submitted with a comma. Where it is applied, that you should understand. Not everywhere. Okay? And this one, B is not declared, but you are using it, then this will throw an error. If B is already declared, no issue. Right? If B is not declared before this end, then it will throw error, and again it will give an error. This is not a B declaration, this is A declaration. You are assigning the value of B to the A. That's it. If B is not declared before this statement. Everybody? Great. And so careful when you are dealing with this kind of declarations. One more declaration is, should I write here? Yeah. Seven. And if you have, suppose, let's say A is equal to 20, B is equal to, or B simply, and int C is equal to, B is equal to A. Check it. Is it okay? Everybody? Now this time B and A are already declared now. Correct? So last one is, we are not declaring B and A. A and B are already declared. Now is it okay to use it properly? So A already has a 20 here. Now what happens in B and C? So because of this, A value will go to B, that means 20 comes here. And this B value goes to here, this 20 comes here. Is it proper now? Because B and C are already there. So now you are able to use it properly. A is also already there. A single line, not an error. This is already single line. We can't declare. If already mentioned here, it is error. If you write int C is equal to B is equal to A, this is an error because these are not declared. B and A are not declared. That's one error. If they are already declared like this, we will never have an issue with this statement. Both are same. We have the same line in both the programs, but it works here, it will not work here. The reason is A and B before them declared, here before them not declared, and this gives an error. That's what I'm talking now. To differentiate that only, we are producing another example. Okay, just to understand when will that statement works. Correct? Sometimes, look at the same statement works, sometimes won't. The syntax has no issue. The meaning has an issue. Semantic is issue. Its structure is okay. But the problem is meaning. If A and B declared, it works. Not declared, it will not work. That's what the semantic says. By looking at this statement, you should never say error. You should say by understanding it. Okay? This type of statements, expressions we studied, but we will cover up using in other programming too. Control statements will start now. Can someone tell me what type of control statements we have? In control statements, we have simple selection based and other one is a loop based statements. Correct? Selection based statements, we have, anybody is having a name? Selection based statement, just selection is condition. That's good. You can write if statement, if else statement, nested statements. Correct? These are all selection based. Simple condition will be there. On true or false, what will you execute? Okay, let's go ahead. So we have selection based and then loop based statements, which are famous is for loop, but you can also learn while, do while, and for loop. Third, unconditional statement, that is a selection, right? Now there is no selection, means conditional. That's, you will have a condition, unconditional statement. What is that? It's only one statement, go to. There are other control statements. In selection based, you also have one, can write
switch, which is very special statement in our C language. Other control statements, you will have something like break. They can also control your execution. Continue. Third, return. Fourth, there is a function very special in our C programming, exit. Something here. There is a fourth one here. You can also use the nested loops, correct? Like nested selections, nested if else, you can also use nested loops. One loop within another loop. Okay, great. So please reply, do reply. If you don't reply, then I don't understand. Okay, now we'll start. As I said, like in the keywords, during keywords, there are a lot of keywords which are covered here. Yes or no? Like if is a keyword, else is a keyword, switch is a keyword, while, do, for, and go to, break, continue, return. These are keywords. Also, we'll have a default case which comes in switch. These keywords are easy to remember in the keywords list. Correct? Can we start? So we are going to look at a few things to understand all of them. For each one, we'll understand the syntax. The three things I'll be helping you. I'll help you syntax, how to write it. Then control flow, how the execution happens. Then example. Some examples to understand each one. Okay. So these three we are going to follow one by one. For each type of the control statement, we will look at this. So first start with the if statement, which is a very famous and easy one. What is the syntax? Anyone? You should use the if keyword, and then definitely there should be expression that should return a value, and then this bracket you can keep here or here, both are same. You can have their statements and then close it. Everybody understood? You can write here if statements. Because this is a block, and this block will execute when this expression returns a true or non-zero value. How this execution happens? Anybody? Suppose if you write something like this, if some expression is there here, assume there is a statement here, let's say S1, let's say here S2, there's another statement here, and there are a lot of statements S3, and you can write a lot of statements here, and then S4. How the control flows from one place to other place here? First, which one will execute? Statement 1 will execute, correct? After statement 1, the statement 2 decides whether it enters the if block or not, right? If it is a true, this S2 returns a true, then it enters inside and it will execute statement 3, correct? If it is a false, the control comes directly to S4. So if it is a false, the control comes to S4 directly. But remember, after executing S3, it has to come to S4 at any cost. So understand, true represent, it will execute the statements here and comes down, and false, if the statement returns 0, it comes directly to S4. Are you able to understand the control of the if statement? Each question that we practice here. I will avoid writing stdio.h, that you can take care while writing the actual program, okay? simply you have written, initially we'll write something else. Int x is equal to 2 if x is equal to printf x is something like a, printf b. Go ahead. What will be the output? A first basic program to understand how it works. Easy, right? What is the output? X is going to be 2. And when you check x is equal to, it's going to return true. No? True means 1. It returns 1. When it returns 1, it enters, because it's true, it enters, A will print and as well as B will print. So the output is AB. Okay. So few things you keep assuming it. I don't write now onwards. This main and this open bracket, close bracket, always assume that is there. I'll only write the code which is there inside the main function. It will be easy to understand. Okay. Now I'll write inside the main simply like this. If 2 printf A and printf B. Three, if 0 printf A and printf B. So everybody should understand, even you start today, you should never face difficulty here. Go ahead. What is the output of each program? Here the output is AB, because it is a true, and this statement only belongs to if, because when you don't put a block, only one statement belongs to if. Everybody knows that. If you don't put a block like this, only the first statement belongs to if, remaining not. Please remember that. So when you don't have the bracket, so this statement only belongs to if. That's why this if is over by this statement. Correct? So this is outside the if. Okay, that's why here A produced and then B also produced. When it is false, the A will not print, but B will definitely print, because B is not inside the if, B is outside the if. And here both are inside if, so it prints nothing here. Everybody understood? So when you don't put a block, only one statement belongs to that if. In first example, 2 is what if we, write completely, Rajan. If you put a 0, that is exactly same as this one. Both are, if you put a 0 here, this is only you are talking about whether this printf you write here or here, it is belongs to if only now. If I put a 0, the second become third. Are you able to?
Go ahead. That means if has no statement, no block. When you don't have a block, then you can write always semicolon, right? Here, this is never belongs to if. Even you put a block here, that block is not belongs to if. It's outside. Now, whether it's true or false, they don't have these statements, correct? So now this two always executes. So here output is what? AB. Here also output is AB. Both are same. So everybody able to write this, right? It is false, but there is no statement, so no need to execute. Yet true, even there is no statement, no need to execute. And here the seventh will produce an error. How many of you are able to answer this? The seventh will not print anything. 7, do you have any expression? No expression. So how it decides true or false? It can't decide true or false because it is necessary, compulsory. Correct? Without this, it can't evaluate the execution. So this should be there. If you miss it, the compiler identifies, okay, your syntax is mismatching. So it will produce syntax error because it's expecting some expression there. That's to return true or false. Now here, this is assignment. So 3 definitely assigns to X and that value is 3. So it is true. True means it is going to execute the A. Right? 8th one, some of the people say nothing. Oh, that is not comparison. That's assignment, right? In assignment statement, what happens? X actually 2 initially. Oh, this makes 3. And so here, the 3 only decides the value. Like 3 assigns to X, X is taken here. So the 3 is a true. True means it will print. Of course, you may not not write this, but you should know how it works. That's it. We may never write like this, okay? But you should know how the operators are used. Go ahead. So expressions also we are using in this control statements. What happens? 0 executes, 1 executes, and it will treat it as if 2. If this is a statement, will it print A or not? What happens here? 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. So it goes from left to right because the comma follows left right order. And the last one is considered as your condition. Everybody? If you know that, you will never do the mistake. So indirectly you are writing like 0, 1, if of 2. If of 2 is definitely true only, right? Then it will print A. Everybody understood? The flow of execution of the comma is the left right associate. What is it? Comma. There are 2 commas. It follows left right associated. So when it is executing from left right 0, 1, 2, the 2 is going to be the top of the stack. Actually, it maintains the stack to understand like 0, 1, 2, and this will return to the if. So I hope you will not do the mistake again. So what is the output you have here? What is the output? A. Understood?
The second one, the 0 decides the entry. This is the false. Here this is true because it executes in this way, right? So it will enter, but now it will not enter, it will go outside. So it will print nothing. What about this? Is it left to right or right to left? Less than, greater than, left to right. So it follows left to right. Then first it evaluates 2 less than 1 is the false, right? So false means 0. 0 greater than 0, again false. That is 0. 0 means it will go out. So same, output is nothing. Last one, this what is this comparison operator, right? Equal relation operator. This also flows from left to right. But assignment flows from right to left. That is different. This is not assignment. 2 equal to 1 is true or false? False. False means 0. 0 equal to 0. Definitely true. True means 1. So it will enter inside. It will print A. Any doubt? Now we'll write some of the programs using if else. Sorry, only if. Suppose somebody want to find the even or odd. How do you check? Let's write program 1. Check even or odd. Check given x is even or odd. How do you write a program? Using if statement only, no else, only if statement. Okay. Of course, if you want #include, you can write. Void main, all are lowercase, and ask the user to enter number, printf, enter value or enter a number to check even or odd, and you can read that input scanf %d ampersand. Now we got that value. So whatever you enter, it will be there. How do you check even or odd? Any idea? What is this? Is your logic. If that x is, if it is divisible means divisible by 2 means equal to 0. What do you write here? Printf x is even, whatever you enter. If you want to see what number you entered, %d you put here x you write. So you will get exactly what you have entered. If x mod 2 not equal to 0, what do you mean by that? That means you got some remainder is 1. You can also write x mod 2 equal to 1. Other way to write is like x mod 2 equal to 1. That's also correct. Okay. %d is odd. Everybody understood? Now I will give you 2 numbers. Can you find which is the larger number using if statement? What is the logic? Program 2. Find the largest of 2 numbers only using if statement. Find largest. If you can find largest, smallest also, you can find largest of 2 numbers. Let's say x and y. You can take x and y. Okay. So directly I am writing a code part. If x greater than y, we can say printf that x is larger, correct? If what you can write is, instead of writing x less than y, x equal y separately, you write x less than or equal to y. Equal to you can keep here or there, it's your choice. But if x less than or equal y, either less than or equal, then you can take the y is the larger, correct? Because equal case both are same, so you can say y is larger. y is greater or equal, you can say y is larger, or you can write equal here also. X greater than or equal to y, here also you can write. But only write one of them, one of the place. Now, program 3. This is one of the interview-oriented question. If you go for any jobs, placements, find the largest of 3 numbers. Very famous question in interviews. Find largest of 3 numbers using only if. Don't use else, something like that. Okay. Also, I forgot. Now I got remembered. Also, remind me later in other controls, or you can use here itself 5th, that is a ternary operator. This conditional operator is there. We can use that in selection based also. Okay. Remind me that in this topic itself. Okay. Can you find the largest of 3 numbers using the if statement? At least, easy way to write is easy way. If you have 3 statement, let's say ABC, 3 numbers, you can directly check, right? A greater than B and A greater than C. Then who is the largest? Percentile D is largest, but change in the last statement, very important. If B greater than A and B greater than C, printf. There are many ways to write. Easiest way I am writing here. You can also look at other comments. They have written some other way also. So now here you can't write C greater than A. You can write suppose if anybody equal is there, ABC are equal, then how do you write? Everybody, suppose equal is there, your statements all will fail. Yes or no? Nobody satisfies these answers. Correct or not? So what is the best? We don't know. 3 are equal, 2 might be equal. 3 might be equal, 2 might be equal. We don't know. Yes or no? So instead of simply greater, suppose these 2 are equal and these 2 are greater than C, then here it is not working, right? So what you can do, always greater than or equal you can take. Na? This works better when they are equal. And one thing will always miss when any 2 are equal. Let's say 3 numbers are given. Let's say 2, 5, 5. Then this never works in your example. If you put only greater, these 2 numbers are greater, right? So it should validate here. Correct now? So anyhow, that will print in 2 times. That's okay. But it should be taken care. Right? So now we'll go for if else. The second one is if else. How many of you know if else statement? Now you can write a lot of examples similar to the one above. First I'll write the syntax. What is the syntax? If you have an expression which is evaluates true or false, and you will have a statement, if statement, and then you can write here else, and their else statements, and then close it. So this is the syntax of if-else statement. If you take an example or general case, let's say I have statement 1 here. If, let's say I have a statement 2 here, and let's say statement 3 here, close. Else also has some statement, let's say S4, and then after that S5. Then how they are connected, how they are executed here? Any idea? Okay. First execute statement 1. Correct? And then statement 2 is a decider to execute S3 or S4. If it is true, it is going to execute S3. If it is false, previously false means directly going outside, but now we have else block, right? So false, you will go to else block. So true means S3, false means we'll go to S4. But whether it is true or false, after executing S3 or S4, both should come to the same place, to the S5. Everybody understood this? How they come to S5? Whether you enter if block or else block, there are two different blocks. Both should meet at S5 only. Right? You should never miss this flow. Yeah. So let's start examples to understand how you do mistakes. First example. How many of you identified second and third have an issue? See, when you don't put a block, you did not put any block, right? If you put a block, that's okay, no problem. But this is only the statement belongs to if. This statement is outside if. That means it is not expecting else. Now else will have an issue because else is not associated with any if. If this is not there, then else is connected with the if. Because of this statement, that if was already over, there was no else connected to the if. Now this else will have an issue which has no connection with if. Able to understand? That else is no relationship with the if. This is not connection with any if. It will give error like this else is not associated with any if. You were expecting with this if, but it was no connection because already if is over, right? When it is false, it will come directly outside and will execute this. This else is not associated with any if. But this one, okay, 0 means false, it will come here and output is B. Here, what is an issue that you will see? Like this else is not connected with any if. Now here also the same problem. This printf only connected with this if, and this printf is outside the if. That means no else is coming. That is the representation. But when you come down, else was there, but it is not able to connect with the if, and same issue happens. That to syntax error only. The compiler itself will identify when you write. And this one, compile. Oh, see here, this is only belongs to else, correct? This is belongs to if. Now this is outside if else, that is not an issue. This is outside if, that's why else will not come. This is outside if else, that can come, no issue. After there is no else if connected with this, right? Easy to understand. Okay, 0 means false, it comes to B and then C executes. So output is here BC, correct? And here 2 is a true. It comes here A, then it goes directly to the outside. This is outside. Both are belongs to if else. This is outside if else. So after A, it will come to the C. So your output is AC. Any doubt here? May have a doubt. The doubt is like, if you put a block, there will be no problem. If you put a block like this, will you get an error? No, you will never get an error. 0 means false, it comes here because this 2 belongs to if. And if you put this block, you will never see an error. You will see proper output. Okay. That block is not there. When you don't put a block, then only one statement corresponds to the if. See, this has, let me help you. If 2, when you write statement 1, statement 2, and else you write statement 3, what is an issue? The issue is this is a syntax issue. The reason is you are writing like this. I'll help you how you are writing. If of 2, only statement 1 is there inside and statement 2 is outside and else is coming, only statement 3 inside. Now tell me, can you write the syntax like this? This S2, can it come after this block with in between if else? That means else is separated from if, no? Then you might see this problem. If you use a block like this, then both are belongs to if, then directly else is connected. That block is not there. That's what the issue happened in both 2 and 3. Both of them the same problem happened. Okay. Five examples. Everybody try to understand each program. Do not ignore at all.
So why that first one is an error? Anybody? If semicolon means that if is over here, right? This is outside if, and this else has no connection with if. Are you able to understand? If you wanted to understand this program is just like if 2 and the block is over, and then printf a, and see now this if and else is coming here. Are you able to understand? That's why the error happened, because in between this if and else there is a separate statement which is not belongs to if coming. Because of that reason, else is not able to understand the connection with the if. Look at the meaning of this program. This program means like this. And also remember, when you put a semicolon, and you will never see else with it. Remember, this is always not equal to the empty statement. Remember, when you put a semicolon, and else never comes with a if. Remember this point too. Everybody, if that will not happen, else what will happen? Okay, remember, when you put a semicolon here, nobody will connect with if, even not only else. That is the reason you got an error. Okay, even you don't have this statement, still an issue, still it an issue, because semicolon should not come here. Semicolon is not there, but now see, semicolon is there for else, then it's okay, right? Else has no statement, then you can put a semicolon there, correct? That if else will end, then what is the output you should get here? Then cross check once here, let me know if the compiler gives any error. Okay, 2 true, so A will print, and else has no block, so directly it comes outside. Outside is a B. So everybody given a right output here. And now because of this semicolon, and else will never associate with the if, so any of this produces an error. This else has no meaning without if. Compiler always match for if there is an else. Okay, this else gives a compiler error, no association with the if. When there is no connection with if, always an error, right? Compiler want if else. Without if else is not there, yeah. The same, except this, look at it, up to here is same, right? The else was not able to connect with the if, because if statement already over. Okay. Now nested statements. Yeah, you can use nested statement, then we'll see examples for all, one after other. What is nested? Can I write if within a if, like if some expression? Can I write if here? Let's say expression 1, expression 2. Here some statements. You can, even if you want, you can write some statements here. Can I write if within if? Okay. To understand this, I'll give a small example. Control how you can understand. Let's say I have a statement 1. If I have a statement 2, there is, let's say, statement 3. Oh, right, you can have it, or directly you can write if also here. Let me write directly if statement 3, and let me write here statement 4 and close it. There is a statement 5 and close it, and statement 6. What is your flow here? First S1 will execute. First S1 will execute, then S2 will decide whether it will go to inside or not. If it is true, it will go to S3. If it is false, directly it will come to anyone? Directly it will come to S6. So this is complete if, right? And this is another if. Oh, sorry. This is another if. You can see there are if within if, but there could be other statements other than if. That's why S5 is also belongs to if is also belongs to if. Now, if it is false, it goes to directly S6. If it is true, it enters, it executes S3. And if it is true, it executes S4. If it is false, it comes to S5, no doubt about it, right? Even it is true, executes S4, then it executes S5. After executing S5, it has to execute S6. Correct? Let me show you another kind of nested statement. Then we'll see some gate questions too. Can I have if else? Like if I have an expression here, I have a statement. Close it. I can have else inside. Can I have if else here? This is called as else if ladder. If else I can write here or here. It's your choice. Here I'll write expression 2. Again I have some statements. Else. Again I can have an if. So this together we can connect directly if you want it, else if also you can connect. You can see that else if expression 2 and statements, you can write else if. Instead of writing inside else, you can also connect directly. Is your choice. So you can write as many as else if you want it. Finally, you can have one else to close it. You can leave else if you don't want it, right? That's your choice. Are you able to understand else if ladder? This is called the else if ladder. You can maintain as many as else ifs in this process. This is also nested combination. This is called as else if ladder. This is also nested concept. Okay. And I'll ask one question here. Suppose somebody writing if else. Example, if expression, you have statements, else you have a statements. If expression 2, you have statements, else you have statements. If expression 3, I have statements, else I have statements. Now, is it called as nested if else or not? First question. If I have this structure, is it nested if or not? Not. Everybody? Now the gate question was, it's not about nested if. And how many paths are there from here to here? Assume from here to here, how many paths are there? Now example, they mentioned, let me write here, this is point. And we'll give you a small structure to understand. Okay. I'll write here S1. If I'll write numbers also better. That's better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there is 7, let's say end. Of course, end is not there. You can have here 1, let's say start. Let me number it. 2, 3, 4, 5. Start is just for understanding, okay? How many paths are there from start to end? It's very special, just to refer only, not a program statement. From start to end. And they have given like
If you have if statement, like if statement, right? They've already mentioned there are two paths here. Like there is a true path, there is a false path. And definitely they will connect here. If you understand, they will connect here. So there are two paths from here to here, correct? Can you see that? And again you will get here expression 2. Then again true path, false path. Both will connect somewhere here. And this is expression 3. Now true here, false path. Then somewhere they will connect here. That's maybe the last end. Now from here, this point, this is a start point and this is an end point. And from here to here, how many paths are there? Anybody? Different paths. 2 power 3, exactly correct. Here there are two choices, right? How many choices? Two choices you have here. Here also two choices. Now here to here you understand, I can take a true path, I can take a true path, or I can take a true path, false, or false, true, false, false. Here total 4. And when you go here, again you have two choices. Right? Each choice here you will have again 2. This may be true, true, this can be true. Just like you have a binary numbers, right? 3 numbers are there. True, true, false. Still you can write 8 different combinations, right? You know that 2 into 2 into 2. Total how many? 2 power 3 paths are there. 8 paths. And in exam they are given 10 different if-else statements. Then how many paths will be there? This was one of the gate question. Total 10 different if-else statements. 10 if-else. Like I have only given 3 only, no? 1, 2, 3. Now they have given 10 if-else statements. How many total different paths? 2 power 10. 10, 24. That was a numerical answer type question. Everybody? We have only 3 if-else here. 1, 2, 3. How many paths from start to end? With 3. If you have 10 if-else, then definitely we'll have 2 power 10. Okay, this was a gate question. We'll start with switch statement today. First we'll see syntax and then we'll see meaning. What is the syntax of switch statement? Anybody aware? The first, always we use the keyword which is related to switch, and here you should write some statement, could be expression. And then you should write here, there is a keyword called as a case. And here you should write a value. And there should be colon. And here you can write any statements. And there is a statement which is called as optional break, not compulsory, but if you want to stop, the execution here itself, you can use the break. If you don't use the break, then it will go to the next statement here. So let's say it's a value 1, value 2, and again statements. You can use the break if you want to stop with this case only. You don't want to execute the below statements. Similarly, you can have a lot of the cases. Then default. A default is another keyword. If any of these values doesn't match with this expression, we'll see that. Okay. So again, break is optional. Yeah. So how it executes? Look at this in the switch. This expression returns what? Should return either integer value or character value only, because here you will have only integer or characters. So you have only two types of possible values. It should be integer value or character value only. So if it is integer expression, then here you can write any integer number, and whenever it evaluates, it try to matches with the cases. If not matches, it will go to default. So we'll see one example how it works. Suppose I write a switch, I say let's say 3. Of course, you can write a bigger expression if you want it, like 2 plus 1, something like that. Any expression which could be using variables or with constants, whatever. And I'm just trying, like, case 2. If you don't have a case 1, no need to write, is your choice. Okay. Printf A, break case 3, printf G, default. If I don't have any statement, I can just leave it. But if you want to write something like printf X, so now you can understand how to use the switch statement. Can someone? What will be the answer? Straightforward, right? So now you will understand how this switch statement works if you are new to this statement. This is the expression. Everybody agree? Which expression, integer or character? Integer expression. It returns integer value. You should remember that it should only return integer or character, nobody else. Float, these things are not allowed here. Okay. And this returns 3. Now look at, is this integer value? You cannot write a float here. And it will try to match with every case value. Like it is trying to match with every case value. Which one is matching? This is equal to, say, right, 2 plus 1 is 3. 3 is matching here. So it will start executing here till you get a break. Remember, till you get a break. So it's going to be very sequential. If it miss the break, it will go to this printf. Remember that? So that's why break is compulsory if you want to stop with this case only. Then because of the break, it comes outside directly. So that's why output is G. Yeah. So now you understood the switch. Now let's practice some of the examples. So everybody should answer it.
Guess. What will be output? Is a B. Perfect. It is AB because it matches with this case and it will start printing from here A. Then there is no break, so it comes down and it will print AB. Go ahead. What is the reason? It is trying to match with this and it starts executing from here. So there is nothing. So till you get a break, it will execute. Then it stops. Correct? Go ahead. So here you should know the order of the values need not be same. Odd, right? A, B, C, no need to write. You can write any order. So assume that there is no space also. Just write double quote. If you feel that there is a space, just keep no space here. So just printf, no character, empty. It prints nothing. No output will be printed on the screen. Yeah, blank. Okay, let's look at one more example. What in the first syntax itself I told, what did I say? This should be integer value or character. Whatever the expression that you write, it should return only integer or character. We can write any expression. Compiler itself identifies you did not write a proper expression there. So writing any real type value is not allowed here. But you can write any expression, as I said. No? Print this printf, then you're only looking inside, you're not looking at this printf. First, this printf will print AB. How many characters? 2 characters printed. So this 2 is written here. So this 2 matches with this one, and from here it starts executing. So now it will print gate. Right. Of course, you did correctly, but you missed that. Go ahead. Anybody can tell 0, 1 what it returns? It returns whatever the last, because in comma, if you have, let's say 0, 1, 2, 3, and this is only considered as a return value of this, because as the last one, it will return 3 if you are assigned to somebody. Remaining will execute, but it will return only the last one. Yeah, left to right it executes. Correct. It's a simple expression, not a function, right? This is a function. The order is different. It's not a function. It's just a normal expression. So now this one matches here. So it will print B. Differently, we'll start with for loop, but most of the time we start with the while. But first time, to make it more easy, we'll start with the for loop. In loops, there are various statements are there. What are the loop statements we have? We have for loop, while, do while. So everybody aware, in C language, These are the three iterative statements are there. The syntax is for expression 1 semicolon expression 2 semicolon expression 3, and here the statements. You can write any statements. You can use for initialization, but there is no such initialization, and here definitely it should be some expression, and you can treat as some kind of condition or whatever, but this is you can use for increment decrement, not compulsory, everyone. And if you know that, you can write empty also. There is no such thing, initialization, condition, increment decrement, that are there to understand. Right? People use it for initialization, people write here condition, people write increment decrement, but you no need to write that things. But understand how the control flow happens. Initialization, why we write here, this executes only the first time, later this will never execute. Okay, the flow starts like this. The flow, it will start here and it only first time executes, then after this is the first, right? Then it goes here, this is the second statement. And now the problem is the control may enter inside or may go outside. There are two possibilities. If it is true, it will enter inside. If it is false, it will go outside. Right? Will this execute or not? This expression 2 will decide. Depends on what value it returns. 0 or non-zero. 0 or non-zero. And when this expression 3 executes, anybody? This expression 3 will not execute just after this. When will it execute? When will that expression 3 executes? Quick. After the statements of the loop. Right, perfect. So after the statements, after completing all the statements, then this expression 3 executes. So numbering I am not giving because these statements may come after this or not. So second after second, if this executes, then expression 3. After expression 3, it goes again back to expression 2. Everybody able to understand how the control flow happens from one to other? Okay, let's see with a small syntax. Suppose I have statement 1 here, okay, and in the for loop I have a statement 2 here, semicolon, statement 3 here, statement 4 here, and then here statement 5. It says statement 6. There are two statements I'm writing just to help you. Statement 7. Now, how the flow happens here? First, who will execute? S1. After S1, will it be S2 or S3 or S5? S2. So this is what, while executing, you should come to S2 immediately. Then after S2, S3. So S3 will decide now, should I enter inside or not? True, and false will not enter. If S3 is a true, then what happens? S5, S6, right? After S3, it will come to S5, S6, then it will go to S4, and then it will repeat. So after S3, it will be S5 when it is true, then S6, then definitely S4, then after that it will keep repeating like this. So this creates a loop. In case if it is false, it comes down to S7. And here S1 will, S2 will not execute many times. S1, S7, they don't execute many times. If there is any repetitive in nature, 4 statements will execute, not 3. Everybody? So this creates a loop. Correct. Go ahead. Whenever you face any difficulty. 0, why it's 0? The first time, after 0, 0 less than 5, then it enters, and then it will go to this, then it will, right here. Now keep checking here. First I is 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. After printing 4, the I plus plus makes 5, then 5 less than 5 will fail, so it goes out. So there is no doubt, right? Just you need to repeat this 3 statements. How many statements are repetitive here? If you know that, job is over. Which 3 statements are repeating? That condition, print, I plus plus. Remember this order also. Correct? Okay. Now, the second question, I'm just writing here. The same thing I'm writing here, except that declaration, okay? Except the declaration. If anybody asks total, how many statements you have executed here? If this question comes, mostly it helps in algorithms and analysis of algorithms. If they ask how many statements executed in this program, how many statements are executed? So now let's focus on it. The main problem happens with the repetition. Tell me which 3 repeated. When it is true, this one, and after this one. These 3 are repetitive or not? But order also important. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes or no? Every true statement, there are 3 statements are executing. Every true. Okay, now this is only executed one time, right? Let me count it. 1. And here I'm just assuming it 3. Okay? 3. This order. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Like so. How many times you enter? When I is 0, when I is 1, I is 2, I is 3, I is 4. Correct? That means we are going to enter 5 times. So 5 times these 3 statements executed. Correct? So 15 statements this will happen. 15 statements like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right? When I is 5, that statement is different. Correct? That statement will fail. 5 less than 5, it will not enter. So this is very special for you. And this statement will allow you to go out. So 1 is this one. There are 15 plus 1. So total 1 plus a 15 plus 1. 15, how did you get? The 3 statements are executed 5 times. Correct? What is the answer? 17. So this one is the false condition. and this one is initialization. Initial, what you have this statement. Everybody understanding how the loop, that's what I was explaining from the beginning. How do you understand the loop? It matters. Still, you wanted to know, I'll help you. First, I is equal to 0 executes, correct? Then 0 less than 5, then printf, then I plus plus, correct? This is one I told. Next, 1 less than 5, then print, then I plus plus, correct? Then I less than 5, here 1 is right, then 2 less than 5, print I plus plus. Likewise, 3 less than 5, printf I plus plus. 4 less than 5, printf and I plus plus. And after this, the only one statement which is left, 5 less than 5. Everybody understood? This is the first initial, and 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Total, they are 15, 1, 1. Understood? This is a false condition. When you execute this, this will not enter the loop. So it will go out of the loop. All 17. Any doubt in the 17? Calculation, it creates a problem because we don't have much patience in repeating the loop. Right. Most of you understood now? Why 17? That idea should be there. Which statements are repetitive? But what order you are repeating? This is the first statement where you start repetition. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. How many times? 5 times. Then at the end, what happens? This statement is going to give you exit of the loop. Okay. So in algorithms, especially it helps you a lot to find the time complexities. Everybody? Now, in general, if I ask this question, right? Can you answer it now? Let's see who will answer. For I is equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus. Exactly, can you tell me? Some printf is there. Don't worry, what is there? It's a printf here. How many total statements executed in general? Now, based on the previous example only. Correct. How many statements in terms of executions, right? How many statements are executed? You can understand just by creating the logical. Okay, I is equal to 0 executed first time. Then which are repetitive? I less than n, print, and I plus plus. These are executed how many times? N times, correct? And then at the end, that when I become n, I less than n for the false. So, and this makes 1, 3n, 1. Total 3n plus 2. Is it clear, everyone? This gives you, that's what the in algorithms, if anybody asks what is the time complexity, what the people says, order of n, because that depends on the n. Everybody got a clarity why this loop creates the order of n time complexity, because that depends on n statements or n times. Linear. Okay, that you decide in algorithm how do you find time complexity, but this is how you analyze to find the complexity of the programs. Okay, very important for exam point of view. Now I'll focus on finding the output only, not analyzing the complexity. What is the output of this loop? Output. I want just output. What is the nature? Output. the nature of this loop, when nothing also not produced, nothing is wrong. When we say no output, when the program stops and you have nothing on the screen, then we say no output. Everybody, never say nothing, because even nothing output also will not come, because program never stops. The reason is, when you don't write anything here, by default compiler assumes true if statement is missing. Everybody, if the statement is missing, it will be treated as a true. Then program never stuck, program executes infinitely, right? This loop allows infinite times, so we can assume that the loop is executed infinitely, program never stuck. Here I'll write a printf. You wait for 1 day, it will keep printing whole day on the screen. You just execute this. Now only you execute it. You just start execute now and come in the evening and check it. On the screen, keep printing yes only. It will never stop. Everybody? Because this requires limited memory. To execute this requires limited, but on the screen keeps printing infinitely. But internally, we don't need infinite memory. Okay? Only you are printing on the screen. What is there? You can print on the screen infinitely, right? What is the output it behaves? It keeps executing infinite times. That means forever it is keep executing. Okay, go one by one, give the number and then say the answer. These two are belongs to this one. No, C language you need a block. Never assume this here, this is only belongs to fur. This is not in fur, this is outside fur. Everybody knows this concept. When you do not give the block, please don't assume these two are in the same block. It's wrong. Correct? So this is only printf which is belongs to fur, and this printf is outside the fur. Yeah. Anybody not aware? Please make it, because Satya, I see your answer is blank. The blank happens when these two are belongs to same block, in the same block. But now this B is outside the for loop. This is a false, and that's why it comes directly here. So output is B. This outside for. Now again, this A only belongs, print only belongs to for, and now this true. It is true, right?
and each time it's going to enter inside, it comes here and then it keeps repeating, correct? So these three statements keep repeating forever. So output is going to print forever. And now 0 dummy statement, dummy 1 dummy statement, and this one, did you remember that when you are executing these two, the last one will decide the return value. So this returns 1, right? 0 comma 1 you have written. I told you today itself, if you are writing separated by comma, the last one is called as the return value, correct? Today only we did that. In switch itself, switch also we did a similar one. So true, so it enters inside and then it starts executing here. And here also we have the same issue like 0, 1, but there is no use of this. After executing, it starts executing like this. It keeps executing like this, correct? Infinitely. And here also A is printed infinitely. And what about this one? While executing first time, the 0, right? So this returns false, returns 0, last one, whichever it is. So directly it goes outside the loop, so it prints nothing, no output. Because it's not executing infinitely, it stops immediately, so you can say output is nothing. Go ahead. I could have deleted this X++. I'm sorry for that. I was thinking something else. Anyhow, I made it, so you follow it the same. Okay. This expression returns 1. One is true, so it will enter inside. This A will print always now. And X never be modified. X is always 1 everywhere.
because this is not a condition, it is the assignment statement. So that returns 1. And X never be other, right? Here never, you never get a 0 here. So output is infinite, it's keep printing. 3 dots I am writing, so infinite it is. Okay. Next, what is happening? You assign the 1 to X, and here first time 1 equal 1 is true. It prints A, then here X become 2, and when you check here next time 2 equal to 1 will fail, correct? This time execute, this time will fail, it will go out of the loop, and it just prints A one time, not more than one time. The third one actually made for a different purpose, but is it same almost? Did I make any changes? Yeah, semicolon is there. And what is the difference here? When this is true, it has no statement, right? When it is true, first time 1 equal to 1, it goes here directly because as it is not having any statement. And then these two statements only keep executing, correct? So next time 2 equal to 1 is going to fail. So now this time when it is false, it goes outside. This is outside the loop. So A is executed here also, but the nature is different. Correct? In these two statements, semicolon is the difference. Semicolon means the for loop has no block. For has empty block. The last one, actually I've written as semicolon, but it is missing. Okay. Please right now don't assume error. We'll just, after this we'll practice errors. Okay. Assume a semicolon only there, not a comma. Okay. Now, this first time when X is 0, here X plus plus means return 0 first time itself, correct? Then immediately goes outside the loop. But X value become 1 after going from here. Okay. So output is nothing. It will execute finite time only, it will stop immediately. What is the statement you have? Is it 13? Int X for X is equal to 0, X plus plus, X equal to 1, and you have something here, let's say. This is exactly how it executes at runtime. See here, I'm just elaborating this. First X is equal to 0 executed, correct? Then here what happens is X is going to be returned, like if X, here this is equal to two statements, X and X is equal to X plus 1. First X will be used here and then this will be executed later. The meaning of X plus is use X and increment later, right? Use it and increment later. Everyone knows this concept? We'll use X only here, but X plus plus says that you should increment X later, not now. That is the reason X value was 0. See here 0 is taken, but X is updated outside, right? Not here, but outside. Outside means just after executing this statement. Now 0 means false. While going here, while going outside, here itself the X is incremented. Oh, that's while going, assume that way. Okay. Is there any error? Assume that your int x is there additionally. Any error is there in any statement, just check it. Just check only error. Is there any error of in any of these programs? First one is error. The only reason is just identify errors. Check errors only. Here, error is there or not? Because syntax mismatch. Here semicolon should be there, right? It should match with like semicolon, semicolon, like this it should match. But this is mismatching. Comma they have written instead of semicolon. Yeah. 15th and syntax has no issue, but the problem is there will be compilation error because this fro keyword looks like a function, correct? So syntax is correct, only the compilation error happens, may or may not, that we don't know, right? This is one of the compilation error will happen because the fro looks like a function, but again function will have a comma here, not a semicolon. Okay, compilation error I am saying. You could write now this statement, I can say syntax error, even function syntax also not matching. Okay, syntax error only. I forgot to write something else. Let me write that. 19th. The same one, I'm writing just fro 1, comma 1, comma 1. This is something different. This will give you a surprise while executing the code. Compiler may give an error, may not give an error. Remember this? If you are using any external files like #include, then this will also not give an error. So it depends. But compiler, if you write only this within a main, compiler produce error, compilation or compiler may produce error, may not also sometimes. May easily have written, the only reason is compiler sometimes ignores it. Linker will catch. Everybody, the 19th is very special for you, and the reason why compiler will not catch, because it looks like a function. Okay, syntax definitely correct, yes or no? Is the syntax correct or not? I can make it, this is valid if I have a program like void fro int x int y int z. If I have this function inside my program, this will never give you an error, correct or not? There is no issue with the syntax. Syntax is absolutely correct. The problem is this having proper semantic or not, right? And to check that, the compiler, the semantic of this might be there in other file, then it will not check now. Linker will take care, correct? And linking, during linking, they will be produced. So either linker error or compiler error may happen, depends on how do you handle this function. And 90% students, they don't get what is this 19, okay? And I'm saying it, if you ask 100 students, 90 students may give wrong answer for the last question, because it's not easy for you to understand as a beginner. You should know how the function, if you have called but you don't have a definition, what error it happens, you should know it. Okay. So 19th I'm leaving for you, and I assume that you don't understand. If you understand, very well, otherwise leave it. 16, what did you say? 0 assigned to x, 0 assigned to x. First time itself is a false. So no output. Output is nothing. Program has no problem at all. It executes perfectly in finite time. X is already 0. X is already 0. 0, 0 you compare. Here you don't need to take return value. Here you take return value. It is a true. Correct? So it's keep executing infinitely. Infinitely executing. So infinite loop I am calling. This one 0 x plus plus means 0 plus 0 will come. Here 0 only, but when it comes here x value become 1, and from here onwards the x values are keep on incrementing. Correct? This also treats like infinite loop, but look at the behavior of the system. In future, if you get a 0 here, this will terminate. I'm leaving to you as an homework and check in your system, will it stop after some time. Assignment operator never that, okay, I'll tell you, x is equal 0. What it returns? 0 assigned to x and it returns x. Tell me what is x? 0. 0 is true or false? Come on, yeah. Two things are there here. 0 will assign to x, x will be your return value. Tell me what is x value? Correct? This will not return true. We will return true. Suppose x is equal to 1 you have written or 2 you have written, let's say 2. Then what happens? This returns, if you write in a condition place, this returns x. What is x? 2. This is true. This is true. Able to understand? Look at the value first. So I'm giving you homework, just cross check it. 18th, what will happen? Will it execute infinitely? How do you understand? Write a printf inside here. So we'll get to know is it executing infinitely or not. Okay. Let me know what will be the output of this. After some time, what do? Here you write a printf A, here you write a printf B. If it comes to printf B, that means after some time it will stop. Otherwise, never. Okay. So now we'll go for practical examples like pattern oriented 19, 20. And gate standard question. Remember, this kind of questions you can predict in the gate. What is the output? You can do within seconds only when you know the concept. Otherwise, it will take maybe hours. What's happening here? Only you should focus on sum. The sum is here. Initially 0, right? Then plus I also 0. After that, this will become sum. Again plus I, that will become 1, and this is become sum. It's to keep storing it, right? Plus 2, and this stores in sum again. Correct? So every time it's keeping increment of I. So it's keep going like till what value? 100. So it just looks like a sum of first 100 numbers. You have a formula like n into n plus 1 by 2. That's 100 into 100 plus 1 by 2, which is equal to, is it 50-50? Just check it. one small change, if I make it here is only less than 100 is given. What changes you do it? This 100 will not come. Instead of 100, where will it stop? At 99. Then answer will be equal 99 multiply with 99 plus 1 by 2. What will be the answer? 99 multiply with 50. Is it 4950? So most of this kind of questions you will see as a numerical answer type. So options will not be there. So while entering, you might be doing the wrong calculations. Because of one iteration you do extra, then answer is going to be different. Switch. Sumit, 18 is gone, right? Why did you go 18 now? Acha, this one, okay. So getting infinite loop. So check everyone is saying that infinite loop may be executed on a compiler. It's okay. Don't assume it is very easy. Okay. Go ahead. I'll give you time. Just analyze it properly and let me know what is the value of sum. And whenever you see such statements, just use pen and paper wherever you require. Don't just read it with the eyes, which can go wrong. Use the pen and paper slightly, you will get an idea. 2 only. If you know which condition need to be decided, then it will give you the right. Who will decide the answer, I or J? That entry of the loop, who will decide, I or J? That J, because J less than 2 is the last, correct? When J become 2, condition is false. Perfect. There's a tricky here. And many people, did as like and, or, I have seen in the beginning, they keep doing it. Now this will decide the entry of the loop. And this will fail when J become 2, right? So till J is equal 1, this is going to execute. So here initially the sum is equal to 0 plus 0 plus 0. Then in the next iteration, sum is equal, this whole result is 0, right? This is 0. 0 plus I become 1, J become 1. This is equal to 2. And next time it will not come here, right? So sum is going to be the 2 here. Right. Easy to execute. So this is how GATE exam questions happens. Right. Sometimes lengthy will be there, but when there is a lengthy question, there is always formula oriented concept, just like I told, n into n plus 1 by 2 concept. So when there is a lengthy question, there is a observation in a sequence in the output of the program. Like what will be the output produced by the program will depend on some kind of the generalized formula. Okay. Here itself we'll start the nested concepts that while we can discuss later. Okay, nested for loop. What is nested for loop? Any idea? Tell me which is nested here. If somebody writes like this, just look at the difference. So this behavior, of course, brackets are your choice. Like brackets, you can keep here if you want it. You can open here, you can close here. You can open here, you can close here. Is your choice. But this is the for loop which is inside the other for loop, correct? So this is called as a for within another for loop is a nested concept, but this is not a nested, they are individual loops. One loop will not depend on other loop. This is not nested. Which is nested loop? This is the nested loop concept. Okay. Yeah, basically matrix kind of nature, or a printing pattern. This is going to help you a lot. And especially when you are going with algorithms, dynamic programming requires this kind of concept. You may deal with even 3 nested loops sometimes more than that. 3 nested means one for within another for, and this for is within another for. And it's one of the most complex kind of logic that you deal in general undergraduate. Like order of n cube complexity may come with the 3 loops. With the two loops, you may see if there is n times, there is n times, you may come up with n square, but not always, but in general I'm talking about. Okay. We'll see some of the examples how to deal with them. Let me help you with the control first. Suppose you have a statement for, let me have here S1, here S2, S3, S4, and let me write here S5. Here I have written for loop, let's say S6, S7. If you can understand the control, then become very easy to look at the execution. Can someone tell me the control, like after S1 where we go? We'll start from S1, we'll go to S2, then S3, and S3 is going to decide to enter or not. Tell me after S3 where we go. We have two choices. Either it can go to S5 or it can go to S11. Perfect. You understood, right? There's a decider, true or false. So either it go to S5 or it can go to outside. If it is false, this is true. If it enters, then S5, it will go to S6 after S5, and after S6 will go to S7. Again, now S7 will decide. There are two things now, true or false. If it is true, it goes here. If it is false, it goes to S10. You should know exactly how that executes. If you do not have the control over this true false, then there is no meaning of writing this program. Correct? And after executing S9, it will go to S8 and keep repeating if it is true. If it is false, it will come to S10. And after S10, look at the S10 is there inside this loop, right? So after S10, where it goes is the last statement of the outer loop. So it goes to S4, then repeats. Can everybody see? And please understand the sequence how to execute this program. Not easy, but by practicing you can understand. Entry exits of the loops you should be understanding easily. For one for loop, but two for loops, it is somewhat complicated. Like every time you enter for S3, this entire process there. Like when you go here, it executes a lot of times and then it comes here, again you will go here. So by this time you might forget this what S3 is. So that's the problem we should practice now. Look at the first example of this nested for loop. Let's say I, comma J. For I is equal to 0, I less than or equal to, let's say 5, oh sorry, 5, I increment J increment. Let's do printf A. So they may ask you how many times A is printed. The question is like, how many times A is printed? A simple question. It could be possible even in gate. It is in seconds if you know how many times outer loop, inner loop is printing, executing. Inner loop, every time it executes how many times? Fixed, 0, 2, 0, 1, 2. So 3 times it is executing. Outer loop, overall 5 times. So 5 into 3, 15. Correct? So you can analyze it manually initially. Later you can do it using formula concept. Like when I is 0, it will enter inside, no? 0 less than 5, it will enter inside. So J is equal 0, A prints. j is equal 1, a prints, j is equal to a prints, and j is equal 3, it goes to the next I value. Yes or no? Are you able to understand? 3 times the a is printed when I is 0. And after printing this, when this loop terminates, then it goes to I plus plus. Then I become 1. When I become 1, j value again starts from 0 and goes to 1, goes to 2, and when it is 3, this for loop stops. And again it goes to outer loop. I is equal to I plus plus increments, and 2 plus 2 less than 5 true. So it comes here. Alright, 3 times. I is equal 3, again 3 times. I is equal 4, then 3 times. Total how many times printed? 15 times, right? Any doubt here? Of course, I explained very quickly, but everybody understood? I is from 0 to 4, j is from 0 to 2. Perfect. So each value of I, you should understand all the values of j. That is what the concept. Each value of I, you should understand all the values of j. Right? I can go definitely 0 to 4 only. J will go from 0 to 2 only. But when j become 3, it will fail. That's why it enters, executes the inner loop 3 times. Fourth time it will come out. The false conditions we are not assuming. The reason is they will not print any. Yeah. Let me put bigger value. So easy for analyzing. How many times A is printed? In exam, they could ask even bigger values. Then you should generalize it. This could be 100, this could be 1000. Then you require a formula concept. Anybody answered it? 10 times. Okay, 0 times or 10 times? Eh? What 10? Just understand when I is 0, how many times inner loop? This is outer loop and inner loop. As it is a very simple loop, so you can analyze easily. I is equal 1, how many times inner loop executes? I is equal 2, how many times inner loop? I is equal 3, how many times? I is equal 4, anyhow I is equal 5 will not enter. So just execute, try to execute inner loop for each value. Will it execute? I is equal 0. First time itself 0 less than 0 fail, right? And I is equal 1, j is equal 0 only works, correct? Have you analyzed the same way? One time we will execute here.
Here j is equal to 0 will satisfy, 1 will satisfy, q1 less than 2. It will execute up to the j less than ith arc. And here j is equal to 0, 1, 2. 2 less than 3, then 3. When j become 3, this will fail to enter the print or to enter this inner loop. J is equal to 0, 1, 2, 3. So understand how many times that means. Here 1 time, here 2 times the printf prints because 2 times will enter inside this, and here 3 times A is printed, here 4 times. How many times? Okay. 10 times you got the answer. Everybody got the answer? How many times? 10 times. And now I will generalize this. You generalize it, but answer it for a bigger number. If the same question asked, how quickly you solve that for the 100? You can use this 5 concept for applying for 100. Can someone give me quick answer for this by using the formula concept? Convert into the formula and apply for 100. Same question I asked for the 100. How many times A is printed? Alright. So you should use the same concept. See, if this is 5, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, correct? So you don't have a 5. Same way, that is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus up to 99. So sum of first 99 concept, right? 99 into 100 by 2. Come on, sir. See here, if you realize this, the concept goes similarly. Here it went 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 up to 4 only because you are having less than 5. Here less than 100, it goes up to 99. So sum of first 99 numbers. So 99 into 99 plus 1, 100 by 2, which will be 4950. Are you able to understand how the C programming questions are created in the GATE exam? Everybody? Always you should do some kind of generalization. If they ask for 100, do for 5, understand the concept. That will take 1 to 2 minutes hardly to analyze the simpler and apply for larger. Right. Yeah. Sweet. Okay. The first question is, what is output? I'll keep changing the same question. First, easy question.
25 times, is it? This is definitely 1 to 5. There is no 0 now. 1 to 5. So when j becomes 6, it will fail, right? Okay, let me copy this question because I need the same question for multiple times. This will execute j is equal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will enter inside. Then outer loop, I value is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So each I value, there are 5 j values. Total 25 times star is printed. Correct? The 25 stars you will see like this. Star, star, like exactly 25 will see like this. In one line. No pattern. Just simple pattern that is linear. Now I'm changing this question to here. Go ahead. Now, what will be the output? Here also 25 times star printed, but pattern is different. After every time the inner loop executes, there's something happening, right? After executing this inner loop, something extra happening. It also catching something else, a new line. So these two things you need to observe. For every value of outer, there are two things happening. The inner j executes 5 times, then it will take a new line. What is the pattern it happens? Right, it prints like a matrix 5 cross 5. Bilkul. It's true. So what is happening now? Same thing happening. This will print 5 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correct? After that, one new line happens. Then when I is equal 1, again it prints 5 stars. When I is equal 2, it prints again 5 stars. I is equal 3, again it prints 5 stars. I is equal 4, again j will execute 5 times. Correct? This is the output behavior of this program. Everybody understood? New line after every 5 stars. True. Any doubt on this? Because I did the small change, you observe it. If no doubt, then we'll go for 6. Go ahead. Now there is no new line concept. So just print, you can tell how many stars printed. Just like a previous practice, what we did. You should know how this j is repeated for every I. Now it's different, right? I is equal 1, j repeats. This j always depends on I, correct? If I is equal 1, 1 time, I is equal to 2 times. So now j value depends on purely I. $15. So if you understood j, it will start with 1, it will go up to I, correct? If you understood correctly. So whatever the I value, so j goes up to I, that's it. If I is 1, j goes up to I, up to 1. If I is 2, j goes up to 2. But I is definitely starts with 1, it will go up to 5 only. The concept is like 1 plus first time. When I is 2, j also repeats 2 times. When I is 3, j also repeats 3 times up to 5, which is equal to 5 into 5 plus 1 by 2, which is 15 times. So 15 stars, it's keep printing. It's the first time, then 2 stars second time when I is equal to, and then 3 stars when I is equal to 3, 4 stars when I is equal to 4, when I is equal to 5, it prints 5. But it is sequence, it prints, correct? When this is I is equal to 1, j goes up to 1 only. When I is equal to, j starts with 1 and j goes up to 2. When I is equal to 3, j starts with 1 and it goes up to 3. You are able to understand this? How the j value is keep moving till I. New line not there. Bilkul. So triangle is the wrong answer. Where is a triangle here? No. Good observation. Now definitely 15 times the star is printed, but which pattern? Now you know how the stars are printed, right? First 1 star printed, correct? Then 2 stars, then 3 stars, then 4 stars, then 5 stars. Everybody got the same output, but instead of printing in same line, right? The previous output only exactly. Only the space is coming like after every inner loop completion, like after this new line, 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 right? Same behavior is same 15 stars will be printed, but after every time inner loop completes, there is a new line comes. Any doubt? Okay, so keep practicing it. Inner loop is going to be very interesting for you, and we'll start this 2 things, while and do while. What is the difference between while and do while? Anybody's written any time? Instead of for loop also you can use while loop. While and do while. If you are comfortable with for loop, always you can use, because many programs frequently you see a for loop and sometimes while loop. Very rare times do while. It's okay, you can practice all. What is the syntax? While there is expression and statements. So now how the statements will repeat? When the expression is true, it will enter. When the expression is false, it will come out. So after executing this, again it goes to expression. Right? Like for loop, you don't have 3 different expressions here. Yeah. So entry based, the while basically entry based. So before executing the statements only you will check expression. But do while, first you will execute the statements. First you will execute statements. Then you will check after executing the statements, then you will check while. The condition you will check after executing statement. There is a semicolon here, don't forget. So now the difference between this is statements may or may not execute, but here statements definitely execute at least one time, correct? First statements will execute, then condition will check. If this is true, then again, if it is false, it will go out. If you observe this, here statements may or may not execute, correct? Statements of while block may or may not execute, depends on the condition. But here the statements of do while loop executes at least one time, whether the conditional expression is true or false. Executes at least one time. So this while is entry based loop. Okay. Let's see with small example to understand both. We'll see the behavior, how this two works. Go ahead. Find the output for two different programs. How many times star is printed by the first one and second one? Have you seen everybody? What is missing in both of them? Every time I is 0, correct? But for loop, you have a special, this is where the for and while loop are matters. In for loop, you always remember to update the value of I. But in while do while, is there any section where the I value should be updated? Is there any section that we don't have reserved? Of course, in for loop also you can write anywhere, but you have the special section so that you can remember those increments, decrements, updating values, and both are going infinite loop because I value is always 0 and the star is printed infinite times, right? As you are not updating the value of I, this behavior is observed. In this also, first star is printed, then 0 less than 5. So I value is always 0, 0 less than 5. Here also 0 less than 5. What is the reason? Reason is I is not getting update. In both of them, same reason. Now the same program, let me change to Go ahead. Of course, number of times star printed is could be different, should handle different way. Both the times, is it 5 times only? Check. Should run do while carefully. Don't assume do while is just 5 times. Just execute how many times. So this is printed when I is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct? So 5 times definitely print star. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But here you observe, when this is printing first time, what is the value of 5? Because you are not checking it. But I value is 1, right? Can you see that? 1, when I is 1, because it's incremented, when it comes here, when I is 1, of course you are not checking it. But I value, I am tracking it to understand. I is 1, it is printed 1 star. And then this one you are checking later. 2, printing and checking. 3, 4. And remember, when you have the value 5, it prints, but when you go here, 5 less than 5 fails. How many times it is printing? Okay, you want again to check? The first star is printed, then checked condition 1 less than 5. It is true. Second star printed, I is incremented to 2, 2 less than 5 is true. After that only you are checking, not before. Third star printed and you are checking 3 less than 5. Fourth star printing and then you are checking 4 less than 5. It is true, so it will enter again. No? It will enter or not? Remember, the after condition you are going for the next iteration. No? Star and 5 less than 5 is a false, so it will not going do. Everybody? Looks like we don't know, Ankit. There is no look like concept. You should execute it. That's what do while, right? Do you can't look at, understand. You should execute it. Everybody? Don't know how the do while behaves. Unless you execute it, you can't understand properly. Everyone should execute it properly. That's why, do while give one advantage, just it will give you at least one time to execute. That is only the advantage. Okay. Okay. And please do not ever write like this. While, what happens with these behaviors? Anybody? What is the behavior? Similar to for loop only, but here in while it is compulsory. It gives you error, syntax error. Compiler produces an error. Because compiler expects you should write an expression, not like for loop. For loop by default infinite loop, right? But here don't assume it because it's not built for infinite. The second one is infinite loop. Compiler says this is right program, but at runtime system gets a problem, it's keep executing. Not system, we get a problem to understand because it's infinite. System is okay, it is able to run it. And this is okay. System also executes and says, okay, this program executed completely. Now there is no output. No error, output is nothing. But no error. Remember, don't say any kind of problem. Here, this is infinite loop. It's infinitely prints A, right? And this has no problem. Output is, if anybody asks, nothing, because 0 is a false, so it will come out immediately. Everybody able to understand the behaviors? All clear? So what you can do now, I'll be uploading here itself the questions. Just give me time. Where did I download here? Why did 20 Moses? Yeah. So from here you will see why did I take the questions? I think something else happened. The wrong file happened here. I'm very sorry for that. Yeah, we got it. There are functions also there. Let me delete the wrong questions here. Was copied to some additional other PPT. That's why you're seeing some wrong questions. Okay, done. Almost done. Empty slides are deleted. Any other empty slides? Oh, answer is there in the other slide. Okay. You also have answer in other slide so that you can track it. So there are some gate questions here. Okay, you can practice it. Let's take this as a question 1, homework. In case if you don't get the answer, just for cross check, just take it, answers here separately, but mainly focus on the question and practice it. Don't look at the answer at all. If somebody asks the answer, then just to cross check, the answer is there in the next slide. These are all gate questions. If you have any problem in typing mistake or you're not able to understand, you can search on Google is the question is correct or not, or you can go to 𝐂𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐸𝐶 website and check the PYQ. Right, all are PYQs. If any question which is not covered, any concept, then you can ask me later. And but solve up to, what is this question is about? T1, T2, T4 is any printf which is talking about test cases. Okay. I'm trying to spend enough time to get an idea of each point, each question. Okay. And especially a recursive program, don't worry about it. These things you can ignore it right now. What is a recursive function? You can ignore it. This question, if any concept that I have not covered and you see that this question will be covered in next classes, then you can ignore it. Recursion is not covered yet. But basic control statements and loops we have covered. Only based on that you can solve it. This is a purely loop based, so you can try it. And here the static variable not yet covered, so please ignore if any concept which I will cover in the future. Yeah. So for today we'll stop here, and which PDF? Oh, PDF. Which PDF? No, you will find in resources, right? Everybody knows resources. And let me help you. Some people, if you don't know, you know Geeks for Geeks, right? Did I log in it or not? I don't know. It's asking password. Just give me a second. I'll just log in it. And anybody new to this platform, like, you go to your courses, you're already joining the class, right? In the courses, let's say which course you have right now. Don't know. Let's say I'm going for some, I have registered for only weekend. I'm going there. Here you can see, right, in live classes, is there any resources that you see in the first classes? I see there is C programming lecture 6. Can you see there is a resource, right? If any DPPs are uploaded, of course, every lecture will not have a DPP. So sometimes a topic will continue for 2 to 3 lectures, then you will find in one of them. So this year itself PDF DPP also will be uploaded here mostly. And we are also, have a notice board and, notes, other things additionally which will be provided in the future, right? These are all modules are free, like articles, right? You can see, right? These articles also, which are free on website. You can read them. This is additional material that you have. Got my point, right? The main portion, menu is live for you. Remaining all are additional, if anything, which is visible to you. Like test series will be coming and many others are coming in future, right? So right now, if anybody not aware where you get a PDF, so today class, if you have it, right, resources, go to that resources and you will see that. So this portion is very important for you here. You know how to join the live class, but in the below your lecture title, you will see there is a resources. Okay. Any other doubt? When initially I was not aware where to find the notes, but if you are not able to find, download the PDFs, all this, you can write anything within a if, you can write a while loop. There is no restriction. If anybody is not aware, okay, let me write that too. No such restriction. In the next class, we will deal break and continue also tomorrow. Okay, here, if you want, I'll explain today itself if you want it. There is no restriction. Note, we can mix, we can combine any statement, any control statement with other statements. It could be nested or it could be conditional, like I can write if, I can write while, no issue. I can write for, I can write switch. Are you getting this point? There is no such thing what you can't write. You can write anything which you wish, but you should know how to control it. It's just matter of seconds, right? Minutes. You can find it now. I have already, shared this question. This questions you can find in the same resource, right? Same PDF. Okay. If you know for one subject where is it, all other subjects same. Even I have not seen DPPs because we are very new. Start right just before few months only we started in this platform, and this platform is getting a lot of additional features too soon. DPP is new for you. Yeah, Shitesh. This will also be getting resolved. We will upload in the coming days, but right now the backend is uploading, so it's taking time, Shitesh. Yeah, you can remind me in Telegram. I'll do that. Okay. Okay, few topics which I will cover in the next coming class. Like what are the topics that I need to cover? Like go to, break, continue, return, exit. These control statements will be covered in the coming up, right? Next. Okay, just now I've shown, right, all the completed lectures. Okay, you can ask at the end of the session. I'll help you in case if you're not able to find. Like as I said, you go to your courses, right? In my courses, when you go here, when you click on your the batch, what you can see, these are live classes, right? These are upcoming. There is another section which are completed. Right here, you will see the previous classes like last day or last week, all the classes there in the sequence, and we are making one more section subject wise, but that will be shown later. We will update subject wise also here, so that you can go to particular subject which is going. All the lectures you will see in a sequence. Okay, we backend team is working on it. Done. Can we wind up for today? Yeah, sure, sir. If I get a time, I'll give you a lot of questions to practice soon, but you can do it. Remind me in the group, I'll share the PDF. Okay, bye. See you tomorrow then. Yeah. Okay, Shadish. Bye, everyone.